Chapter 1490. Boom. Crack. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The void distorted. A series of deafening sounds resounded through the sky. Li Jian and Zhou Zheng were the first to be unable to hold on. They spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Quick! Ling Yunfei shouted. The two of them lost control and a gap appeared. Black waves rolled over. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. The divine dragon seal appeared out of nowhere, carrying a monstrous divine might as it filled the gap. But at the same time, the Scorpion Emperor and the other two beasts also lost control. They spat out blood and were sent flying, severely injured on the spot. Before Qin Feiyang could catch his breath, he quickly evolved the second and third moves of the divine dragon art to fill the two gaps. But there were too many ghost wolves. And it was still increasing. In just this short period of time, the number had reached more than 20,000. The black waves covered the sky and the earth. Even Ling Yunfei, Luo Qingzhu, and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could no longer hold on. The divine art was collapsing and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Qin Feiyang was not feeling well either. Li Jian and the other two beasts were injured and could no longer help share the burden. He could only rely on himself. Ling Yunfei spat out blood as he desperately resisted, roaring, "Boss, we can't go on like this. Quickly think of a way." Before he could finish his words, Luo Qingzhu and the young lady of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also trembled. The two divine arts, Nine Heavens Ice Phoenix and Li Water Scripture, disintegrated in an instant. That huge black wave seemed to have found a vent and surged over. A fatal crisis was rapidly approaching. Other than Qin Feiyang, everyone else was panicking. Especially Li Jian and Zhou Zheng, their eyes were filled with despair. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Although he could still continue to fight, he understood one thing even more. It was difficult to do it alone. Swish. He no longer hesitated. He immediately led everyone straight to the castle. Boom. As soon as they entered the castle, the divine arts outside dissipated one after another. The black waves crashed over, shattering the earth. Abyssal fissures spread out in all directions. Where is he? The wolves were in an uproar. Silver Wolf King, who was standing at the peak of the mountain, was also glaring at the place where Qin Feiyang and the others had disappeared. Divine spatial item. Suddenly, these four words burst out of its mouth. His eyes were filled with greed. Who would have thought that these humans actually had a spatial divine item in their hands? The Silver Wolf King cackled and ordered the wolves to continue surrounding the area, not giving Qin Feiyang and the others any chance to escape. Inside the castle, it's so easy to guess that we have a spatial divine object. This beast is too smart. Ling Yunfei said helplessly. That's not the point. The point is, how do we escape? Li Jian was deeply worried. Everyone lowered their heads in silence. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. He looked up at everyone and said, "Actually, it's not difficult to escape." He had heard of it. Everyone immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. The ghost wolf's innate ability can only be activated at night. And during the day, killing them is as easy as flipping one's hand. If they insist on pestering us, we can just travel during the day and cultivate in the castle at night. Qin Feiyang said, "That's right. In this way, they can't do anything to us. Even if the Silver Wolf King really has a divine art, he won't be a threat to us." Ling Yunfei said, "This is indeed a foolproof plan. However, this will delay a lot of time. The original 3-day and 3-night journey will probably take 6 or 7 days to get out of the Whitebone Canyon." Scorpion King said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "As long as everyone is safe, it doesn't matter if it takes a little time. Now I'm only worried about the situation of Dan Wangkai and the others." Quickly sense the location of Dan Wangkai and the others. After these few days of traveling, I think we shouldn't be too far away from them now. Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang nodded, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed through the slave seal. Everyone also took a healing pill and began to heal their injuries. A moment later, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light burst out of his eyes. "What's wrong?" Everyone looked at him in surprise. The pangolin, viper, winged snow eagle, and black dragon snake are still a little far away from us. But Dan Wangkai and Fire Qilin are actually right in front of us. It's about 2 days' journey. Qin Feiyang said. What? Right in front? About 2 days' journey? They can't be at the water source, right? Everyone was surprised. Because the water source was right in front of the White Bone Canyon. And the distance was not much different. That's what I think. Qin Feiyang nodded. Ling Yunfei said, so, Dan Wangkai and Fire Qilin have already met up? I don't think so. There's still some distance between the two of them. One is in the east, and the other is in the west. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Luo Qingzhu said, then sense again if they have moved. Qin Feiyang nodded and closed his eyes. 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and shook his head. They haven't moved. If they haven't moved, it means that they might be hiding from vendetta, or waiting for something. But we can basically confirm that the two of them are at the water source. Ling Yunfei said. Hiding from vendetta. Fatso's eyes trembled and he said, Kid, don't scare us. Although Fire Qilin and Dan Wangcai's strength was not bad, one had to know that they were at the divine site. Many of the people who entered the divine site this time were 9-star combat emperors. For example, the main tower and the Great Qin Imperial Palace were all 9-star combat emperors, and there was no lack of peak super experts. With Fire Qilin and Dan Wangcai's cultivation, they could only be considered as the bottom characters at most. Ling Yunfei smiled and said, I'm just guessing. Maybe they're hiding at the water source to cool off. I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Fatso rolled his eyes at him. No matter what, at least they're still alive. Hurry up and cultivate and recuperate. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and waved his hand. An image appeared in the void in front of him. The image showed the scene of the ghost wolves outside. The wolf pack did not disperse. The Silver Wolf King was also there. He stood proudly at the top of the mountain like a king. After watching for a while, Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked to the front of the altar to copy the 5th stroke of the Xing formula. Although it was only one night, according to the ancient castle's time rules, one night was equivalent to 5 days. He could not waste this time in vain. Time flew by. The next day clear. 10 suns rose slowly. Qin Feiyang closed the 6-word formula, closed the iron box, and turned to look at the image. The wolf pack was still there. And the number was several times more than last night, but they had all fallen to their original cultivation level. Other than the Silver Wolf King, the strongest ghost wolf was the 9-star combat emperor. The Scorpion King jumped up and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Looking at the wolf pack in the image, he pursed his lips and said, the ghost wolves above the 6-star combat emperor level should be almost all here. They're all here, Qin Feiyang pondered and did not say anything. A plan emerged in his mind. Let's kill them directly. They chased us desperately last night. Now it's time for us to hunt them down. Ling Yunfei said, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The ghost wolves that had not activated their innate ability were no different from other beasts. Except for Fatso, Lu Hong, the Wolf King, and the Ghost Snake Emperor, all the people and beasts present could instantly kill a large number of them. Don't waste time. Since all the ghost wolves above the 6-star combat emperor level have come here to surround us, then the strongest ones in the other places are the 5-star combat emperor level ghost wolves. As long as we escape from this encirclement without anyone noticing, no one will be able to stop us. Qin Feiyang laughed. Ling Yunfei asked, then I want to ask you, how do you escape without anyone noticing? Qin Feiyang grinned and activated the concealment art. His entire body, including the Scorpion King standing on his shoulder, instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. So it's the concealment art. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house shook her head and laughed. I still have to thank you. You gave me the concealment art. In the past, this concealment art saved my life at critical moments. Qin Feiyang's laughter came out from the void. The young lady of the Dragon Phoenix house rolled her eyes and said, I regret it now. Give it back to me. That's where you're wrong. How can you give it away and ask for it back? After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, He left the ancient castle and appeared in the encirclement of the ghost wolves. However, the surrounding ghost wolves all turned a deaf ear to it. None of them could see Qin Feiyang and the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King was amazed and sent a sound transmission. "Boss Qin, how many more tricks are you hiding that we don't know?" Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "Other than the 3,000 incarnations and the fourth style of the divine dragon art, you guys know about all my tricks." 3,000 incarnations? The fourth style of the divine dragon art. The Scorpion King was stunned. The 3,000 incarnations were snatched from Zhuge Mingyang in the past. It can be considered my trump card. But now, I haven't completely comprehended it. As for the fourth style of the divine dragon art, after saying this, Qin Feiyang fell silent. "What's wrong with the fourth style?" The Scorpion King sent a sound transmission. "This fourth style can't be used until the last moment." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Why? Is it so powerful that even you can't control it?" The Scorpion King was bewildered. Qin Feiyang secretly said, "The fourth style doesn't have any power at all. It's even useless to the current me." "How is that possible? The first, second, and third style of the divine dragon art are already so ridiculously strong, let alone the fourth style." The Scorpion King didn't believe it. "You'll understand in the future. I can only tell you that when I activate the fourth style of the divine dragon art, it will be the time of my death." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, then took a step forward and quietly walked towards the wolf pack. "Die in the Yellow Springs? So serious?" The Scorpion King was secretly shocked. However, he didn't ask any further. Not long later, Qin Feiyang escaped from the encirclement of the ghost wolves without anyone noticing. Then, without any hesitation, he ran along the canyon. Along the way, he also encountered many ghost wolves. However, their cultivation did not surpass the 6-star War Emperor. Qin Feiyang did not provoke them either. An hour passed very quickly. Once the time limit of the concealment art was up, Qin Feiyang and the Scorpion King were immediately exposed. Chapter 1491. As soon as Qin Feiyang and the Scorpion King appeared, the ghost wolves around the canyon immediately noticed them. Roar! A group of 5-star combat Emperor ghost wolves immediately bared their white fangs and pounced towards them. Scram! The Scorpion King glared angrily as a terrifying aura erupted. At that moment, the group of ghost wolves turned around and fled in fear. "It's the Scorpion King. And that human. Weren't they surrounded by Lord Silver Wolf King? Why are they here?" The other ghost wolves around were also extremely surprised and bewildered. One of the ghost wolves roared, "Quickly inform Lord Silver Wolf King. You're courting death." The Scorpion King's eyes surged with killing intent. "Ignore them. Even if they run to inform the Silver Wolf King now, the Silver Wolf King won't be able to catch up with us." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and strode forward, quickly disappearing at the end of the canyon. The Silver Wolf King's cultivation was at the peak realm, and Qin Feiyang's cultivation was also at the peak realm. Moreover, he still had the perfect auxiliary technique, phantom steps. So there was no need to worry at all. Roar! After Qin Feiyang and the Scorpion King left, wolf howls continuously sounded in the canyon. The ghost wolves were also smart. They didn't run to inform the Silver Wolf King. Instead, they used this special voice transmission method to convey to the Silver Wolf King layer by layer. It was both fast and effortless. About half an hour passed. The news finally reached the Silver Wolf King. What? He actually escaped. Then what are we still waiting here for? Bastard, how dare you fool me? Chase after him. The Silver Wolf King was furious. He immediately led tens of thousands of ghost wolves and chased after Qin Feiyang. However, after passing on the message for less than an hour, Qin Feiyang had once again pulled a long distance away. How could they possibly catch up to him? Time flew by. Night fell once again. A 9-star combat Emperor Ghost Wolf ran in front of the Silver Wolf King and said in a deep voice, "My lord, that human is too fast. We can't catch up with him at all." "I don't care. Spread the news immediately. Even if you have to self-destruct, you must stop him for this king." Silver Wolf King said harshly. Understood. The ghost wolf nodded and let out a howl that shook the sky. Following closely, in the distance, a series of howls could be heard. At this very moment, Qin Feiyang was still running madly in the canyon. The Scorpion Emperor was napping on his shoulder. Because along the way, not a single ghost wolf dared to run out and block the way, there was no place for it to use. Gradually, a strange giant peak came into Qin Feiyang's sight. The gigantic mountain towered into the sky. It was pitch black and sat on the left side of the canyon. It looked like a wolf. Qin Feiyang looked at the giant peak curiously and said, "Scorpion Emperor, what do you think that is?" The Scorpion Emperor opened his eyes and looked up. He pursed his lips and said, "That is the Silver Wolf King's lair." "So it's like that?" Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization and said, "Oh right, I heard you say last night that the Silver Wolf King is one of the rulers of the Ghost Wolves. Other than the Silver Wolf King, who else is there?" "There's also the Golden Wolf King. But don't worry, that guy is the same as the little crocodile. He usually stays at the water source." The Scorpion Emperor said. Qin Feiyang said, "So, the divine artifact is also on him?" The Scorpion Emperor nodded. "What divine artifact? Have you seen it before?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's a divine bow. It has the power to destroy everything. I remember that more than 500 years ago, the Golden Wolf King fought with the little crocodile. That divine bow and the little crocodile's armor were almost on par." The Scorpion Emperor said. "Divine bow?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. When he got this divine bow, plus the armor and the 10,000 beasts diagram, he would have 3 divine artifacts. As for Chang Shui and the castle, it was a different story. Suddenly, the Scorpion Emperor seemed to have thought of something and shouted. Qin Feiyang braked and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" The Scorpion Emperor said, "Last time I caught a few ghost wolves, I heard them say that there seemed to be a lot of treasures in the Silver Wolf King's lair, which were all plundered from various places in the past." "Really?" Qin Feiyang asked. The Scorpion Emperor looked up at the giant peak and shook his head. "I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but those ghost wolves shouldn't lie to me. Since that's the case, let's go up and take a look." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he ran to the front of the giant peak. Like an agile ape, he grabbed onto rocks and quickly climbed up the mountain. When he was halfway up the mountain, the Scorpion Emperor's pupils constricted as he sent a sound transmission. "There seems to be a ghost wolf up there?" "It doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. Not long later, he climbed over a rock and climbed to the top of the mountain. Above, there were many rocks. More than a dozen ghost wolves were patrolling the top of the mountain like guards. Moreover, they all had the cultivation of a 9-star war emperor. The dozen or so ghost wolves also discovered Qin Feiyang and the Scorpion Emperor at the first moment. They immediately activated their innate ability and their cultivation soared crazily. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold as he activated the phantom steps. Like a ghost, he flashed again and again. In less than 3 breaths, it was a dozen or so ghost wolves. With a wail, they fell to the ground and died. There was a fist-sized bloody hole between their eyebrows. Then, Qin Feiyang did not delay at all and began to search the top of the mountain. Not long after, he found a dark cave entrance beside a pile of rocks in the middle of the mountain peak. A flaming battle chi swept into the cave, illuminating all directions. Immediately, a huge grotto appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's line of sight. The grotto was 34 meters deep and had a diameter of more than 20 meters. Inside, there were countless gold coins, medicinal herbs, pills, and so on. How could there be so many treasures? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It's normal. There are quite a few treasures in the miracle. If we're lucky and find a big treasure, it's enough for us to squander for the rest of our lives. However, this kind of treasure can only be found by chance and not sought. To be honest, the number of treasures here also shocked me. I didn't expect that the Silver Wolf King had actually plundered so much over the years. But now it's all ours. The Scorpion Emperor laughed complacently. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, "So you're also a miser?" Who doesn't want treasures? Even if it's useless, piling it up here, it's golden and beautiful. The Scorpion Emperor chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and took out a few empty Qinkuan bags, ready to put them all in. But suddenly, he noticed that in the pile of gold coins, there was a half-meter wide iron box, which was rusty and had obviously been there for many years. He entered the grotto with a suspicious face, landed in front of the iron box, and carefully opened it. Immediately, he was dumbfounded. The Scorpion Emperor was also dumbfounded. Inside, there was a box full of jade scrolls. "Don't tell me they're all divine arts," the Scorpion Emperor murmured. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, grabbed a jade scroll and said with a smile, "If it's a divine art, these jade scrolls will have some divine power, but now there's no divine power at all, which means that these are just battle arts." While speaking, he sank his mind into the jade scroll and was slightly stunned. Then he immediately grabbed another jade scroll and checked it again, and was stunned again. "What's wrong?" The Scorpion Emperor was puzzled. "The two jade scrolls in my hand are both perfect battle arts. Don't tell me that this whole box of jade scrolls are all perfect battle arts." Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva. If that was the case, this box of jade scrolls was equivalent to a big treasure. Because even in the capital and the central divine kingdom, perfect battle arts were rare, and any one of them could be auctioned for a sky-high price. And in this box, there were at least 50 or 60 jade scrolls. How much were they worth? Thinking of this, he hurriedly sent the iron box to the castle and let Ling Yunfei and the others check it carefully. He put all the treasures in the grotto into his Qiankuan bag and then sent it to the castle for Fatso and the others to count. The Scorpion Emperor smiled flatteringly. "Boss, if there's a perfect battle art suitable for me to cultivate, remember to give it to me. I don't have a goal. If you follow me, you must at least have a divine art, understand?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and flew out of the grotto. "Divine art?" The Scorpion Emperor was stunned and smiled bitterly. "How would I dare to think about such a divine item? You have no ambition." Qin Feiyang shook his head, walked to the top of the mountain, glanced at the surrounding mountains and rivers, and then jumped down, landing in the canyon with a bang, and continued to rush forward. Damn it! They actually looted Lord Silver Wolf King's treasure. After Qin Feiyang left, a few ghost wolves climbed to the top of the mountain. When they saw the empty grotto, they were immediately furious and roared towards the sky. This news was passed to the Silver Wolf King's ears layer by layer. After learning about this, the Silver Wolf King was so angry that he vomited blood and almost fainted. But for this, Qin Feiyang was completely unaware. Even if he knew, he wouldn't sympathize. He would only sprinkle a few more handfuls of salt on the Silver Wolf King's body and make it more painful. Midnight. The Silver Wolf King's news finally came. Roar! A group of ghost wolves activated their innate ability and surrounded Qin Feiyang and the Scorpion Emperor. Some ghost wolves even self-destructed their bodies in an attempt to stop Qin Feiyang. But it was all in vain. Activating the battle word art and armor, they passed through as if there was no one around, leaving corpses and blood all over the ground. Because their cultivation was too weak. Even if they activated their innate ability, the strongest was only a 9-star war emperor. Occasionally, a peak realm ghost wolf would jump out, but they were all easily dealt with by Qin Feiyang and the Scorpion Emperor. After daybreak, the ghost wolves finally retreated. Even if they activated their innate ability at night, they couldn't stop Qin Feiyang's footsteps, let alone during the day. The results in the ancient castle were also out. As he expected, the jade slips in the box were all perfect battle arts. According to Ling Yunfei's voice transmission, there were a total of 56 jade slips. Among them, 45 perfect killing battle arts. The remaining 11 jade slips were all perfect auxiliary battle arts. As for medicinal herbs, there were also many rare medicinal herbs like the purple spirit flower, which could be said to be a bountiful harvest. Qin Feiyang also finally understood why the mysterious madam had so many perfect battle arts. This miracle was indeed worthy of its reputation. There were opportunities everywhere, and it depended on whether one was lucky enough to find them or whether one had the ability to obtain them. As for the gold coins, Fatso and the others were too lazy to count them, because for them, gold coins were no longer tempting. It was just a number. The Scorpion Emperor looked up at the 10 suns rising from the horizon and said, "Boss, are you tired? If you're tired, go to the castle to rest. I'll take you on the road." Chapter 1492. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, thought for a while, and said, "We have been on the road for 2 days and 2 nights. It's 2 days and 1 night. On the first night, we were cultivating in the castle." Scorpion King said, 2 days and 1 night. It will take 3 days and 3 nights to cross the entire canyon. In other words, we will need another day and 2 nights for the rest of the journey. Qin Feiyang asked. Scorpion King nodded and asked suspiciously, "Why do you ask? Silver Wolf King is now left behind. We can also speed up. I have the perfect auxiliary technique, Phantom Steps, which can increase my speed by 4 times. At most, I will need another 4 to 5 hours to cross the Whitebone Canyon." Qin Feiyang said. "That's good." Scorpion King nodded repeatedly. Although the ghost wolves above 6-star Combat Emperor were left behind, it still couldn't help but feel guilty when night fell. Because the ghost wolves at night were too crazy, they didn't care about their lives at all. As long as Qin Feiyang activated Phantom Steps, he would be able to leave the Whitebone Canyon before nightfall. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about the ghost wolves. Without hesitation, Qin Feiyang immediately activated Phantom Steps, leaving behind afterimages, and disappeared at the end of the canyon like lightning. Along the way, not a single ghost wolf could stop him. At the same time, outside the canyon, there was a vast plain. On the plain, weeds grew, reaching the height of an adult. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and vines coiled around like dragons, full of vitality. After passing through the plain, there was an endless mountain range. Within the mountain, numerous towering peaks stood tall, exuding a majestic aura that shook one's heart. At this moment, 2 figures were hiding in a patch of weeds on top of an inconspicuous hill. They poked their heads out and stared at the ground below. It was a man and a woman. The man was middle-aged and had a burly body. His pair of dark eyes were like an eagle's, revealing a shocking sharpness. This person was none other than Dan Wangkai. However, it was Dan Wangkai in disguise. Even if Qin Feiyang were here, he wouldn't be able to recognize it. As for the woman lying beside Dan Wangkai, she was in her 20s. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. Her fine black hair was like a waterfall. Her hair emitted a faint fragrance. Her bright eyes were as bright as gems. However, her gaze was extremely cold, like the edge of a blade, piercing one's heart. However, within the coldness, there would occasionally be a hint of charm that tugged at one's heartstrings. Anyway, she was a beautiful woman who was both likable and frightening. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize her at a glance. She was Wang Su's granddaughter, Wang Yu. At this very moment, the 2 of them held their breaths and looked at the foot of the mountain. Below them was a valley. It wasn't big. It was about 1,000 feet long. In the valley, there was a 2 to 3 meter wide stream. The stream was so clear that one could see the bottom as it flowed. And in the grass beside the stream, there was a 1 meter long golden wolf lying on its stomach. Its entire body was covered in reddish gold fur, as if it was cast from gold leaf. It shone with a dazzling light under the sun, looking quite handsome. It was like a poisonous snake, hiding its aura in the grass and taking a nap with its eyes closed. However, its cultivation was extremely strong. It was at the peak of a 9-star Combat Emperor. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that half a meter away from the golden wolf, there was a big tree as thick as a bucket. The tree trunk was strong and upright. And on the tree, there were palm-sized fruits. The shape of those fruits was particularly strange. They were like newborn babies. Spiritual infant fruit. The most important medicinal ingredient for the spirit congealing pill. And the spirit congealing pill had the effect of condensing one's soul. Moreover, on the big tree beside the golden wolf, there were more than 20 spiritual infant fruits. I really didn't expect to encounter such a big spiritual infant tree. Dan Wangkai transmitted his voice, his eyes glowing green. For him, who valued alchemy as his life, nothing was more tempting than medicinal herbs. Wang Yuer glanced at Dan Wangkai and said to herself, "The spiritual infant fruit is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Although it is a treasure with that golden wolf here, we can only watch." Dan Wangkai looked at the golden wolf with his brows tightly knitted together. The Wolf King, who was at the peak of a 9-star combat emperor, was not someone he and Wang Yuer could deal with. What should he do? Was he going to miss it just like that? He was unwilling. Wang Yuer's eyes flashed slightly, and she said calmly, "Didn't you say that Qin Feiyang can sense your location through the slave seal?" Dan Wangkai nodded. "In that case, we'll wait here for Qin Feiyang to come and find you. I think with Qin Feiyang's methods, it should be easy to deal with this golden wolf," Wang Yuer suggested. Dan Wangkai was stunned. He turned to look at Wang Yuer and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean by, we? Are you going to keep waiting with me?" "Of course. More people to look after." "Don't tell me you're going to kick me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness. Don't forget that I'm your savior. Besides, the divine sight is so dangerous. How can you bear to let a woman like me walk alone?" Wang Yuer snorted. "How is that possible? A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. But from what you're saying, you're planning to wait for the young master to come and walk with us." Dan Wangkai said to himself. "Am I not welcome?" Wang Yuer said. "Of course you're welcome." Dan Wangkai smiled and hesitated. But what? Wang Yuer was suspicious. "Miss Yuer, don't blame me for being too blunt. We know about the feud between you and the young master. Logically speaking, given your character, you should keep a distance from the young master. But now, you're planning to walk with us. This makes me suspect that you have ulterior motives." Dan Wangkai said to himself. "I really admire your imagination. Yes, I hate Qin Feiyang. But I also know that given my strength, I won't be able to walk far in the divine sight alone. So, I need someone to protect me." Wang Yuer said expressionlessly. Dan Wangkai said in surprise, "Let the young master protect you? This is not like you, Wang Yuer." "Then what kind of character do you think I have? Qin Feiyang owes me so much. Shouldn't he protect me?" Wang Yuer said angrily. Dan Wangkai smiled embarrassedly. Should he protect Wang Yuer? He really couldn't answer this question. "You'll have to pay the debt you owe." Wang Yuer snorted and said, "By the way, we've been together for a few days. You only said that you're Qin Feiyang's subordinate, but you haven't told me your name. What's your name?" Dan Wangkai narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I'm just a nobody. I'm not worth mentioning." To be able to be valued by Qin Feiyang and be taken under his command, how could he be a nobody? "Just tell me if you don't want to tell me. Why bother making excuses?" Wang Yuer sneered. Dan Wangkai smiled helplessly and turned to stare at the divine infant tree and the golden wolf. Wang Yuer raised her eyebrows and didn't ask further. At the same time, on the other side, a crimson ferocious beast was hiding behind a bush, also staring at the valley. It was the fire Qilin. But at this moment, it had restrained its energy and the flames on its body and shrunk its body to the size of a palm. No one knew of its existence. Even Dan Wangkai and Wang Yuer didn't know. Similarly, the fire Qilin didn't notice Dan Wangkai and Wang Yuer hiding opposite. Rustle. Suddenly, footsteps sounded at the entrance of the valley. "Someone's here?" The fire Qilin and Dan Wangkai immediately looked at the entrance. The golden wolf's ears twitched slightly, but it didn't open its eyes. The footsteps became more and more obvious. Finally, 3 men and 2 women entered the valley. The 5 of them were middle-aged and looked vigilant. They were all 9-star combat emperors. But the 5 of them were dressed differently. 2 of them and 1 of them was dressed in black with a flame symbol on their chest. The other man and woman were also dressed in black, but the insignia on their chests was a sword, and there was also a ferocious skull on the sword. 3 oracles and 2 enforcers. Why are they together? Dan Wangkai frowned. The oracles belonged to the Forgotten Continent. The enforcers belonged to the divine palace of the Great Qin Empire. Weren't the two forces enemies? Dan Wangkai didn't know that the divine palace and the Great Qin Empire had joined forces, so he looked at the five of them suspiciously. The five of them entered the valley and immediately discovered the spiritual infant tree. They were excited. They had encountered such a treasure. The five of them immediately ran toward the spiritual infant tree. Because they were too excited, the golden wolf had concealed its aura, and the surrounding grass was too dense to see the golden wolf. They hadn't discovered it yet. How dare you lay your hands on my spiritual infant tree? You must be tired of living. When King of Elixir saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and glanced at Wang Yue. He sent a sound transmission to Wang Yue. There are 3 divine envoys from your head tower. Don't you want to remind them? A bunch of careless idiots. They deserve to die. I don't want to expose our whereabouts by reminding them. Wang Yue snorted. How cruel. Dan Wangkai murmured. The fire Qilin's eyes also flashed. Inside the valley, the 5 of them were very excited. They all activated their auxiliary battle techniques and ran toward the spiritual infant tree, afraid that they would be too slow. Although the golden wolf didn't move, its ears were trembling slightly. Seeing this, the fire Qilin and Dan Wangkai held their breaths. The golden wolf was like a poisonous snake that was hiding in the grass and slowly revealing its fangs. The 5 of them were like food that was being offered to the golden wolf. However, just as the 5 of them were about to reach the spiritual infant tree, a middle-aged woman suddenly stopped the other 4. What? The 4 of them raised their eyebrows and looked at her with dissatisfaction. There's danger ahead. The middle-aged woman scanned the grass and said in a low voice. Danger? The 4 of them were stunned and looked carefully. At this moment, the golden wolf roared and jumped out of the grass. Its body instantly grew from 1 meter to 50 to 60 meters tall, like a mountain. It opened its mouth and bared its fangs as it pounced toward the 5 of them. A pair of millstone-sized eyes flashed with a frightening, ferocious light. This, Wolf King at the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. Run! Chapter 1493. But the golden wolf was too fast. The 3 divine envoys from the main pagoda screamed miserably as their bodies were bitten off by the golden wolf and swallowed. Seeing this, the 2 law enforcers from the temple were so scared that they wet their pants. Their faces were deathly pale. How dare you barge into my territory? You don't know what's good for you. The golden wolf laughed and its anger was monstrous. After swallowing the 3 divine envoys, it immediately pounced on the 2 enforcers. The 2 enforcers panicked and quickly used their battle arts to attack the golden wolf. The middle-aged man's battle art was a giant golden sword that exuded a sharp aura that could destroy the world. The woman's battle art was a giant python that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. But the golden wolf was not afraid. Accompanied by an earth-shattering beast roar, a golden light soared into the sky from its back. In the next moment, a golden beast shadow appeared above the golden wolf's head. It was also the shadow of a wolf. It was extremely huge and occupied the entire sky above the valley. Its ferocious aura shook the heavens and earth. This was the golden wolf's fighting soul. The fighting soul roared in the sky and its 2 thick claws swung out. It actually tore the battle skills that the man and woman had conjured into pieces. So powerful. The 2 enforcers were pale. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and looked at the woman. Quickly inform Elder Gua and the others. What about you? The woman asked. The middle-aged man said, I'll try my best to restrain it. The woman nodded. But just as she turned and was about to leave, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed fiercely. He grabbed the woman's arm and threw her toward the golden wolf. The woman did not expect the middle-aged man to do this. She was not prepared at all. Do you really think I'll be so kind as to stall the golden wolf and let you ask for help? I'm just saying this to make you let down your guard. This way, it'll be easier for me to attack. The middle-aged man looked at the woman sarcastically and turned into a stream of light. He rushed out of the valley and into the forest outside. Bastard, you'll die a horrible death. The woman stared at the middle-aged man's back and roared. It's impossible for me to die. But don't worry, after I inform Old Gua, I will avenge you. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and disappeared into the forest without looking back. The woman's eyes were filled with hatred. But suddenly, behind him, a deadly sense of danger came. She quivered and hurriedly turned her head to look. She was instantly horrified. The fighting soul of the golden wolf had already pounced behind her and was less than 10 meters away. His ferocious might covered the sky and covered the earth. A deep sense of despair rose in the woman's heart as she roared, "Bastard, I'll die with you!" Boom! She self-detonated her body without hesitation. A wave of chi that could destroy the world instantly spread out in the valley like a flood. Seeing this, the fire Qilin, Dan Wangkai, and Wang Yuer turned and ran. What a joke! This was the self-destruction of a 9-star battle emperor. How terrifying was its destructive power! With their cultivation bases, they could not withstand it at all. At the same time, the golden wolf's pupils constricted as well. He quickly turned around and dashed in front of the divine infantry. Boom! Waves of battle aura rolled out, and a barrier appeared in an instant, protecting the nascent soul tree. Rumble! Crack! Almost in the next moment, accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the valley was instantly reduced to ashes. That destructive wave of air rushed out in all directions, toppling mountains and overturning seas. In an instant, the mountains were like wheat fields that were swept away by a strong wind, and they kept collapsing. The ground was also shaking violently and cracking crazily. Even 1,000 miles away was affected. From afar, the scene looked as if the end of the world had arrived. The fire Qilin and Dan Wangkai were desperately running for their lives, and blood kept flowing out of their mouths. The chi wave was too terrifying. Even though they had run away immediately, they still suffered heavy injuries that could not be erased. Fortunately, they did not lose their lives. That was close. After escaping, Wang Yuer wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and took a healing pill. She turned around and looked at the devastated ground, her face full of fear. Yes. If we were one step later, we would have died. I wonder how the golden wolf is now. Dan Wangkai said, his eyes full of worry. He was not worried about the golden wolf, but the spiritual infantry. The spiritual infantry was a treasure of heaven and earth, not to mention such a thick spiritual infantry. It would be a pity if it was destroyed. Do you even need to ask? Although the golden wolf was at the peak state, the power of a 9-star combat emperor's self-destruction was enough to kill a peak state super expert. I think it must have turned into ashes along with the spiritual infantry. Wang Yuer said coldly. Dan Wangkai frowned and suddenly turned into a stream of light, returning the way he came. What are you doing? Wang Yuer grabbed his arm. Dan Wangkai said in a low voice, "Let go. I want to see if the spiritual infantry is still there." Are you crazy? Although the explosion has passed, the aftershock is still there. Just this remnant might alone is enough to kill you 1,000 times over and crush your bones. Wang Yuer shouted. But Dan Wangkai was unwilling to give up. Wang Yuer said, "Wait for the aftershock to dissipate. Don't die for nothing." All right. Dan Wangkai nodded and looked at Wang Yuer with a smile. "Thank you. If you didn't stop me, I would have run over by now. You saved my life again. It's nothing." Wang Yuer waved her hand, but there was a glint in her eyes. Suddenly, Dan Wangkai's eyes flickered as he looked at the center of the explosion. His eyes were filled with bewilderment as he shouted, "Quickly sense it, is there a strand of godly aura? Divine power." Wang Yuer was shocked. She immediately calmed down and sensed it carefully. "Soon," she said in disbelief, "there really is divine power and it's coming from the spiritual infantry. Is there a divine artifact hidden there?" "A divine artifact?" Dan Wangkai's eyes lit up. On the other side, the fire Qilin stood on top of a giant mountain and looked at the center of the explosion with a hint of shock in its eyes. Obviously, it had also sensed the divine power. However, neither the fire Qilin nor Dan Wangkai ran back rashly. They waited quietly. So, they sensed that the divine power had disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. Time flew by, and half an hour passed. The aftershock had not dissipated and was still surging in the sky. Although an hour had passed and the remaining power had weakened significantly, if a battle saint were to enter this place, they would still die without a doubt. However, it was no longer a threat to Dan Wangkai and the Fire Qilin. After all, they were all battle emperors. The two of them and the beast hid their auras and began to approach the spiritual infant tree. Nothing happened along the way. It was very smooth. However, because the mountains had collapsed and their vision had widened, the two of them and the beast were extra careful. After a while, the two of them and the beast finally approached the spiritual infant tree. They lay in a ditch and behind a pile of rocks and looked up. What? It's not dead. Immediately, their expressions changed. The valley had disappeared and was in pieces. However, the spiritual infant tree was not damaged at all. The golden wolf was lying under the spiritual infant tree. There were a few wounds on its body, but they were not serious and had already formed scabs. The self-destruction of a 9-star battle emperor only caused such little damage to it? The two of them and the beast could not believe it. Isn't this too ridiculous? Wang Yu said telepathically, "Do you think the divine might from before was a divine artifact?" Dan Wangkai was stunned and said, "Do you mean that the golden wolf is hiding a divine artifact? That divine artifact was protecting it and the spiritual infant tree?" Wang Yu said, "How else can we explain all this?" Dan Wangkai thought for a while and sighed. "If that's the case, I'm afraid that even the young master can't do anything to the golden wolf." "Not necessarily. The castle in Changshui is full of divine artifacts. In terms of numbers, Qin Feiyang has the advantage." Wang Yu said. "That makes sense." Dan Wangkai thought for a while and said with a smile, "Then let's stay here and wait for the young master to come to us." Wang Yu nodded. But suddenly, Wang Yu's pupils shrank and she looked to the left. "What's wrong?" Dan Wangkai was surprised. Wang Yu made a gesture to keep quiet. Her eyes were extremely solemn. Dan Wangkai also looked over. His expression changed slightly and his nerves immediately tensed up. From the left, a group of people were rushing over in an imposing manner. The leader was the middle-aged man who had escaped before. Behind him, there were at least 30 to 40 people. There were old and young. There were men and women. There were law enforcers from the temple. There were also oracles from the main tower. And their cultivation was all 9-star battle emperors. There were even 15 peak-level super experts among them. They've joined forces again. Could it be that your main tower has secretly formed an alliance with the national master and Emperor Hong? Dan Wangkai turned to look at Wang Yu and said in a deep voice, "Even if there is an alliance, it's a matter between the higher-ups. How would a small fry like me know?" Wang Yu's expression did not change, and her tone was very calm. Dan Wangkai looked at Wang Yu deeply. His eyes flashed and he continued to look at the group of people. 15 peak-level super experts and more than 29-star battle emperors. Such a lineup was really shocking. "Young master, come quickly. Otherwise, the spiritual infant tree will fall into their hands." Chapter 1494. At the same time, the golden wolf also sensed the aura of a group of people. It opened its eyes, and 2 rays of ferocious light shot out. Seeing the golden wolf looking in his direction, the middle-aged man who had escaped earlier shrank his neck, and his face was full of fear. He hid behind a white-haired old man and stared at the golden wolf with resentment. He whispered, "Elder Gua, that's him." Although the white-haired old man was old and his face was full of wrinkles, his body was as straight as a sword, and he exuded a threatening aura. Especially his eyes, they were bright and full of expression, as sharp as the edge of a blade. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the white-haired old man stopped and looked up at the golden wolf. The golden wolf turned its gaze and looked at the white-haired old man. The moment their gazes collided in the void, a murderous aura suddenly appeared. "Why did you hurt my companions?" The white-haired old man spoke in an extremely cold tone. "They broke into my territory and touched the divine infant tree. Shouldn't they be killed? Even if it's you, old bastard, who dares to touch the divine infant tree, I will kill you without hesitation. The golden wolf slowly stood up. The white-haired old man was strong enough. However, its attitude and tone were even stronger than the white-haired old man's. It did not take the old man seriously at all. The white-haired old man glanced at the divine infant tree behind the golden wolf, and his eyes were full of greed. Boom. He did not say anything else and spoke with his actions. A terrifying emperor aura appeared and swept across the sky like an invisible torrent, rushing toward the golden wolf. You'd better put away your arrogance in front of me. The golden wolf smiled coldly, and his battle chi rolled out to protect the divine infant tree. The peak 9-star combat emperor aura erupted like a volcano and collided with the white-haired old man's emperor aura. Seeing this, an old man in black hurriedly said, 9-star combat emperors, retreat. Hearing this, the 29-star combat emperors, including the middle-aged man, quickly retreated. Boom. Just as everyone retreated, the emperor aura and the ferocious emperor aura collided. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the wind howled. The earth trembled as if there was a huge earthquake, and the abyss quickly spread out. The white-haired old man and the golden wolf spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and both were forced 3 steps back. The white-haired old man in white raised his wrinkled, eagle-claw-like hand and touched the blood on his fingertips. His eyes became colder. Suddenly, he looked up at the golden wolf and said, "You can actually compete with me. You're really not simple. You are flattering me." The golden wolf snickered and pointed at the middle-aged man. Compared to him, this king is indeed much stronger. The old man in white was stunned. He turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. Then, he looked at the golden wolf suspiciously and asked, "What do you mean?" The golden wolf sneered, "No matter how cruel this emperor is, at least this king will not betray his own companions." The old man in white raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the middle-aged man again. Being stared at by so many eyes, the middle-aged man couldn't help but panic. Because he knew what the golden wolf was going to say. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and looked at the white-haired old man. "Old Gua, don't listen to that beast's nonsense." Nonsense? Who was the one who killed his companion not long ago? The golden wolf laughed. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." Old Gua stared at the golden wolf and shouted. In the distance, Dan Wangkai murmured, "This beast is smart. It knows how to sow discord. Which dire beast of this level would be an idiot?" Wang Yuer whispered. "Some people are worse than beasts." Dan Wangkai laughed. Wang Yuer glanced at Dan Wangkai and said, "Don't be so sarcastic. Although some of them are from my main pagoda, they have nothing to do with me. A woman's heart is the most vicious." Dan Wangkai sighed secretly. She didn't even care when her companion was in trouble. Why didn't he notice before that this woman was so ruthless? Could it be because young master had hurt her last time, causing her personality to change drastically? From a goddess that everyone loved, to a demoness? Speak clearly? Okay, I'll make it clear to you. The golden wolf pointed at the middle-aged man, his eyes full of disdain. He used lies to confuse his companions and used his companions' bodies as meat shields to create an opportunity for himself to escape. Otherwise, do you think he could escape from me with his pitiful strength? Is what he said true? The white-haired old man immediately turned and stared at the middle-aged man. I didn't do it. Slying, please believe in me. The middle-aged man shook his head and roared. I really feel sorry for that woman. She trusted you so much, but you plotted against her behind her back. Humans, as expected, are all sanctimonious villains. The golden wolf shook its head and sighed. The middle-aged man was furious. He roared at the golden wolf, "Beast, are you done? I'm just telling the truth. To be honest, I quite admire you. You're ruthless. However, aren't you afraid that her soul will come after you?" The golden wolf said. "She wouldn't dare." The middle-aged man roared in exasperation. However, as soon as he said that, his expression changed slightly. Wasn't that equivalent to confessing without being pressed? He quickly looked at the white-haired old man and found that the white-haired old man's expression had changed. There was a hint of murderous intent in his old eyes. He looked at the others. The others were also staring at him angrily. The middle-aged man's body suddenly turned cold. He looked at the smug golden wolf and roared, "Bastard, you schemed against me." "So what if I schemed against you?" The golden wolf sneered and looked at the white-haired old man. "Actually, the other 3 were killed by him." "What?" The white-haired old man's eyes trembled. He immediately looked at the middle-aged man and shouted, "You should be punished for murdering your companion." I really didn't," the middle-aged man said anxiously. "Why are you talking nonsense with this kind of scum?" The old man in black who had told everyone to retreat snorted from his nose. He was also a super expert at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. Shwa. He stepped on the perfect auxiliary battle technique and rushed in front of the middle-aged man. Without saying a word, he raised his big hand and slapped the middle-aged man's head. Battle chi surged in his palm. A shocking killing intent drowned the middle-aged man. "No," the middle-aged man knelt on the ground and begged. However, the old man in black had no intention of stopping. His eyes were as cold as the god of death. Seeing this, the middle-aged man immediately laughed angrily. His eyes flashed with incomparable madness. "You bastards, if you don't let me live, I won't let you have it easy either," he roared. A destructive aura rushed out from his body. In the next moment, his physical body exploded in the void. Self-destruct. The old man in black's expression changed and he roared, "Run!" The group of people turned around and fled, including the white-haired old man. They did not expect the middle-aged man to self-destruct his physical body. "Are you kidding me?" Again? Fire Qilin, Dan Wangkai, and Wang Yue also changed their expressions and fled with all their might. Boom. Crack. Ah. Destructive airwaves roared in all directions. The old man in black and his group were the first to bear the brunt. The 20-odd 9-star War Emperors were swallowed by the airwaves one after another. Without any suspense, their blood splattered on the spot. In the end, not even a strand of hair was left. Only desperate screams were left, echoing between heaven and earth and lingering for a long time. Damn it! The old man in black and a group of super experts at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm all roared angrily. Although their cultivation had reached the peak, the middle-aged man's self-destruction was too sudden. They did not have time to evacuate at all. The airwaves covered the sky and earth, destroying everything. The group of people was so anxious that they were about to explode. Beside the spiritual infantry, the golden wolf stood proudly on the ground and looked at this scene coldly. In the void above its head, a big golden bow had appeared out of nowhere. The big bow looked as if it was made of gold. Rays of divine light fell down, protecting the golden wolf and the spiritual infantry. That surging wave of air was actually completely blocked outside. That divine power has appeared again. Dan Wangkai, who was fleeing, was shocked. Wang Yue was also energized. On the other side, Fire Qilin's eyes were also shining brightly. However, the 2 men and the beast did not dare to look back. Of course, they could not see anything clearly now, because the area around the spiritual infantry was now covered in dust and a storm swept across the void and earth. As the 2 men and the beast were relatively far from the center of the explosion, they were lucky to escape in the end. However, they were also severely injured. It would be difficult for them to recover without a period of time. However, the old man in black and old Guo were not so lucky. After the 9-star War Emperors were all killed, they were swallowed by the airwaves one by one. In the end, only the old man in black and old Guo were lucky enough to survive. Unfortunately, although they had escaped, their sea of qi was shattered and their sea of consciousness was also broken. His body was also covered in wounds, lying on the broken ground, unconscious. In other words, they were now 2 disabled people. Even if they woke up now, they would not be able to do much. But Golden Wolf, because of the protection of the divine bow, he was still in peak condition. Time passed quietly. The explosion of the middle-aged man gradually subsided. Boom! Suddenly, in the dust, there was a series of loud noises. The sound was deep and powerful, but it was very rhythmic. It was like a beast was pacing and the ground was shaking. The old man in white and the old man in black also quivered and opened their eyes at the same time. Their originally sharp eyes were now full of weakness. The moment they woke up, they raised their heads and looked in the direction of the loud noises. The dust and smoke had not completely dissipated. However, they could vaguely see that a beast was approaching them bit by bit. Quick! The two hurriedly got up, turned around, and ran forward with weak steps. They had already exhausted all their strength, but their speed was still as slow as a snail. The rumbling sound was getting closer and closer. The two men were burning with anxiety and their blood-stained old faces were full of panic. "Where are you going?" Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the dust and smoke behind them. The two men turned around and immediately collapsed on the ground. A sense of hopelessness surged in their hearts. A golden beast gradually appeared. If it was not Golden Wolf, who else could it be? It revealed its true form. Its body was as huge as a mountain and it walked out of the dust and smoke step by step. As for the divine bough, it had left it with the spiritual infant tree to continue protecting it. However, at this moment, even without the divine bough, Golden Wolf's strength was enough to make them feel hopeless. In the end, Golden Wolf stopped in front of the two men. There was only a distance of about 10 meters between them. "I only used a little trick, but I didn't expect you to be completely wiped out. Are you humans all so stupid?" It looked down at the black-clothed old man and the white-clothed old man like a hunter looking at two prey. Its eyes were also full of mockery. The two men were filled with regret, especially the old man in black. If he had not tried to kill the middle-aged man would not have self-destructed. If the middle-aged man did not self-destruct, how would they have ended up like this? However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He never thought that the middle-aged man would self-destruct. Because he was confident. Killing the middle-aged man was as easy as flipping his hand. There would be no accidents. However, he never thought that because of his momentary happiness, it would lead to such a disaster, causing everyone and himself to fall into eternal damnation. Golden Wolf glanced at the two men and opened its mouth. Those white fangs made the two men's scalps go numb. "Wait!" The old man in white suddenly said. Golden Wolf was stunned. It did not stop and directly bit at the two men. The old man in white anxiously shouted, "Let us go and we'll give you pills." "Give me pills? How funny. When I devour you, your chinkuan bags will naturally be mine." Golden Wolf sneered. The old man in white froze. Seeing that Golden Wolf's bloody mouth was already in front of him, the old man in black suddenly said, "We can pledge our loyalty to you." The old man in white was stunned and quickly nodded. Yes. "As long as you let us go, we'll be your servants and serve you for the rest of our lives." "Servants?" Golden Wolf was slightly stunned. It looked at the two men for a moment and finally closed its mouth slowly. Seeing that, the two men could not help but wipe their sweat. "Be my servants." Golden Wolf looked at the two men and pondered for a while before nodding. "That's a good suggestion." The two men looked at each other and a glimmer of hope burned in their eyes. "However, you humans are all insidious and cunning creatures. I don't dare to believe your words easily." Golden Wolf said again. "We swear." The two men hurriedly said, "Swear." Golden Wolf was stunned and sneered. "If we were in the same situation now, would you believe my oath?" Yes. The two men nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Myas. Don't play this game with me." Golden Wolf shouted angrily, a fierce light flashing in its eyes. The two men shrank their necks and asked, "Then what do you want to believe us?" "I only believe in myself." Golden Wolf laughed and a light flickered on its chest. A palm-sized mark gradually formed, emitting an obscure force. If Fire Qilin, Dan Wangkai, and Wang Yu were here, they would definitely be shocked by this scene. Because this mark was the mark of the Blood Soul technique. The old man in black and the old man in white were dumbfounded. They also recognized the Blood Soul technique. In their hearts, they could not believe it. This beast actually mastered the Blood Soul technique? What a joke! Chapter 1495. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? The Golden Wolf looked at them mockingly. Their faces were filled with despair. They were just pretending to compromise. They would find a chance to escape after they repaired their sea of chi and sea of consciousness. The Golden Wolf had mastered the blood-soul technique. They were both oracles of the main tower and naturally knew the power of the blood-soul technique. Once they were controlled, the Golden Wolf could destroy their bloodline power with just a thought. If their bloodline power was destroyed, what was the difference between them and a dead person? In other words, once they were controlled by the blood-soul technique, they would be slaves for the rest of their lives. And they would be slaves to a beast. Most humans had a mind of their own. Humans were born to be superior to beasts, so their self-esteem could not bear it. This was a disgrace. The Golden Wolf glanced at them and said playfully, "Look at you. You don't seem to be willing." No. It's our honor to serve you." The two quickly waved their hands. Between life and self-esteem, they finally gave up their self-esteem and chose life. "You know what's good for you. If you dared to hesitate just now, I would have killed you." The Golden Wolf laughed. The two blood-soul technique marks turned into a stream of light and disappeared into their bodies in the blink of an eye. The blood-soul technique was quickly completed. "From now on, you are all my human pets. Calm, master, for me to hear." The Golden Wolf looked at them domineeringly. The two looked at each other and quickly got up. They bowed and said, "Greetings, master." "Not bad, not bad. It has always been us beasts who have been servants in front of you humans. Now I have broken the tradition. Two human pets who are peak 9-star combat emperors. It's so cool to bring them out. Awesome. Hand over your Qiankuan pouches to this king." The Golden Wolf laughed. The two quickly took out their Qiankuan bags and respectfully handed them to the Golden Wolf. The Golden Wolf did not check. He waved his paw and directly put the two Qiankuan bags into his sea of qi. The two's expressions changed. They quickly said, "Master, we still need pills to repair our sea of qi and sea of consciousness." The Golden Wolf turned a deaf ear. He turned around and walked toward the spiritual infant tree. The two looked at each other and quickly chased after the Golden Wolf. A short while later, the Golden Wolf walked in front of the spiritual infant tree and shrunk its body to about a meter long. It raised its head and looked at the golden bough above the spiritual infant tree. That is, when the black-clothed old man and the white-haired old man saw the divine bough, their pupils constricted. It was actually a divine artifact. "Do you know how powerful I am now? Even if that human didn't self-destruct, it would be easy for me to kill you all." Golden Wolf said proudly. I know. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Who would have thought that this bastard actually had a divine artifact? It was no wonder that they dared to be so arrogant. When most of the aftershock from the explosion had dissipated, the Golden Wolf put away its divine bough and lay down under the nascent soul tree, closing its eyes and taking a nap. "Master, what about our sea of qi and sea of consciousness?" Seeing that the Golden Wolf still refused to give them the Spirit Sea pills and Essence Soul pills, the two of them asked again. "Is this how you beg someone? Do you need this prince to teach you?" The Golden Wolf didn't open his eyes, and his tone was incomparably cold. The two of them looked at each other and knelt on the ground. They said respectfully, "Master, please grant us the Spiritual Sea pill and Essence Soul pill." "That's right. A servant should act like a servant. Don't make me remind you in the future, understand?" The Golden Wolf opened his eyes and snorted at the two of them. The two of them nodded. The Golden Wolf smiled proudly and a Qiankuan bag appeared. He looked at the two of them and said, "One each. Don't take more than that." "Yes." The two of them replied respectfully. They each found a Spirit Sea pill, Essence Soul pill, and Healing pill. They really didn't dare to take more than one. After taking the pills, the two of them respectfully returned the Qiankuan bag to the Golden Wolf. "What's going on? There are only two left? And why are they so respectful to the Golden Wolf?" At this moment, Dan Wangkai and Wang Yue lurked over again and looked at the old man in black and the white-haired old man with surprise. On the other side, the fire Qilin lurked behind a pile of rocks with a trace of suspicion in its eyes. After the Golden Wolf put away the Qiankuan bag, he closed his eyes and took a nap again. The old man in black and the white-haired old man also sat cross-legged beside the golden wolf, repairing their sea of chi and sea of consciousness. For a moment, this place fell into a dead silence. About an hour passed. The two of them opened their eyes and a terrifying aura roared out. They had already recovered to their peak state. The injuries on their bodies were basically healed. "What are you doing? Don't you know that I'm sleeping?" The golden wolf suddenly opened its eyes and said angrily. "Sorry, Master." The two of them trembled and quickly withdrew their aura. "What? Master?" The Fire Qilin, Dan Wangkai, and Wang Yuer were dumbfounded. What was going on? They actually called the golden wolf Master? Was this a dream? Under the nascent soul tree. The golden wolf glanced at the two of them fiercely and then closed its eyes again. The two of them exhaled, their faces full of fear. The white-haired old man glanced around and looked at the golden wolf. He asked cautiously, "Master, can I ask you a question?" "Speak," the golden wolf said. The white-haired old man said, "How do you know the blood soul technique?" The old man in black also looked at it suspiciously. The golden wolf was silent for a while and said casually, "Once, I encountered a human corpse, and the blood soul technique was found in his Qiankuan bag." "So that's how it is." The two of them suddenly understood. "Didn't you come here to look for treasures?" "Let me tell you, there are many treasures here. For example, I have collected a large box of perfect battle arts over the years. There are at least 50 to 60 of them." The golden wolf said proudly. "So many? Then, where are those perfect battle arts now?" The two of them were dumbfounded. 50 to 60 perfect battle arts, oh my god. This was too crazy. "Those perfect battle arts are now with my brother. If you want, wait for him to come, I will ask him to give you more than 10. The golden wolf said. "Thank you, master." The two of them hurriedly knelt on the ground and thanked him. The golden wolf said disdainfully, "Just perfect battle arts and you are so happy. How unambitious." The two of them looked at each other and said to the golden wolf, "Master, do you have other divine arts?" "Of course. However, my brother has already cultivated the divine art. You have no chance." The golden wolf said lightly, "Master, do you cultivate any divine arts?" The old man in black asked. "I don't. Back then, my brother and I accidentally found a divine treasure. There was a divine artifact and a divine art inside. I chose the divine artifact at that time, so I naturally gave the divine art to my brother." The golden wolf said, "Divine artifact? Divine art?" The two of them were shocked. At the same time, the Fire Qilin and Dan Wangkai were also extremely shocked. Not only was there a divine artifact, but there was also a divine art? Oh my god. Fortunately, they did not rush to snatch the divine infant tree. Otherwise, they would have ended up like those two. It was not until now that they understood. It turned out that the old man in black and the white-haired old man were controlled by the golden wolf's blood soul technique. Dan Wangkai turned to look at Wang Yu and said in a low voice, "Miss Yu, the people from the main tower don't seem to be very good. They're really a disgrace to the main tower." Wang Yu snorted and stared at the two old men. Her eyes were filled with a sharp light. She naturally understood the mockery in Dan Wangkai's words. He was mocking the people from the main tower for being spineless. And she could not refute that, because that was the truth. Dan Wangkai narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "But this matter also has something to do with you." "Has something to do with me?" Wang Yu was stunned and looked at him in confusion. "Of course. If you had warned them earlier, they wouldn't have killed each other and led to the annihilation of the entire team. Those two people naturally wouldn't have been controlled by the golden wolf." Dan Wangkai said. He was obviously trying to provoke Wang Yu, but Wang Yu was not moved at all. She said coldly, "Everyone has their own fate. This is their fate. Everyone has their own fate. I really underestimated you in the past, Miss Yu." Dan Wangkai said. Wang Yu said, "Time will change everything, including people's hearts." Dan Wangkai shook his head. It seemed that because of the young master's incident, this woman was really hurt. Otherwise, she would not say such words now. Whoosh! Suddenly, from the right, there was another burst of air-piercing sounds. Dan Wangkai turned around and saw 3 silhouettes dashing over from afar. They were 2 men and a woman, middle-aged. Their cultivation was at the 9-star War Emperor level. There was also a flame symbol on the clothes on their chests. Obviously, they were the oracles of the main tower. Someone else is coming. It seems that there will be no peace here today. Dan Wangkai sighed. Wang Yu's expression remained unchanged. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. At the same time, the Golden Wolf and the Old Man in Black also sensed the aura of the 3 people. It's them. When they turned and looked up, their eyes trembled slightly when they saw the 2 men and the woman. They obviously knew them. Seeing the 2 men and the woman getting closer and closer, the Old Man in Black's eyes were full of anxiety. He transmitted his voice, "Old Gua, quickly remind them secretly not to let them come over." Why should we remind them? When we were in trouble, why didn't anyone come out to help us? The white-haired old man snorted. Chapter 1496. Hearing the white-haired old man's words, the black-haired old man's pupils constricted. Do you want to drag them down with you? The white-haired old man didn't deny it. You're crazy. What good will it do us to drag them down with us? Do you really want to be a slave for this beast for the rest of your life? Old Gua, I know you're not feeling good right now, but you can't do something that's disadvantageous to the main tower. Your mentality right now is very bad. You're in trouble and you want others to be in trouble with you. You have to remember that no matter what situation you're in, you're still a member of the main tower. The black-haired old man said angrily. The white-haired old man's body trembled. What's the use of reminding them now? Can they help us get out of trouble? Nonsense. Of course they can. As long as they don't fall into the Golden Wolf's hands, they can find the Temple Master. When the Temple Master learns about our situation, he'll definitely summon people to save us. The black-haired old man said. The Temple Master he was talking about was Gong Sun Bei. Temple Master, the white-haired old man pondered for a while and sighed. The Golden Wolf has a divine artifact. Even if the Temple Master summons people, he won't be able to save us. Give up. This old man really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Whether the Temple Master can save us or not, we have to try, right? The black-haired old man said angrily. If the Golden Wolf wasn't next to him, he would have turned hostile on the spot. The white-haired old man also had a trace of hostility. He turned to look at the Golden Wolf and pointed at the black-haired old man. Master, he asked me to secretly warn those 3 people. Old Guatsu, the black-haired old man looked at the white-haired old man in disbelief. He actually betrayed him? The Golden Wolf was slightly stunned. He glanced at the black-haired old man, then looked at the white-haired old man and asked curiously, Is that so? How did he ask you to warn those 3 people? The white-haired old man said, He asked me to secretly tell them to leave this place immediately and gather people to deal with you. Bastard! The black-haired old man roared in anger. The 2 men and 1 woman who were rushing over also heard the old man's roar and were slightly stunned. When he raised his head and saw the black-clothed old man and the white-haired old man, he was pleasantly surprised. Elder Gua, Elder Yu. The 3 of them shouted as they ran. They also saw the Golden Wolf. However, at this moment, the Golden Wolf was lying on the ground motionlessly with its aura restrained. They thought that it was a spirit pet that Elder Gua and Elder Gua had subdued at the miracle. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for being stupid. Anyone who saw this scene would think the same, because no one would think that dire beasts could be above humans. In this world, there were only spirit pets and no human pets. The Golden Wolf glanced at the 2 men and the woman, then glanced at the old man in black and said, Although this king is very angry now, this king still wants to give you another chance. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. He had thought that the Golden Wolf would kill the black-clothed old man directly, but he didn't expect that he would give him a chance. The black-clothed old man was also quite surprised. He looked at the Golden Wolf and said, What chance? The Golden Wolf said, Kill them with your own hands, and this king will spare your life. This is your last chance, you have to think carefully. The black-clothed old man's face changed when he heard this. in the end. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the two men and the woman with a murderous aura. The white-clothed old man looked at the back of the black-clothed old man with murderous intent in his eyes. He turned to the golden wolf and asked, "Master, are you really going to let him go? Do you think it's possible? After killing those 3 people, this king will immediately destroy his bloodline power and let him have a taste of betraying this king." The golden wolf said. So Master first gave him hope and then let him despair. The white-haired old man nodded in realization. Only after killing them will you know that you can't escape death in the end. What can be more torturous than this? The golden wolf laughed. Master is wise. At that time, I think he will definitely collapse. The white-haired old man smiled flatteringly. You are very good, this king likes you very much. Don't worry, as long as you are this king's human pet, this king will not treat you badly. The golden wolf looked at the white-haired old man and said, Thank you, master. The white-haired old man hurriedly bowed and thanked him. What a bastard! He's worse than a dog. Dan Wangkai stared at the white-haired old man with a face full of disgust. There were many shameless people in this world, but it was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. As for the black-clothed old man, at this moment, he was only half a mile away from the 2 men and the woman. Elder Yu, we finally found you. One of the middle-aged men looked at the black-clothed old man from afar and laughed loudly. Elder Yu did not answer. He glanced at the golden wolf and the white-haired old man from the corner of his eyes and suddenly shouted to the 2 men and the woman, Don't come any closer, quickly run, we have been controlled by the golden wolf's blood-soul technique, it sent me to kill you. What? The 2 men and the woman were stunned. Controlled by the blood-soul technique? How could it be? Dan Wangkai was also stunned. He looked at the black-clothed old man and muttered to himself, This person still has some conscience. Quick! The black-clothed old man roared. Elder Yu, don't joke around. Your cultivation is so strong, how could you be controlled by a wolf cub? The 2 men and the woman laughed. This old man is not joking, quickly run, otherwise it will be too late. The black-clothed old man shouted anxiously. Looking at Elder Yu's expression, it seems that he is not joking with us? The 2 men and the woman looked at each other and raised their heads at the same time. They found that the golden wolf had already stood up with a fierce light in its eyes. Whoosh! The 3 of them immediately turned around and fled in panic. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. As the divine envoys of the main pagoda, they knew that the white-haired old man and the black-clothed old man were peak 9-star combat emperors. How could they be controlled by the golden wolf? The black-clothed old man roared, Find the palace master, you must tell him to be careful of that bastard Elder Gua, he has betrayed our main pagoda. Elder Gua betrayed the main pagoda? Waves of shock surged in the hearts of the 3. Just as the black-clothed old man finished speaking, a destructive aura suddenly rushed out from his body. Damn, he is going to self-destruct again. Dan Wangcai's expression changed and he immediately turned around to flee. But just as he turned around, the destructive aura suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, a painful scream was heard. Dan Wangcai looked back and saw that the black-clothed old man's blood vessels had burst and blood was spurting out. He looked like a man made of blood. It's the golden wolf. Wang Yuer said. Dan Wangcai looked at the golden wolf again. It turned out that the golden wolf had activated the blood-soul technique and destroyed the black-clothed old man's bloodline power. How dare you disobey in front of this king, you are courting death. Go and capture those 3 people alive for this king. As for this old man, this king will teach him a lesson. The golden wolf smiled ferociously and walked towards the black-clothed old man step by step. This is the price of being smart. The white-haired old man glanced at the black-clothed old man. There was no sympathy in his eyes. Instead, there was a trace of ridicule. Then, he used the perfect auxiliary technique and chased after the 2 men and the woman like lightning. The black-clothed old man lay on the ground, staring at the white-haired old man, and roared, Old Gua, if you still have some humanity, don't hurt them. What is humanity? Right now, I just want to try my best to live. The white-haired old man said without turning his head. You beast! How can there be a scum like you in my main pagoda? Shame. The black-clothed old man roared in grief. Bang. Suddenly, the golden wolf stepped on the black-clothed old man and shouted, "Shut up for this king. Just you wait, you will die a horrible death." The black-clothed old man roared with resentment. The golden wolf laughed and lowered his head, revealing his fangs, and laughed. "This king wants to see how much backbone you have." Finished. It bit the black-clothed old man's right arm and tore it off. His methods were extremely cruel. The heart-wrenching pain caused the black-clothed old man to scream non-stop. But from beginning to end, he did not lower his head, nor did he beg for mercy. Dan Wangkai looked at this scene and could not help but admire the black-clothed old man. Originally, seeing the black-clothed old man submit to the golden wolf, he was a little annoyed, but now he knew that this person was still a person with a bottom line and courage. Compared to the white-haired old man, he was thousands or tens of thousands of times stronger. Not bad, you actually endured it, but the more painful part is still to come. How long can you last? The golden wolf swallowed the arm that was torn off, licked its mouth, and then bit the black-clothed old man's left arm. Bastard, come at me. If this old man frowns, he's not my father and mother's son. The black-clothed old man roared. A fierce light flashed in the golden wolf's eyes, and it was about to tear off the black-clothed old man's left arm. But at this moment, a sigh rang out. The golden wolf raised its eyebrows and looked in the direction of the sound. Chapter 1497. Immediately, in everyone's line of sight, a white-haired youth walked out from behind a pile of rocks. How could it be him? Everyone present, except for the golden wolf, had a change of expression. This person was tall and straight, and his eyebrows were as sharp as swords. His long hair danced in the wind. His cultivation was not strong, but he was a 6-star combat emperor. However, just by standing there, he was like a god that had descended, giving off a great sense of oppression. "Lu Xingchen," Dan Wangkai murmured, and his eyes flashed coldly. That's right. The owner of the Sai was Lu Xingchen. 6-star combat emperor? The golden wolf saw through Lu Xingchen's cultivation and was stunned. It then stood up and said sarcastically, "Are you here to die?" Lu Xingchen was taken aback. He took a step forward and leisurely walked toward the golden wolf and the old man in black. He chuckled and said, "Death is too far away for me." The golden wolf was stunned. A mere 6-star combat emperor dared to be so arrogant in front of it? Lu Xingchen lowered his head and looked at the old man in black. He then looked up at the golden wolf and said, "I admire this person, so I plan to take him under my wing." The old man in black was stunned. "A talent like you can only use your full strength by following me. Now, as long as you agree, I will kill it immediately and give you back your freedom," Lu Xingchen said. His tone was casual, as if he was talking about something very easy. "Kill me?" The golden wolf was stunned. It then raised its head and laughed as if it had heard the funniest joke in the world. Lu Xingchen glanced at it, then looked at the old man in black and said, "Follow me, and I will make sure you become a deity. Make your decision." Become a deity? The old man in black's eyes trembled. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Following you is better than being bullied by a beast." "I agree." "Very good." Lu Xingchen faintly smiled. A strand of spiritual energy emerged and shot across the sky like lightning towards Jean Lang's forehead. "What? Divine sense?" The golden wolf, who was still laughing, immediately changed its expression when it saw the divine sense. Clang. The divine bow appeared again. The golden light shone brightly in the sky. Boom. Under the golden wolf's control, the divine bow shook the void and attacked the divine sense. There was a loud explosion. The divine bow of divine sense. His divine sense, however, was unharmed. After repelling the divine bow, he swept up the black-robed old man and returned to Lu Xingchen's side. The golden wolf took a few steps back and gloomily stared at Lu Xingchen. "You actually have such a powerful divine sense." "Or you?" "I don't think so. I can only say that your divine artifact is not strong enough." Lu Xingchen's eyes were full of disdain. In today's world, The only divine artifacts that could truly make him fearful were pale snow and the ancient castle. As for the divine bow in front of him, compared to pale snow and the ancient castle, it was many levels lower. He didn't care about it at all. With a wave of his hand, 3 strands of divine sense flew out from the top of his head and charged toward the golden wolf with terrifying power. How can this be? Isn't the first level of the divine sight only accessible to combat emperors? Why is Lu Xingchen here? He can even use divine sense. Dan Wangkai mumbled with a face full of suspicion. There's only one reason. The first level of the divine rule only recognizes the cultivation level. Although Lu Xingchen has divine sense, his cultivation level is only that of a 6-star combat emperor. Wang Yuer thought for a while and sent a telepathic message. Then who can be his opponent? Dan Wangkai raised his eyebrows. While the two were talking, the golden wolf suddenly roared and stood up. Human, don't be too arrogant. Battle chi surged out of his body and rushed toward the divine bow. Clang. In the next moment, a black-gray arrow was condensed and formed. The black light flashed and exuded a destructive aura. Kill. The golden wolf roared angrily. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed the arrow and pulled the divine bow. Suddenly, the arrow shot out and its power shook the heavens as it blasted toward the 3 divine senses. Retreat. Seeing this, Dan Wangkai immediately turned around and slipped away. Wang Yuer and the fire Qilin on the other side did not dare to delay and quickly left. What a joke! The collision between the divine sense and the divine weapon was more terrifying than the self-destruction of a 9-star combat emperor. If they did not leave this place quickly, they would definitely lose their lives. At the same time, Lu Xingchen waved his hand and sent the old man in black into the divine item. He turned into a ray of light and flew toward the spiritual infant tree. Such a big spiritual infant tree was comparable to an ultimate treasure. Moreover, he also had the pill formula of the congealing pill. Naturally, he could not let the spiritual infant tree be destroyed. In your dreams, the golden wolf roared again and again. A wave of battle chi surged out and turned into a giant black hand. It grabbed the spiritual infant tree and uprooted it. How dare you? Lu Xingchen shouted. This is mine to begin with. The golden wolf sneered and opened its wide mouth, sucking the spiritual infant tree into its mouth. Boom! At the same time, in the void, the arrow and the 3 divine senses collided. A world-destroying aura suddenly appeared. With this place as the center, it rolled out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The golden wolf spat out a mouthful of blood. Its huge body flew out and smashed into the ground with a bang. A huge crater immediately appeared. Dust flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. At the same time, Lu Xingchen was also sent flying and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Then he looked at the arrow and the 3 divine senses. The 2 madly collided in the void and made a deafening sound. Crack. But in the end, the arrow shattered. As for the 3 strands of divine sense, only one of them dissipated. The remaining 2 strands of divine sense didn't stop at all and headed straight for the golden wolf. Murderous intent filled the sky. Lu Xingchen's expression was gloomy. It was not hard to tell that he really wanted to kill. However, although the golden wolf suffered a few losses in the hands of Lu Xingchen, its aura was even more terrifying. It roared and got up. The blood chi in its body surged and a blood-colored arrow condensed with a clang. The moment the arrow appeared, the sky changed color and a strong wind rose from the ground, roaring in all directions. The aura and sharpness it emitted were several times more terrifying than the arrow earlier. This king's ability to dominate a region is not an undeserved reputation. The golden wolf cackled and the divine bow shone with a golden light. The blood-colored arrow tore through the air. A torrential blood light. From afar, it looked like a blood dragon with shocking divine might. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the blood arrow and the 2 divine senses collided. The scene was like 2 comets colliding in the sky. The divine light that erupted even covered the radiance of the 10 suns in the sky. This time round, A wisp of Lu Xingxin's divine sense was shattered instantly and blood spewed out. It's so strong. His gaze trembled. It seemed like he had underestimated the golden wolf. It was using its own blood qi to forcefully revive the divine bow. Rumble. Boom. The remaining divine sense and the blood-colored arrow collided continuously and destructive waves rolled in all directions. How terrifying. Fortunately, we left in time. Otherwise, we would have died. On the peak of a gigantic mountain in the distance, Dan Wangkai and Wang Yuer stood side by side. They looked at the surging air wave with fear. As the air wave surged, the gigantic mountain beneath their feet began to shake violently. Retreat again. Chapter 1498. Not only Dan Wangkai, but the fire Qilin also retreated again and again. After 2 self-detonations, coupled with the arrival of Lu Xingxin, the water source was almost destroyed. However, although the mountains and rivers were broken, the temperature here was still very cool. Boom. A moment passed. Lu Xingxin's remaining divine consciousness finally decided the winner with the blood-colored arrow. The final result was that the blood-colored arrow was defeated and the divine consciousness won. Lu Xingxin took a few steps back, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the golden wolf that was sent flying and said, "Burning blood to revive the bow, aren't you afraid of burning yourself?" This king's strength is not something you can imagine. The golden wolf laughed. Qi and blood surged out like a tide, continuously surging towards the golden divine bow. Clang. The divine bow trembled, and the divine power became more and more amazing. Lu Xingxin raised his eyebrows and shouted, "You are courting death." The minimum requirement to revive a divine artifact was to break through to the pseudo-god realm. But even a pseudo-god would be greatly injured after reviving a divine artifact and would need to rest for several days to recover. Not to mention a 9-star war emperor. Although the golden wolf's cultivation had reached the peak and was only 1 step away from the pseudo-god realm, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. The golden wolf's actions were undoubtedly courting death. After that, Lu Xingxin did not confront the golden wolf directly. Because using blood to revive a divine artifact would not last long. Whether it was a human or a beast, blood was limited. Once blood was exhausted, even if a god descended to the mortal world, there would be no saving him. Most importantly, using blood to forcefully revive a divine artifact would result in a backlash from the divine artifact. In other words, the divine artifact would take the initiative to plunder blood from the master's body, and it could not be interrupted until the master died. So, Lu Xingxin's plan was not to fight, to avoid the risk of losing his divine consciousness, and to slowly deal with the golden wolf, waiting for the golden wolf to bury himself. However, as time passed, the golden wolf did not show any signs of weakness, but instead became more and more vigorous. It felt as if the blood in its body was endless. What's going on? Lu Xingxin was bewildered. As everyone knew, burning one's vitality was equivalent to burning one's lifespan. As his qi and blood were depleted, he would slowly show signs of aging. But now, the golden wolf's appearance had not changed at all. It was still as strong and lively as before. Don't think that I don't know your intentions. You want to waste time with me? How naive. The golden wolf's eyes were filled with mockery. Rumble. Crack. The battle continued. Gradually, Lu Xingxin actually felt a sense of pressure. The injuries on his body also increased and became more and more serious. In the end, he could no longer avoid the battle and had no choice but to launch some counterattacks. Time passed quickly. 6 to 8 hours have already passed. How long are they going to fight for? In the distance, the fire Qilin and Dan Wangkai were both dumbfounded. The battle between Lu Xingxin and the golden wolf had already lasted for 6 to 8 hours, but it still showed no signs of ending. Originally, they all thought that Lu Xingxin would end the battle as easily as crushing dry weeds. After all, he had divine sense. But they never expected that it would turn into a protracted battle. They really couldn't figure out what ability the golden wolf had to be able to fight with Lu Xingxin for so long. Further away, the white-haired old man had already caught the 2 men and the woman. But he didn't go back. Because with his cultivation and strength, He couldn't withstand the fluctuations of the battle between Lu Xingchen and the Golden Wolf. Of course, he certainly wouldn't take the initiative to go back. He couldn't wait for the Golden Wolf to die in the hands of Lu Xingchen. In this way, he could regain his freedom. At this moment, he was standing on the edge of a cliff, looking at the battlefield from afar. He clenched his fists. He prayed silently in his heart. "Old Gua, let us go. We'll go to the temple master and ask him to gather people to save you. Don't be so stubborn." The two men and the woman begged. The white-haired old man had destroyed their sea of qi and confiscated their qiankuan bags. They were full of helplessness. "Shut up," the white-haired old man shouted coldly without turning his head, killing intent flashing in his eyes. If the Golden Wolf hadn't said that he wanted them alive, he would have killed the three of them to silence them. At the same time, in front of the exit of the Bone Canyon, there were mountains. At this moment, be it on the mountain or on the ground, there were ghost wolves everywhere. Without exception, they looked at the water source in front of them, their eyes full of worry. The fluctuations of the battle between Lu Xingchen and the Golden Wolf had already alarmed the ghost wolves in the nearby canyon. However, in the face of the terrifying fluctuations of the battle, none of the ghost wolves dared to enter the water source to help. Hundreds of miles away from the exit, a figure was running in the canyon as fast as lightning. It was Qin Feiyang. Along the way, he had been using the phantom steps to hurry, so he arrived here in advance. As for the Scorpion King, it had been napping on his shoulder. On the way, although they encountered many ghost wolves, under Qin Feiyang's tyrannical means, they were basically unimpeded. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped and looked in the direction of the water source, a trace of surprise in his eyes. "What's wrong?" The Scorpion King quivered and stood on Qin Feiyang's shoulder, scanning the front, his eyes full of murderous intent. He thought that there was a sudden attack by ghost wolves. "There seems to be a battle ahead. And have you noticed that there are obviously fewer ghost wolves around here?" Qin Feiyang said. "It seems to be the case." The Scorpion King looked around and nodded. "It seems that someone has beaten us to it again." Qin Feiyang mumbled and used the phantom steps again, rushing toward the exit. As he got closer, the fluctuations of the battle became more obvious. Gradually, Qin Feiyang frowned. There seemed to be a familiar aura in the fluctuations of the battle. Suddenly, his gaze trembled. "Lu Xingchen. It's this bastard again." There was a flash of murderous intent in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The distance of hundreds of miles was nothing to Qin Feiyang now. Soon he saw the exit. It turns out that the ghost wolves are all gathered here. The Scorpion King said, "Roar!" The ghost wolves at the exit also noticed Qin Feiyang and the Scorpion King. They immediately gritted their teeth and revealed a murderous look. "If you want to die, then bring it on." The Scorpion King sneered. A 9-star combat Emperor Ghost Wolf jumped down from the top of the mountain and landed at the exit. He stared at the Scorpion King in disgust and said, "You bastard, you're actually a dog for a human. You're simply a disgrace to us beasts. Be careful with your words." The Scorpion King was furious. "If you have the ability to do it, why are you afraid of us saying it?" Another 9-star combat Emperor Ghost Wolf stood in front of the exit and laughed coldly. Qin Feiyang said, "I'm not interested in you guys. Get out of the way." He didn't stop and went straight to the exit. "If you want to go over, then let's see if you have the ability." The two ghost wolves roared and revealed their true forms. They were like mountains and rushed toward Qin Feiyang fiercely. Pumph! Qin Feiyang snorted through his nose. Both of his hands shot out and punched out. Roar! Boom! Accompanied by two loud sounds, the two ghost wolves were suddenly sent flying. Their huge bodies were bleeding profusely. Qin Feiyang didn't stop and directly swept past them. "Stop him. We can't let him meet up with another human. Otherwise, Lord Golden Wolf King will be in danger." The two ghost wolves immediately roared anxiously when they saw this. The ghost wolves around the exit suddenly swarmed forward and blocked Qin Feiyang's path. "You're courting death." The Scorpion King was furious and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Qin Feiyang stopped the Scorpion King and turned to look at the two ghost wolves. he said. You just said that the one fighting in front is the Golden Wolf King? The two beasts nodded. Not bad. Qin Feiyang was surprised. He knew Lu Xingqian's strength very well. The fact that the Golden Wolf King dared to fight with him meant that his strength was not simple. The Scorpion King asked, "How long have they been fighting?" "It should have been more than 8 hours. The two beasts said. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He originally thought that it had just begun, but he didn't expect that the battle had already been going on for more than 8 hours. What did the Golden Wolf King use to fight with Lu Xingqian? Interesting. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He turned around and leaped over the layers of wolves, rushing into the water source like lightning. What should we do? The wolves looked at the two 9-star combat Emperor Ghost Wolves. Nonsense, of course we should inform Lord Wolf King as soon as possible. If we don't come, Lord Golden Wolf King will be in danger. The two beasts roared. Howl! Immediately, deafening wolf howls resounded through the White Bones Canyon one after another. As soon as he entered the water source, Qin Feiyang could clearly sense the Golden Wolf King's aura. It was even stronger than Lu Xingqian's aura. How could this be? Could it be that Lu Xingqian's strength is not as strong as the Golden Wolf King's? But doesn't Lu Xingqian have divine consciousness? No wonder. Could it be that his spiritual awareness has been exhausted? Qin Feiyang was surprised. A terrifying wave of energy surged toward them. The strong wind turned into tornadoes, sweeping in all directions. But Qin Feiyang did not stop at all. The Scorpion King asked suspiciously, "Boss, why are you in such a hurry? It's not too late for us to reap the benefits when both sides are injured." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Scorpion King was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Because of the Silver Wolf King." The Silver Wolf King? The Scorpion King was stunned and wondered, "Boss, wait, isn't the Silver Wolf King already far behind us? Why are you still thinking about it?" "At first, I had the same idea as you. I thought that by activating the Phantom Steps, I could completely shake off the Silver Wolf King. But later I thought about it carefully. Since the Silver Wolf King has so many perfect battle skills in his treasure, then it is very likely that he also has perfect auxiliary battle skills. If that's the case, then the distance between us and him hasn't actually widened." Qin Feiyang said. "It shouldn't be possible. Because if he really has perfect auxiliary battle skills, he would have activated them when he was chasing us from the beginning. Then he would have caught up with us before we looted his treasure. After all, we looted the treasure and waited until dawn before you used Phantom Steps to hurry on." The Scorpion King said. "That makes sense. However, things might change if we delay. Whether the Silver Wolf King has perfect auxiliary battle skills or not, we have to take down Lu Xingqian and the Golden Wolf King as soon as possible." Qin Feiyang said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. The Scorpion King nodded. Qin Feiyang thought again and said, "I don't think you can interfere in this matter. Go to the castle and wait for my orders." Chapter 1499. After sending the Scorpion King to the castle, Qin Feiyang restrained his aura and approached the center of the battlefield. Not long after, Lu Xingqian and the Golden Wolf King came into sight. Looking at the man and beast, Qin Feiyang's face was full of disbelief. The current situation was actually Lu Xingqian being suppressed. How was this possible? The Golden Wolf King was only at the peak realm. Even if he had a divine artifact, this shouldn't happen. Could it be? Could the Golden Wolf King's divine artifact be compared to Chang Shui's? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled slightly. He quickly scanned the void above and immediately saw the golden bow. It was indeed a divine artifact. Looking at the divine bow, Qin Feiyang's eyes were burning with passion. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have discovered something. A hint of surprise crawled up his face. He lowered his head and looked at the Golden Wolf King, then looked up at the divine bow. He was instantly dumbfounded. The Golden Wolf King was actually using blood and qi to revive. This guy, did he want to die? Qin Feiyang hesitated. His original plan was to get rid of Lu Xingqian first. Because in his opinion, Lu Xingqian was a greater threat than the Golden Wolf King. But now, it seemed that the Golden Wolf King was a greater threat than Lu Xingqian. It has been going on for 6 to 8 hours, using blood and qi to revive the divine artifact. How did you do it? Lu Xingqian suddenly shouted. What? It has been going on for 6 to 8 hours. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened as he stared at the Golden Wolf King. His face was full of disbelief. As far as he knew, a peak 9-star combat emperor could only use blood and qi to revive the divine artifact for 100 breaths at most. Even if the Golden Wolf King's blood and qi were more vigorous than others, it couldn't last for 6 to 8 hours. He looked at the man and beast, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze once again fell on the divine bow. The reason why the Golden Wolf King was so strong was all because of the godly bow. Without the divine bow, even if it had endless qi and blood, it would be useless. Gradually, a smile crept onto Qin Feiyang's face, and he quietly swept behind Lu Xingqian. That was right. His first target was Lu Xingqian. Lu Xingqian was too cunning, and he also had a spatial divine item. If he didn't kill him in one blow, it would be very difficult to find another opportunity. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. After hiding behind Lu Xingqian, Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate at all. He took out the Chang Shui and attacked. The Golden Wolf King, who was having a good time with Lu Xingqian, immediately noticed Qin Feiyang. Because it and Lu Xingqian were standing opposite each other, it could see Qin Feiyang as soon as he appeared. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation wasn't good, and hurriedly gestured for the Golden Wolf King to keep quiet. He believed that the Golden Wolf King would definitely understand. The Golden Wolf King did indeed understand Qin Feiyang's meaning, but it was afraid that this was a trap deliberately set up by Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian. On the surface, it looked like they were attacking Lu Xingqian, but in fact, they wanted to numb it and take the opportunity to attack it. Therefore, in a moment of desperation, it made a decision. Retreat. Seeing the Golden Wolf King suddenly retreat, Lu Xingqian naturally became suspicious. He hurriedly turned his head, and when he saw Qin Feiyang, his expression changed, and he instantly disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Qin Feiyang was furious. This Golden Wolf King was really stupid. Such a good opportunity was wasted just like that. The Golden Wolf King sized up Qin Feiyang and said, "You humans can't be trusted, so don't blame me." Qin Feiyang put away the Chang Shui and said with a smile, "I don't blame you, but you have to bear the consequences." Trying to scare me? The Golden Wolf King sneered. Qin Feiyang said, "What do you think?" The Golden Wolf King said, "Then tell me, what consequences do I have to bear?" Ah! With a faint laugh, Lu Xingqian appeared beside Qin Feiyang. He looked at the Golden Wolf King and said, "The consequences that Brother Qin mentioned are that we will join forces to kill you. You are indeed the same kind of people." The Golden Wolf King's eyes darkened. No. Our relationship isn't what you think it is. Brother Qin did want to kill me just now. If you hadn't suddenly retreated, I would have been dead by now. Lu Xingqian waved his hand. He wanted to kill you, and you still call him brother? And now you're saying that you want to join forces to kill me? What's the relationship between the two of you? The Golden Wolf King sized up the two of them suspiciously. Lu Xingqian chuckled and said, "Our relationship is quite complicated. I can't explain it clearly in a short time." Qin Feiyang said, "Even if I tell you, you might not understand." The Golden Wolf King was stunned. Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. There was a strong sense of mockery in his laughter. "Do you think that I'm afraid of you just because you joined forces? Come, let me see how capable you all are." The Golden Wolf King stood up, and his aura surged. He was like a beast god that had descended, looking down on all directions. However, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingqian turned a blind eye to all of this. They even treated the Golden Wolf King as heir. Lu Xingqian asked, "Brother Qin, how should we split the divine bow? What do you think?" Qin Feiyang asked. "We'll use our own methods. What do you think?" Lu Xingqian said. "Agreed." Qin Feiyang nodded. Preposterous, preposterous. You're not taking me seriously at all." The Golden Wolf King was furious. his chi and blood surged and condensed into two blood-colored arrows. Divine power swept in all directions and shot towards Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. Brother Qin, the power of these arrows is a little terrifying. You have to be careful. Of course, I also believe that you'll have a way to deal with it. Lu Xingchen chuckled. A wisp of divine consciousness swept out and met one of the blood-colored arrows without looking back. You want to see me embarrass myself? Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "You don't have to worry about it. Just take care of yourself." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying divine power emerged. Sensing the divine power, Lu Xingchen and the Golden Wolf King immediately looked over and saw a purple gold armor appear on Qin Feiyang's body. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "Look at my memory. I actually forgot that the Crocodile Emperor's armor has been given to you." "What? That's the Crocodile Emperor's armor?" The Golden Wolf King's eyes trembled. Qin Feiyang attacked decisively. Without any fancy moves, he directly punched the blood-colored arrows. The fist and the blood-colored arrows collided with a loud bang. Accompanied by a loud clang, Qin Feiyang was sent flying on the spot with blood gushing out of his mouth. However, the blood-colored arrows were also shattered by Qin Feiyang's punch. At the same time, Lu Xingchen also shattered another arrow and laughed. "Brother Qin, it's rare for us to team up in a battle. Let's go all out, okay?" "As you wish." Divine Dragon Seal. Qin Feiyang raised his head and roared. The Divine Dragon Seal appeared in the sky like a huge mountain. It carried a monstrous divine power and suppressed the Golden Wolf King. Lu Xingchen also waved his hand. His divine consciousness swept across the sky and charged towards the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King's eyes darkened. His divine bow shone brightly and faced the Divine Dragon Seal. Boom! The Divine Dragon Seal was shattered immediately. However, Lu Xingchen's divine consciousness also blasted towards the divine bow. With a clang, the divine bow was sent flying and smashed into the ground in the distance. "Awesome. Brother Qin, did you see that? If we team up, who can compete with us? I hope you can reconsider my suggestion. Let's team up and fight together and divide the world equally." Lu Xingchen laughed. "Not interested." Qin Feiyang replied coldly. He activated the battle art and used the phantom steps to rush towards the Golden Wolf King. "You're courting death." The Golden Wolf King was enraged. Battle chi surged and a black battle axe instantly appeared above his head. The battle axe was a few hundred feet long and its sharpness was shocking. "Indeed, you have mastered a battle art. It's just a perfect battle art. What can it do to me?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. At this moment, he activated 2 layers of defense. He was not afraid of Lu Xingchen's divine consciousness, let alone a perfect battle art. Thinking back to when he was in Crocodile's territory, he relied on these 2 layers of defense to fight against Lu Xingchen and was in an invincible position. He threw a punch. It was simple and violent. The battle axe shattered. The Golden Wolf King spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Lu Xingchen's divine consciousness streaked across the sky and pierced through the Golden Wolf King's body, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole with blood gushing out. Qin Feiyang said coldly, "Now answer me. Can you bear the consequences?" The Golden Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang and then at Lu Xingchen. It could not help but feel regretful. When Qin Feiyang sneaked an attack on Lu Xingchen, it should not have thought so much. Otherwise, Lu Xingchen would have died at the hands of Qin Feiyang. Without Lu Xingchen, it would not have to expend so much effort to deal with Qin Feiyang. Of course, there was no medicine for regret in this world. It was a disaster that it had caused. No matter how bitter it was, it had to be swallowed. Rumble. With the addition of Qin Feiyang, it was a one-sided battle. Even the Golden Wolf King's resurrection bow was useless. After all, whether it was Lu Xingchen or Qin Feiyang, they had too many trump cards in their hands. The Golden Wolf King retreated step by step. A sense of fear slowly rose in its heart. But now, even if it wanted to escape, it had to get the permission of Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. The Golden Wolf King dodged in a panic while secretly transmitting its voice to Qin Feiyang. Human, let's talk. Talk about what? Qin Feiyang said. The Golden Wolf King said secretly, let's work together to kill him, and then I'll give you a big treasure. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly and said, the big treasure you're talking about should be the treasures in the Silver Wolf King's lair. How do you know? The Golden Wolf King was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, it's very simple. Those treasures are now in my pocket. What? The Golden Wolf King's body trembled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he transmitted his voice. If you're willing to give me the divine bow, I can agree to work together with you. In your dreams, the Golden Wolf King roared. Then, with the divine bow, it turned around and began to escape with a mysterious footwork. Wanna leave? No way. Lu Xingchen roared and quickly blocked in front of the Golden Wolf King, two wisps of divine consciousness madly attacking. Qin Feiyang also quickly chased and blocked the Golden Wolf King's rear. The 4 moves of Ruins of End and the 3 moves of Moon Eclipse bombarded the Golden Wolf King. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King was really forced into a corner. With a painful howl, it fell to the ground with heavy injuries. The divine bow also fell to the ground, and its light quickly dimmed. Whoosh! Lu Xingchen looked at the divine bow, and his eyes shone. He immediately executed a perfect support-type battle technique and rushed toward the divine bow. Don't even think about it. Chapter 1500. However, just as the two of them were about to reach the divine bow, they gave up on the divine bow and turned to grab the Golden Wolf King. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen did not expect this sudden turn of events. The two of them were stunned and looked at each other at the same time. Lu Xingchen grinned and said, it seems that we have the same idea. I have to admit that we have quite a tacit understanding. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's right. Their target was not the divine bow but the Golden Wolf King. Of course. In the beginning, their target was indeed the divine bow. After all, it was a divine artifact. However, after witnessing the Golden Wolf King's ability, they changed their target to the Golden Wolf King. What they valued was the Golden Wolf King's vitality. The Golden Wolf King's resurrection of the divine bow had endless vitality. Although they did not know what was going on, just this point alone made the Golden Wolf King more valuable than the divine bow. Therefore, they were willing to give up the divine bow to get the Golden Wolf King. But who would have thought that the two of them had the same idea? Damn, am I a cake? You guys are fighting over it. Do you still have any respect for me? The Golden Wolf King was furious. Shut up. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen shouted at the same time. Lu Xingchen reached out and grabbed the Golden Wolf King's tail. Qin Feiyang also dove down and reached out his arm to grab the Golden Wolf King's front leg. The two of them pulled hard, and the Golden Wolf King immediately rose into the air and hovered in the air. It's broken, it's broken. Let go. The Golden Wolf King howled in pain. The two of them ignored it and looked up at each other angrily. I don't want the divine artifact. Give it to me, Qin Feiyang said. In your dreams, Lu Xingchen sneered. The two of them couldn't help but increase their strength. The tail is really broken. You two bastards, hurry up and let go. I can't take it anymore. My skin is open and bleeding. The Golden Wolf King howled and cursed. However, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen turned a deaf ear to it. One of them grabbed the Golden Wolf King's tail and the other grabbed the Golden Wolf King's front leg, as if they were in a tug-of-war. The Golden Wolf King's tail and front legs really did split open, and blood flowed out. Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows and looked at the Golden Wolf King. Golden Wolf King, I am the Emperor of the Heavenly Sun Empire. I have countless treasures. As long as you follow me, I guarantee that you will have no worries for the rest of your life. Ah! The Golden Wolf King was stunned. Qin Feiyang sneered and looked at Lu Xingchen. What's the use of treasures for people and beasts at our level of cultivation? That makes sense. It's really useless. The Golden Wolf King nodded. He rolled his eyes and smiled obsequiously. Since you have the same goal, why don't you sit down and talk? Why make a fuss? Let go. I can't hold on any longer. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You let go first. Do you think I'm an idiot? Once I let go, you'll send it to the divine artifact. What can I do? You have to let go first. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Lu Xingchen said, you also have a divine artifact. What you're worried about is naturally what I'm worried about. Don't let go. It's fine as long as you don't pull. This prince's old body really can't withstand your torment. The Golden Wolf King said helplessly. Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and said, can I? Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them retracted their strength at the same time. The Golden Wolf King felt better this time. He said, I can see that the two of you are not simple. It doesn't matter who I follow, but the premise is that you have to give me satisfactory conditions. The Golden Wolf King added, let me say this in advance. Ordinary things don't catch my eye. Lu Xingchen asked, then what do you want? What do I want? The Golden Wolf King pondered for a moment and said, for example, a perfect auxiliary battle art. Right, it has to be suitable for me to cultivate. A perfect auxiliary battle art? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He frowned and said, don't you have it? The Golden Wolf King said, I have it, but my brother doesn't. The Silver Wolf King? Qin Feiyang asked. Although we have found many perfect auxiliary battle arts over the years, we have only found one that is suitable for us to cultivate. Since my brother gave it to me, I naturally have to help him find one. Of course, it would be better if there is an auxiliary battle art suitable for us to cultivate. The Golden Wolf King chuckled. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal guy. Qin Feiyang said. But in his heart, he was secretly relieved. The Silver Wolf King didn't have a perfect auxiliary battle art, so there was no way he could rush over to meet up with the Golden Wolf King in a short period of time. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed and said, I don't have any auxiliary battle arts or battle arts suitable for you to cultivate, but I have a potential pill that can help you open all the doors of potential. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen in astonishment. He used his trump card so quickly? One had to know. Opening the door of potential had an irresistible temptation to any person or beast. Qin Feiyang also immediately looked at the Golden Wolf King and said, I also have a potential pill. Lu Xingchen said angrily, I gave you your pill scripture. Don't make it sound so nice. I got the pill scripture with my own ability. What does it have to do with you? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Why are you being so unreasonable? Lu Xingchen gritted his teeth. What I said is reasonable, Qin Feiyang said. The Golden Wolf King hurriedly interrupted the two and said in surprise, Are you sure you're not joking? Of course. The two nodded at the same time. Not only are you so strong, but you also have such a heaven-defying pill? What kind of monsters are you? The Golden Wolf King was dumbfounded. As I said, I used to be a war god. If you follow me, not only can I help you open the door of potential, but I can also help you comprehend the profound meaning of becoming a god. You have to know that in today's world, a real war god is already peerless. With my help, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Lu Xingchen looked at the Golden Wolf King and said, Really? Don't treat me as a 3-year-old kid. The Golden Wolf King looked at Lu Xingchen doubtfully. Lu Xingchen said proudly, If I wasn't a war god in the past, would I have divine sense now? That's true. The Golden Wolf King nodded and said to Qin Feiyang, What about you? What conditions can you offer that I'm interested in? Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xingchen, then looked at the Golden Wolf King and said, Although I'm not a war god, there are countless dire beasts following me, such as the Crocodile Emperor, the Scorpion Emperor, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor. They're all by my side now. Is that so? The Golden Wolf King was surprised. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Scorpion Emperor and the other 3 beasts appeared out of thin air. The Golden Wolf King was stunned and cursed angrily, Bastards, you actually followed a human. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel ashamed? On the contrary, I feel that it's an honor to follow Boss Qin. Wolf Cub, you should choose Boss Qin. He treats us dire beasts very well, just like family. The 4 beasts instigated. Family? The Golden Wolf King was stunned. I'm not lying to you. You know our character. If Boss Qin doesn't treat us well, would we follow him so loyally? especially little crocodile. Even the divine armor was willingly given to Boss Qin. You can imagine how good Boss Qin is as a person. On the other hand, Lu Xingchen. Speaking of this, the eyes of the Scorpion Emperor and the other three beasts were filled with shocking murderous intent. What happened to him? The Golden Wolf King was surprised. The Scorpion Emperor said coldly, "He slaughtered all our people. His methods are extremely ruthless." Lu Xingchen's pupils shrank. What? The Golden Wolf King's expression changed. The Crocodile Emperor shouted, "Lu Xingchen, you dare to say that you didn't kill our people?" Lu Xingchen was silent. "It seems that you admit it. I swear that I will kill you with my own hands." The Crocodile Emperor said each word with a murderous intent. The Scorpion Emperor, the Ant Emperor, and the Spider Emperor said sternly. Lu Xingchen glanced at the four beasts, his eyes flickering. The Golden Wolf King also looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen, his eyes rolling. Suddenly, battle aura surged. The Golden Wolf King cut off his own tail. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment and was overjoyed. He quickly let go of the Golden Wolf King and protected the Golden Wolf King behind him. The Golden Wolf King poked his head out and looked at Lu Xingchen. "You're too inhumane. I'd better stay away from you." Lu Xingchen did not say a word. He turned around and dashed toward the divine bow. He did not get the Golden Wolf King. If he did not get the divine bow, then all his efforts would have been in vain. The Crocodile Emperor shouted, "Wolf Cub, don't let him succeed. It won't be that easy." The Golden Wolf King smiled coldly. His blood chi surged, and the divine bow shone brightly. A monstrous aura rushed out. Caught off guard, Lu Xingchen was immediately pushed back. At the same time, Qin Feiyang took a step forward and dashed in front of Lu Xingchen. He took out the ancient castle and smashed it toward Lu Xingchen's head without saying a word. "Boss, smash his head." The Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts could not help but roar. But just as the ancient castle was about to fall, Lu Xingchen suddenly disappeared without a trace. "Bastard! He escaped like that. He's really lucky." The Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts were furious. Seeing this, the Golden Wolf King suddenly grinned. Boom! A monstrous aura surged and blasted Qin Feiyang, the Crocodile Emperor, and the other beasts away. Then, the Golden Wolf King took the divine bow and dashed toward the White Bone Canyon without looking back. "Wolf Cub, you bastard! We're not done with you." Qin Feiyang, the Crocodile Emperor, and the other beasts did not expect this. Bang! Bang! The man and the four beasts crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. They were dizzy. "TSK, a bunch of trash. You want to fight with me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Qin Feiyang, right? Just you wait. When my brother comes, I'll let you know why flowers are so beautiful." The Golden Wolf King laughed without even turning his head. He was extremely pleased with himself. Qin Feiyang dashed out of the deep pit and looked at the Golden Wolf King's back. His face was full of anger. "This bastard is really cunning." Swish! At this moment, Lu Xingchen appeared out of thin air again. He looked at Qin Feiyang and mocked, "Now I feel better. All my efforts were in vain." "Is that so? You must have used up a lot of your divine sense after fighting with the Golden Wolf King for a few hours." Chapter 1501. Lu Xingchen clenched his fists. Originally, he wanted to see Qin Feiyang's dejected look, but he didn't expect Qin Feiyang to say such words. His face suddenly darkened, because in the process of fighting with the Golden Wolf King, he had indeed consumed a lot of his divine sense. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang had only suffered a little injury, and the loss was almost negligible. In short, Qin Feiyang was mocking him. He had used up so much divine sense, but in the end, it was all for naught. He didn't get anything. "I really don't want to open your scars. But there's no other way. You're just so insensible. Last time in the water source of the crocodile, you lost more divine sense than this time, right? But what did you get in the end? You didn't even get a fruit of creation. And now it's the same again. Why are you so unlucky? I can't help but start to sympathize with you." Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. Lu Xingqian's fists clenched tighter and tighter. But this is heaven's will. You can't force it. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and laughed. Don't be sarcastic. These 2 times, if you hadn't interfered, would things have turned out this way? Lu Xingqian roared, unable to contain the anger in his heart. Is it my fault? Qin Feiyang was stunned. If it's not your fault, whose fault is it? Like this time, if you hadn't interfered, the Golden Wolf King might have been subdued by me. I'm really unlucky to always run into a jinx like you. Lu Xingqian said angrily, his face as dark as water. I'm a jinx? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment before he said in dissatisfaction, I don't like what you just said. When I first arrived, you were clearly at a disadvantage. It was only because of my participation that you started to turn the situation around. Then should I thank you? Lu Xingqian sneered. Of course. According to the situation at the time, if nothing unexpected happened, you would have been skinned even if you didn't die. Don't you think you should thank me? Qin Feiyang said confidently. Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. I admit defeat these 2 times. Let's continue next time. Also, I only killed the Scorpion King's people. Crocodile Emperor and Spider Emperor's people were not killed by me. I, Lu Xingqian, dare to take responsibility for my actions, but I don't want to take the blame for others. With that, Lu Xingqian turned around and strode away. What? He didn't kill our people? The Spider Emperor and Crocodile Emperor looked at each other with bewilderment in their eyes. Crocodile Emperor said angrily, If it's not you, then who is it? Zhuge Mingyang. Lu Xingqian said. Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. He took a step in front of Lu Xingqian and said in a deep voice, You and I both know his cultivation level. It's impossible for him to have such ability. Lu Xingqian said, That's what I'm wondering too. Zhuge Mingyang clearly died in my hands, but now he suddenly came back to life. Why do I feel that he's somewhat similar to you in the past? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that I've possessed Zhuge Mingyang? Lu Xingqian raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, how do you explain it? Qin Feiyang said. What a joke. If it's really me, would I deny it? Moreover, we're not even together. How can I possess him? Lu Xingqian said angrily. Then what's going on? Qin Feiyang's brows were tightly knitted. You're asking me? I'm the one who wants to ask you. Lu Xingqian glared at him and walked past Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lu Xingqian's back. His eyes flickered. Boss, are we letting him go just like that? He admitted it himself. He's the one who killed Little Scorpion's people. Aren't we going to avenge Little Scorpion? Crocodile Emperor said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. As long as the Space Divine item is still there, we can't kill him. Fighting with him is a waste of time. And Emperor said, So we're just going to let it go like that? Qin Feiyang looked at Crocodile Emperor and Spider Emperor, then turned to Scorpion Emperor. Scorpion Emperor lowered his head and looked extremely lonely. Well, remember this. When I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely kill him and avenge your people. Qin Feiyang comforted. Scorpion Emperor nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts and said, And you guys, don't worry. If I can kill Zhuge Mingyang once, I can kill him a second time. The 3 beasts also nodded. Scorpion Emperor asked, Then what should we do next? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, Let's find Dan Wangkai and Fire Qilin first, then deal with the Golden Wolf King and Silver Wolf King. Finished. He closed his eyes and sensed the location of Dan Wangkai and Fire Qilin. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of joy, and said, Dan Wangkai and Fire Qilin are nearby. But Scorpion Emperor asked. Qin Feiyang laughed. Dan Wangkai is in the north, Fire Qilin is in the south. Scorpion Emperor said, Then quickly call them over. Qin Feiyang nodded. Boom. However, at this moment, suddenly, a loud sound came from the south, shaking the sky. Following closely, a furious roar could be heard. This is Fire Qilin's voice. Could it be that Lu Xingchen found it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Crocodile Emperor said, No, Lu Xingchen just went to the southwest direction. The direction is a little off. It is impossible to find Fire Qilin. Qin Feiyang's face sank, and with a wave of his hand, Ling Yunfei and the white-eyed wolf appeared. Qin Feiyang immediately looked at Ling Yunfei and the white-eyed wolf and said, You guys go find Dan Wangkai, I'll go find Fire Qilin, come and meet me later. After that, Qin Feiyang reminded again, Be careful of Lu Xingchen, according to his character, it is very likely that he will return. Ling Yunfei and the white-eyed wolf nodded, turned around, and rushed to the north. Qin Feiyang did not delay, and used the phantom steps, and rushed to the place where Fire Qilin was. The Scorpion Emperor and the other 3 beasts became palm-sized, lying on his left and right shoulders. After 10 breaths, in the distance, a majestic mountain ridge appeared. Qin Feiyang stopped and looked at the mountain ridge. Suddenly, he looked at a certain place in the mountain ridge, and there was a familiar aura there. And this aura was not concealed at all. It was as if it was not afraid of being discovered. Crocodile Emperor asked, Is it Zhuge Mingyang? It is him. Although it is far and I can't see clearly, I am too familiar with his aura, I will never forget it. Qin Feiyang said. Crocodile Emperor was surprised. Could it be that Fire Qilin is in his hands? Impossible. I know Zhuge Mingyang. When he captured me, he was only a 3-star combat emperor. He could not do anything to Fire Qilin. Spider Emperor said. So weak? Then how did he kill our clansmen? Crocodile Emperor was shocked. I don't know. Spider Emperor shook his head. Let's not worry about this first. Fire Qilin's roar came from the mountain ridge, but why can't I sense its aura? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The 4 beasts looked at each other, and looked at Qin Feiyang at the same time, and said, There is only one explanation, Fire Qilin has been killed. What? Qin Feiyang's face turned pale. But immediately, he shook his head hard and said, Impossible. But the 4 beasts were puzzled. Zhuge Mingyang did not conceal his aura, which means that he is deliberately waiting for me here. And he knows my methods, it is impossible for him to kill me. So even if Fire Qilin is in his hands, he is not willing to kill it. Qin Feiyang said. Then why does he want to use Fire Qilin? Crocodile Emperor was suspicious. Using Fire Qilin to threaten me. If Fire Qilin really fell into his hands, I think his Qi Si should have been destroyed by him, so we can't sense Fire Qilin's aura. Qin Feiyang guessed. That makes sense. The 4 beasts nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at the Ant Emperor and smiled. It's time to use your ability. My ability? The Ant Emperor was stunned. Your ability? Do you still remember how you dealt with me when we first met? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The Ant Emperor was stunned for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, I understand, you are talking about this Emperor's innate ability, transformation. That's right. You transform into my appearance and confuse Zhuge Mingyang. I will activate the concealment technique and sneak over to rescue Fire Qilin. Qin Feiyang said. All right. The Ant Emperor nodded and jumped down from Qin Feiyang's shoulder. When it landed on the ground, its body immediately emitted a bloody light. In the next moment, a living Qin Feiyang appeared in front of everyone. Blood-red eyes, blood-red hair, almost no different from Qin Feiyang's original body. Qin Feiyang then activated the Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts and said, The 3 of you follow the Ant Emperor, just in case. All right. The Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts jumped up and landed on the Ant Emperor's shoulder. Be careful, don't reveal any flaws. Qin Feiyang warned. Don't worry, even you couldn't tell the difference back then, let alone him. The Ant Emperor smiled confidently, then took a step forward and rushed towards the mountain ridge. Qin Feiyang also activated the concealment technique and silently sneaked over. Not long later, 1 man and 4 beasts arrived at the mountain ridge. Immediately, a figure that could not be more familiar entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. It was Zhuge Mingyang. He stood on top of the mountain ridge, his entire body emitting an imposing aura as he stepped on a fiery red beast with one foot. That beast was the fire Qilin. Qin Feiyang could clearly see that in the fire Qilin's abdomen, there was a fist-sized bloody hole that was bleeding. Sure enough, his Qi was crippled. The Ant Emperor muttered secretly, "I'm sorry, I've implicated you again." The fire Qilin looked at the Ant Emperor and sighed, as if it could not tell the truth. "Why are you being so polite between us?" The Ant Emperor chuckled, raised his head and looked at Zhuge Mingyang and said, "I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." Yeah. Zhuge Mingyang nodded and joked, "Are you surprised to see that I'm still alive?" Of course I'm surprised that a person who was clearly dead suddenly jumped out. But it doesn't matter to me. Anyway, it's just a clown. It can't cause any big waves. The Ant Emperor said disdainfully. "A clown?" Zhuge Mingyang muttered. "Ha!" Suddenly. He raised his head and laughed loudly, looked at the Ant Emperor and said, "Do you believe that one day I, this clown, will be able to consign you to eternal damnation? Is that so?" Chapter 1502. Looking at the Ant Queen's arrogant attitude, Zhuge Mingyang frowned and said, "You really haven't changed at all. No matter when, in front of anyone, you still feel that you are superior." "I can't help it. That's how I am. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. When have you, Zhuge Mingyang, ever been polite to me?" "Of course I won't be polite to you," the Ant Emperor said indifferently. "Ha, what a good you're not polite. Since that's the case, let's shed all pretense of cordiality." Zhuge Mingyang laughed. "Do you still have any shame?" the Ant Emperor asked. Zhuge Mingyang ignored the Ant Emperor's sarcasm and stepped on the fire Qilin under his feet. He laughed and said, "Do you want it to live?" The Ant Emperor nodded. Zhuge Mingyang said, "Then we'll use the castle and Chang Shui in exchange. Listen carefully, there's no room for negotiation." "Castle Chang Shui," the Ant Emperor murmured and sneered, "your appetite is really big. Aren't you afraid of exploding?" "That's none of your business. Hand it over immediately or else," Zhuge Mingyang laughed sinisterly. Although he only said half of it, everyone understood that he wanted to kill the fire Qilin. The Ant Emperor frowned. "You don't have time to think, and you don't have a choice." Zhuge Mingyang's eyes turned cold and his aura exploded. A wisp of battle qi shot out from his fingertip and into the fire Qilin's body like an arrow. Immediately, another bloody hole appeared and divine blood splattered everywhere. "What?" 7-star combat emperor. The Ant Emperor and the others trembled. Qin Feiyang, who was approaching the fire Qilin, also had a face full of disbelief. Last time in the Spider Emperor's territory, Zhuge Mingyang's cultivation was only a 3-star combat emperor. How long had it been? He had actually surpassed him and stepped into the 7-star combat emperor realm. How did this person achieve such a leap in breakthrough? "Are you surprised by my cultivation? Are you surprised?" Actually, I still have to thank you properly. It was you who allowed me to transform into what I am today. To repay you, I won't kill you, because I want you to watch with your own eyes as I ascend to the top of this world step by step. I want everything in this world to submit to me, Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang threw his head back and laughed maniacally. His long hair danced wildly in the air like a demonic god. But suddenly, a sharp pain came from his lower abdomen. The laughter stopped abruptly. Zhuge Mingyang lowered his head and looked at his lower abdomen. Immediately, he saw a vigorous hand holding a dagger in front of his lower abdomen. The dagger seemed to be made of divine jade, shining with divine light. The entire blade had sunk into his lower abdomen. Fresh blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground. "This is Chang Shui." Zhuge Mingyang felt as if he was struck by lightning. In the next instant, Qin Feiyang appeared in front of him. "How is this possible?" Zhuge Mingyang's eyes trembled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then, he looked at the Ant King with a face full of shock. How could there be two Qin Feiyang? Heh! The Ant King grinned and its body emitted a bloody light. When the bloody light dissipated, it returned to its original form. "It's you!" Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were wide open in anger. Surprised? Surprised? The Ant King joked. You think you have a good chance of winning? Naive. Calling you a clown is already giving you too much credit. A fool like you doesn't deserve to be Boss Qin's opponent. The Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts were also full of ridicule. Ha! Zhuge Mingyang laughed, but his laugh was particularly miserable. It turned out that Qin Feiyang had already set up a trap. How stupid! Boom! Qin Feiyang waved his hand and slapped Zhuge Mingyang away. Then he put away the Chang Shui and looked down at the Fire Qilin with a smile. Are you all right? I'm fine. The Fire Qilin struggled to get up and shook its head. Qin Feiyang took out a healing pill and a spirit sea pill and put them in the Fire Qilin's mouth. He was puzzled. How did you fall into his hands? I've been lurking here. Just a while ago, I sensed your energy and wanted to meet up with you. But I didn't expect Zhuge Mingyang to be here too. He suddenly attacked me. I was too careless this time. If you didn't help me, I'm afraid. Sigh. The Fire Qilin sighed. Qin Feiyang patted its head and said with a smile, Go to the castle to recover. No need. The Fire Qilin shook its head. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Ever since I entered the divine sight, I felt as if something was calling me. I want to see it alone. The Fire Qilin said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, Even so, we can go together. I'm really worried about you going alone. It's okay. I'll be careful in the future. You go do your own things. Besides, I also want to explore the divine sight alone. The Fire Qilin smiled. This, Qin Feiyang frowned. The Fire Qilin said, Don't worry, I'll leave the divine sight alive. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and said, Since you insist, I won't force you. Be careful on the way. The Fire Qilin nodded. Qin Feiyang said, By the way, have you seen Dan Wangkai? He's here too. The Fire Qilin was surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, I've already asked the white-eyed wolf to look for him. I believe he'll join us soon. So now, who hasn't been found? The Fire Qilin asked. Qin Feiyang said, There's also the viper, the two-winged snow eagle, the pangolin, the black dragon snake. Do you think I don't exist? But before Qin Feiyang finished speaking, an angry roar sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw Zhuge Mingyang half kneeling on the ground, covering his bleeding lower abdomen, looking up and glaring at him and the Fire Qilin. You're still here? Qin Feiyang said in surprise. What do you mean? Do you really think I don't exist? Am I so unbearable in your eyes? Zhuge Mingyang said angrily. Sorry, I really forgot about you just now, but in the future, I won't forget you again, trust me. I'll definitely remember you in my heart at all times. Qin Feiyang quickly smiled apologetically. Zhuge Mingyang's face was as cold as water. He would be a fool if he believed this nonsense. Qin Feiyang was obviously teasing him. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Don't be angry. What if you hurt your body? The state preceptor will be heartbroken. After all, he has high hopes for you. You're just an abandoned child with a life of your own and no one to teach you. What are you so proud of in front of me? I, Zhuge Mingyang, am not as good as you, but I've never lacked love in my life. What about you? I really want to know how it feels to be destroyed by your own father and driven out of the capital. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. Qin Feiyang's face instantly darkened. What's wrong? Did I touch your sore spot? Zhuge Mingyang laughed and sighed. To be honest, sometimes I really sympathize with you. You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you being treated like this? Enough! Qin Feiyang shouted. He took a step forward and grabbed Zhuge Mingyang's neck. His blood-red eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. I want to say it, because the more I see you in pain, the happier I feel. Answer me. Do you really want to know the reason why your father hurt you? I can tell you. Zhuge Mingyang was not afraid at all. He had a playful look on his face. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang said word by word. The reason is that you're not your father's biological son. You're your mother's illegitimate son with an outsider. Zhuge Mingyang laughed cruelly. Qin Feiyang's body and mind trembled. You didn't expect it, did you? I can't believe that your most beloved mother is such an indecent woman. Is it funny? Anyway, I think it's very funny. Ha, Zhuge Mingyang laughed. I don't believe it. I won't allow you to tarnish my mother's reputation. Qin Feiyang roared and clenched his fist. This is the truth. You have to believe it. Sooner or later, you'll get the proof, Zhuge Mingyang roared. Shut up. Qin Feiyang roared and bared his teeth. He crushed Zhuge Mingyang's neck on the spot and took his last breath. Boss, don't listen to him. He's a bastard. He's deliberately using lies to provoke you. I think so too. Although we haven't met your mother, we can tell from your character that she's definitely not such a person. The Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts quickly came forward to persuade him. Qin Feiyang let go of his hand and lowered his head in silence. Fire Qilin looked at Zhuge Mingyang and Qin Feiyang and said, "Trust your own judgment and intuition. Don't be influenced by others." Qin Feiyang looked up at the beasts and said, "What are you guys thinking? How can I not trust my own mother? Then why are you so depressed?" The 5 beasts looked at him suspiciously. I just suddenly thought of my mother. My mother's whereabouts are unknown. I don't know if she's dead or alive. I'm worried. Qin Feiyang sighed. So that's why. The 5 beasts nodded in realization. They originally thought that Qin Feiyang really believed Zhuge Mingyang's nonsense. Phew. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked down at Zhuge Mingyang. Let's go and meet up with the white-eyed wolf and the others. Wait. The Spider Emperor said. What? Everyone looked at it suspiciously. The Spider Emperor laughed and revealed its true form. The claws under its abdomen were like sharp blades. In front of everyone, it cut Zhuge Mingyang's body into 8 pieces. Qin Feiyang, Fire Qilin, and the Crocodile Emperor looked at each other. Let's see how you're going to come back from the dead. Finally, the Spider Emperor sprayed a large amount of venom on Zhuge Mingyang's body. Then, it shrunk its body and jumped up and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Our dead clansmen can be considered avenged. The Crocodile Emperor sighed. The Ant Emperor nodded. Everything will be fine. Trust me. Qin Feiyang patted the heads of the 3 beasts and comforted them. Then he led everyone to the north. I'm not going. Fire Qilin said. You're leaving? Qin Feiyang was stunned. My energy reserve is almost recovered. It's time to go. Fire Qilin nodded. The Crocodile Emperor hurriedly said, Don't. We just met and haven't had a good chat. Chat about what? Chapter 1503. The Crocodile Emperor hesitated, looking embarrassed. Little Crocodile, are you sick? The Scorpion Emperor, Ant Emperor, and Spider Emperor looked at the Crocodile Emperor suspiciously. You guys are the ones who are sick. The Crocodile Emperor stared at the 3 beasts, then signaled them with its eyes. Understood, understood. The 3 beasts were stunned for a moment, then understood. They turned to look at the Fire Qilin, and their expressions became the same as the Crocodile Emperor's. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 beasts curiously. What's going on? Why are they acting so weird? The Fire Qilin's eyes were also filled with suspicion. It said helplessly, What do you want to say? Can't you just say it? I'm too embarrassed to say it. The Crocodile Emperor smiled awkwardly. The Scorpion Emperor and the other 2 beasts nodded. What do you mean? The Fire Qilin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang shrugged. He did not understand either. Let me say it. The Scorpion Emperor gritted its teeth, pushed the Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts away, and looked at the Fire Qilin. Actually, we just want a little bit of God's blood. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It turned out that these 4 guys wanted the Fire Qilin's God's blood. The Fire Qilin smiled bitterly and said, You guys are with Qin Feiyang, my friend. Why can't you ask for such a small thing? So, you've agreed to it. The 4 beasts were overjoyed. But my blood doesn't mean much to you guys now. When I break through to the pseudo-god or even the god of war, I'll bathe you guys in real God's blood. The Fire Qilin smiled. That's too extravagant. The 4 beasts laughed, feeling like they were dreaming. The fire Qilin said, as long as you guys are sincere in helping Qin Fei Yang, nothing will be a problem. Don't worry. We swear to stay by boss' side. That's right. If anyone wants to kill boss, they'll have to step over our dead bodies first. The four beasts raised their heads and puffed out their chests as they declared righteously. The fire Qilin smiled, looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, "See you later." Without waiting for Qin Fei Yang's response, he turned around and left without looking back. "Until we meet again." Qin Fei Yang muttered to himself as he looked at the back of the fire Qilin. To tell the truth, he was very reluctant to part with the fire Qilin. However, the fire Qilin was not his personal property, so he could not restrict its freedom. However, he believed that he and the fire Qilin would meet again. This was because he could sense that there was a kind of bond that bound him and the fire Qilin together. "Let's go too." Qin Fei Yang waved his hand and took the four beasts with him. He turned around and disappeared into the horizon like a flash of lightning. On the other side, in front of the exit of the Bone Canyon, the Golden Wolf King stood at the edge of a cliff at the top of a mountain and scanned the water source in front of him. A 9-star War Emperor Ghost Wolf said angrily, "Lord Golden Wolf King, we can't let this matter go just like that. We have to make those humans pay the price." The Golden Wolf King said angrily, "You're powerful. Why don't you go?" The Ghost Wolf immediately lowered its head. "Humph. You have no idea how strong they are." The Golden Wolf King snorted coldly. The Ghost Wolf's gaze trembled and it did not dare to make a sound. The Golden Wolf King continued to look at the water source. After a while, he asked, "How long will it take for the Silver Wolf King to arrive?" Lord Silver Wolf King sent a message not long ago. He said that he will only arrive tomorrow night. The Ghost Wolf said, "Then we'll wait until tomorrow night to take action. As for now, all of you go and hide. Don't let those humans catch you." The Golden Wolf King shouted. The Ghost Wolf replied respectfully and howled towards the sky. Immediately, the nearby ghost wolves scattered and quickly disappeared into the mountain stream. Back to Qin Fei Yang. With the help of the slave seal, he quickly rushed to the front of a valley in the north. The entrance of the valley was very narrow. It was only about 2 to 3 meters wide. The surroundings were also barren. It was obvious. They had already left the water source. Where are they? The Scorpion Emperor scanned the surroundings and asked. Qin Fei Yang said, "According to the slave seal, they are in the valley and have not moved." "What are they doing inside? Catching up? Didn't they say before that when they found Dan Wangkai, they would immediately come and meet us? Now they still want us to find them. They are all masters." The Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts were dissatisfied. It's normal to catch up after a long separation. Qin Fei Yang smiled and walked towards the valley. The Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts pursed their lips and followed. However, the moment they entered the valley, Qin Fei Yang's face suddenly sank. The Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts also had killing intent in their eyes. The valley was only about 100 feet wide. In the middle of the valley, a familiar young man stood with his hands behind his back. It was none other than Lu Xingchen. The white-eyed wolf, Ling Yunfei, Dan Wangkai, and Wang Yu were also there, but at this moment, their hands and feet were tied with an iron chain. The iron chain was made of gravity iron and exuded an obscure aura. The 3 people and 1 beast were paralyzed on the ground, unable to move. The other end of the iron chain was firmly held in Lu Xingchen's hand. In this way, Ling Yunfei could not enter the space divine item. However, Dan Wangkai still looked like a middle-aged man. But with the enslavement imprint, Qin Fei Yang was able to distinguish who was next to him. "What's going on?" Qin Fei Yang glanced at Wang Yu, looked at the white-eyed wolf and Ling Yunfei and said in a deep voice. The man and beast lowered their heads silently. Lu Xingchen smiled and said, "Let me tell you." Qin Fei Yang looked up at Lu Xingchen. "Not long ago, I did intend to leave. But later, I thought about it and really couldn't take it lying down. I'm Mu Tunyang, the previous Celestial Emperor. How am I going to live in the future if I keep being schemed against by you?" Suddenly, I heard the roar of the fire Qilin. Out of curiosity, I returned to take a look and saw you guys whispering. Then I saw you guys parting ways with Ling Yunfei and the White-Eyed Wolf. At that time, I knew that the opportunity had come. So, I followed Ling Yunfei and the White-Eyed Wolf all the way here. I didn't expect Wang Yu to be here too. Lu Xingchen smiled. Why didn't you follow me? Could it be that with your strength, Lu Xingchen, you are afraid of me, a 5-star combat emperor? Qin Feiyang sneered. I don't deny this. I am indeed a little afraid of you now. Lu Xingchen admitted frankly. You only mentioned Wang Yu and didn't mention Dan Wangkai. Could it be that you still don't know Dan Wangcai's identity? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he sent a voice transmission. Dan Wangkai, does he know your identity? He doesn't know. Wang Yu doesn't know either. They only know that I am your subordinate. Dan Wangkai thought to himself. That's good. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something as his expression changed slightly. He asked, Oh right, where is the Qiankuan bag? It's on me. Dan Wangkai replied with a voice transmission. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as Dan Wangcai's Qiankuan bag wasn't lost. However, when he thought about it, given Lu Xingchen's arrogant character, he wouldn't normally plunder other people's Qiankuan bags. Unless he was the one being held captive. Because he had too many things that Lu Xingchen wanted. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei, frowned, and said, I asked you to come with the White-Eyed Wolf because you have a spatial divine item that can help you hide at the critical moment. How did he catch you? I was careless. Ling Yunfei lowered his head and said with a face full of self-blame. Explain clearly. Qin Feiyang said. Ling Yunfei said, Lu Xingchen was hiding outside the valley. When we went out, he was the first to attack me. Before I could react, he had already captured me. Lu Xingchen said with a smile, You have a spatial divine item. Of course, I had to capture you first. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei, Lu Xingchen, and finally looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and Dan Wangkai. His head couldn't help but swell. It was really one trouble after another. The matter of the Fire Kylin had just been solved, and now the White-Eyed Wolf and Dan Wangkai were kidnapped by Lu Xingchen. Why were there so many troubles? Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and looked at Lu Xingchen helplessly. He said, Tell me, what will it take for you to let them go? You're treating me like an outsider. You want it? I'll give it back to you. Lu Xingchen chuckled. With a wave of his hand, a battle sword appeared and directly cut off the chains on Dan Wangkai and Wang Yu. Qin Feiyang was stunned. So straightforward? Dan Wangkai and Wang Yu were also a little stunned. Scorpion King urged, What are you waiting for? Come here quickly. Dan Wangkai and Scorpion King came back to their senses and quickly ran to Qin Feiyang's side. Thank you. Wang Yu looked at Qin Feiyang with a complicated expression and whispered softly. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He was not in the mood to pay attention to Wang Yu now. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, Where are the White-Eyed Wolf and Ling Yunfei? I've already released 2. It should be enough to prove my sincerity. As for the White-Eyed Wolf and Ling Yunfei, they are extraordinarily important to you. Lu Xingchen smiled meaningfully. What he meant was, Dan Wangkai and Wang Yu's relationship with Qin Feiyang was just SOSO. There was no harm in returning them to Qin Feiyang. However, he had to make good use of the White-Eyed Wolf and Ling Yunfei. What on earth do you want to do? Qin Feiyang said angrily. It's simple. Send the Golden Wolf King and the Divine Bow to me. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. You want me to deal with the Golden Wolf King, but you're here to enjoy the fruits of my labor. What a good plan. It's an equivalent exchange. Unless you don't want the lives of Ling Yunfei and the White-Eyed Wolf. Lu Xingchen said with a chuckle. He was immensely pleased with himself, as if he had Qin Feiyang in his grasp. Despicable. Shameless. You used to be a god of war. How could you use such a despicable method? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The Scorpion King and the other 2 beasts shouted angrily, filled with righteous indignation. Lu Xingchen shook his head and said with a smile, This kind of provocation won't work on me because I only look at the result, not the process. You really have no bottom line. The 4 beasts despised him. Lu Xingchen turned a deaf ear to them. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, don't think about it. You don't have a choice. You know in your heart that it's impossible to save them from my hands so easily." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and nodded. "Okay, I promise you. But if anything happens to the white-eyed wolf and Ling Yunfei during this time, I won't let you off." Lu Xingchen was not Zhuge Mingyang. Zhuge Mingyang was easy to deal with, but Lu Xingchen was meticulous and meticulous. He would not give him a chance at all. Brother Qin is indeed a straightforward person. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. I won't hurt a single hair on them. But if Brother Qin wants to play some tricks, I won't be polite either. Let's not talk nonsense. Hurry up and go. I'll wait here for your good news. Lu Xingchen also smiled. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xingchen, turned around, and strode away with a gloomy face. Scorpion King, the four beasts, and Dan Wangkai hurriedly followed after seeing this. Qin Feiyang, do you understand now? The one who laughs last is the winner. Chapter 1504. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and walked in silence. His face was extremely gloomy. Behind him, the four beasts, Dan Wangkai, and Wang Yuer were also silent. The hot weather, coupled with the heavy atmosphere, made people feel a little depressed. Boss Qin, the Golden Wolf King, is not easy to deal with. He must have hidden by now. How are we going to find him? Scorpion Emperor could not stand the atmosphere and spoke up. We have to find him even if we can't. As long as we find him, I can take him down quickly. Qin Feiyang said. So confident? Scorpion Emperor and the four beasts were surprised. Qin Feiyang did not answer. The four beasts looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. Dan Wangkai glanced at Qin Feiyang and said to the four beasts, "You haven't been with the young master for long. You don't know his true strength. It's actually very easy for him to take down the Golden Wolf King." The four beasts looked at each other. If it was that easy, why didn't he take down the Golden Wolf King and let it escape? Seeing that the four beasts did not believe him, Dan Wangkai asked, "Do you know what the Golden Wolf King's strongest move is?" "Of course. Its strongest technique is its endless supply of qi and blood," Crocodile Emperor said. "His blood essence is terrifying. It seems endless. But without the divine bow, it's useless no matter how much blood essence he has. So as long as the divine bow is destroyed, the Golden Wolf King is like a poisonous snake that has lost its fangs. It won't be a threat to us." Dan Wangkai said. Crocodile Emperor was surprised. "You mean, Boss has the strength to destroy the divine bow?" "That's right. The young master doesn't want to destroy the divine bow. After all, it's a divine weapon. It's a pity to destroy it. But it's different now. The white-eyed wolf and Ling Yunfei have fallen into Lu Xingchen's hands. If the Golden Wolf King is still so stubborn, based on Boss's personality, he will definitely use some extreme methods." Dan Wangkai thought to himself. It would be such a pity to destroy the divine bow. Dan Wangkai, you have a good relationship with the boss. Why don't you persuade the boss not to do this until the last moment? The four beasts' hearts trembled, and they hurriedly transmitted their voices. Dan Wangkai was stunned and said with a bitter smile, "Do you all think that young master will listen to my advice? Even if you don't want to listen, you have to persuade him. I have to give it a try. After all, this is a divine artifact. If it's destroyed, wouldn't it be a waste?" The four beasts thought to themselves anxiously. Don't worry, the young master knows his limits. Don't be fooled by his silent and irritated look. He's actually very calm. That's the kind of person he is. The more dangerous it is, the calmer he is. Dan Wangkai snickered. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at Dan Wangkai. This sudden action made Dan Wangkai involuntarily nervous in his heart. He thought to himself, was the young master going to blame him? Because if he hadn't gone to look for him, the white-eyed wolf and Ling Yunfei wouldn't have been killed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What are you nervous about? Dan Wangkai stuttered and lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It's very lucky that you didn't fall into the hands of Lu Xingchen. After all, you're the most important person in our team now. Dan Wangkai was stunned. Wang Yue, who was at the side, also looked at Dan Wangkai in surprise. She had thought that this middle-aged man was at most a friend of Qin Feiyang. However, she didn't expect that his position in Qin Feiyang's heart was so high. The most important person. Who exactly was he? Qin Feiyang said, "You can't have an accident. Go to the castle and stay there." When Dan Wangkai heard this, he hurriedly said, "Brother Wolf was captured because of me. I want to stay outside and help." "It's enough that you have the heart." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "How did you meet Wang Yue?" "It's a long story. Not long after I entered the miracle, I encountered danger. It was she who helped me. She can be considered my savior." Dan Wangkai secretly said. "Then why did you change your appearance?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "I was afraid of meeting people from the main tower, because once they see my true appearance, they will be suspicious of Wang Zicheng and the others. Fortunately, I had the foresight to change my appearance as soon as I entered the miracle. Otherwise, I would have really bumped into Wang Yue." Dan Wangkai transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Dan Wangkai glanced at Wang Yue next to him and said, "But this woman is a little strange." "What's strange?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and asked. "After knowing that I'm your subordinate, she actually wanted to go with me. She also said that this is what you owe her and that it's only right to protect her." Dan Wangkai secretly said. Qin Feiyang heard this and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He sighed and said, "She still listened to the main tower master." "The main tower master?" Dan Wangkai was startled and asked suspiciously, "What did the main tower master say?" Qin Feiyang said, "The main tower master asked her to get close to me and take the opportunity to attack me." What? Dan Wangkai's expression changed. "I suspected that she had ulterior motives, but I didn't expect it to be true." "How did you know?" "A few days ago, I met Gong Sun Bei and a dozen divine envoys. But the situation at that time was a little complicated, so I won't tell you one by one. However, under my interrogation, a few of the divine envoys said that the main tower master and the national teacher had joined forces. They also told me a shocking secret." Qin Feiyang secretly said. "What secret?" Dan Wangkai was surprised. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. "The main tower master and Wang Su have both reached the false god realm." What? Dan Wangkai's expression changed drastically. "Why didn't Wang Zicheng and the others tell us such a big thing?" "I'm afraid they don't know either." Qin Feiyang secretly said. "They've hidden it well." Dan Wangkai murmured. He glanced at Wang Yue again and transmitted his voice. "What should we do with her now? If we keep her by our side, she's like a ticking time bomb that can kill us at any time. Do you have any good suggestions?" Qin Feiyang asked. Dan Wangkai pondered for a while and smiled secretly. "If I say kill her directly, you won't be able to do it. After all, her feelings for you are obvious to everyone. That's as good as not saying anything." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Dan Wangkai secretly said, "So, it's useless to ask me. You have to deal with this matter yourself." Qin Feiyang fell silent. The Crocodile Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and Dan Wangkai suspiciously. "Why are the two of you looking at each other? Is there something we can't listen to? You talk too much." Qin Feiyang glared at the Crocodile Emperor, then looked at Wang Yue. Wang Yue glanced at Dan Wangkai, the Crocodile Emperor, and the four beasts. She then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Just say the word and I'll leave." The four beasts were stunned. The Scorpion Emperor said unhappily, "Why do you need Boss Qin to say the word? Why don't you leave on your own accord?" The Crocodile Emperor grinned and said, "Little Scorpion, you don't understand. She wants Boss Qin to be a bad guy. Yeah. If she leaves on her own accord, what can we say? But if Boss Qin asks her to leave, she can go and gossip in front of others." The Ant Emperor and the Spider Emperor said coldly. Wang Yue glared at the four beasts and shouted, "What do you know? What right do you have to be sarcastic?" The Crocodile Emperor said calmly, "We don't know anything, but there are some things that we shouldn't do unless it's in the first place." "What do you mean?" Wang Yue raised an eyebrow. "You know what I mean." The four beasts sneered. Qin Feiyang coughed and stopped the crocodile emperor and the four beasts. He looked at Wang Yu and said, I can let you stay, but you have to remember, it's not because I owe you anything, but because of our past relationship. Wang Yu said, Don't you owe me? Qin Feiyang said, I've already repaid what I owe you. Wang Yu heard that and exploded on the spot. She shouted, Can a few elixirs make up for the damage you've done to me? Dan Wangkai coughed and said, Let me remind you, those aren't ordinary elixirs. They're elixirs that unlock the door of potential. Others can't buy them with money. Who are you to speak here? Shut up. Wang Yu shouted. Dan Wangkai smiled embarrassedly. Wang Yu looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered, Why was I so blind back then? I didn't see that you were such a person. What kind of person am I? Qin Feiyang raised an eyebrow and said, Yes, I admit that you have feelings for me, but what can I do? If I like you, I like you. If I don't like you, I don't like you. Do you want me to pretend to like you? Then why can't you like me? Am I not beautiful enough? Or not sensible enough? Or is my family background not good enough for you? Wang Yu said angrily. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel a headache. He said helplessly, You're very beautiful and sensible. Your family background is better than mine. I'm not good enough for you, okay? Don't make it sound so nice. If I'm really so good, won't you like me? Wang Yu lowered her head and looked sad. Tears flowed down her face. To each his own. Feelings can't be forced. You can try to let it go. Then you'll find that there are many outstanding men looking at you and admiring you. Qin Feiyang sighed. Wang Yu looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, But in my heart, in your heart. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Dan Wangkai went up and poked Qin Feiyang's arm. He chuckled and said, Young master, she means that you're the only one in her heart. Boss, we can understand it even though we don't know the situation, but you still can't figure it out. Your EQ is worrying. The crocodile emperor and the four beasts also ran to Qin Feiyang's shoulder and laughed. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He glared at Dan Wangkai and the four beasts, then looked at Wang Yu with a responsible expression. A moment later, he sighed and said, Time can change everything. I believe that one day, you will forget me. As for now, you can stay in the castle. Let me know when you want to leave. I don't want to. Chapter 1505. What's going on? Dan Wangkai, Emperor Crocodile, and the other beasts looked at each other. Wasn't this woman here to kill Qin Feiyang? Why was she hugging him? Qin Feiyang didn't know where to put his hands. I don't want to leave you. To be honest, I used to hate you. However, when I saw you earlier, I realized that I was simply unable to bring myself to hate you. Tell me what's wrong with me. I can change. Wang Yu buried her head deep in Qin Feiyang's arms and whispered. Her tears flowed like a fountain, looking pitiful. Feeling the delicate body twitching in his embrace, Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly and felt inexplicably sad in his heart. He didn't want to hurt this woman, but fate made fools of him. He, Qin Feiyang, had never been a fickle person, but he was always merciful. Why did God torture him like this? All of a sudden, Emperor Crocodile's pupils shrank and said, Do you think this woman is pretending to be pitiful? Pretending to be pitiful? Dan Wangkai, Emperor Crocodile, and the other beasts were stunned. Emperor Crocodile said, She knows Boss and knows that Boss is vigilant. So, she's using this trick to gain Boss's sympathy and make Boss let down his guard. Dan Wangkai's eyes trembled and said, That's possible. Everyone watch carefully. Don't let her succeed. The four beasts nodded subtly. They didn't show it on the surface, but they were secretly on the lookout. But in the end, what they expected didn't happen. Wang Yu stood up from Qin Feiyang's arms and held Qin Feiyang's hand. Her eyes softened and said, I don't expect you to give me all your love, but I hope you can share a little with me. Why do you have to do this? Qin Feiyang sighed deeply. Wang Yu smiled and said, I'm willing to continue waiting for you. Even if it's all in vain, I won't regret it. Is this a confession? Emperor Crocodile thought to himself. Nonsense, if it's not a confession, then what is? Dan Wangkai rolled his eyes at it, and then looked at Qin Feiyang as if it was the first time he had seen him. He said to himself, "But I just can't figure it out." "What can't you figure out?" The four beasts looked at him suspiciously. "Look, young master's looks are just like that. Why is he so charming? Look at me. My looks and talent are not bad. Why hasn't anyone taken the initiative to confess to me?" Dan Wangkai rubbed his chin and frowned, looking puzzled. The four beasts were stunned. Then they rolled their eyes at Dan Wangkai. Suddenly, Wang Yuer let go of Qin Feiyang's hand and turned to look at Dan Wangkai and the Crocodile Emperor. "Why are you looking at us?" Dan Wangkai and the four beasts were suspicious. Wang Yuer said apologetically, "I apologize for my previous attitude. I'm sorry." Dan Wangkai and the four beasts didn't know what to do. This woman's change was too fast. Wang Yuer smiled and said, "My tone and attitude towards you guys just now should have annoyed you." Dan Wangkai and the four beasts looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. "I understand even if you don't say it. To be honest, I hate my previous attitude. But don't worry, I won't do it again. If you don't mind, let's be friends in the future." Wang Yuer smiled. There was no trace of pretense and she was full of sincerity. No. It's our honor to be friends with you." Dan Wangkai and the four beasts quickly smiled. Wang Yuer smiled and turned to Qin Feiyang again. After a moment of silence, she said, "Actually, there's something I've been hiding from you." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's about the Chief Pagoda Master. Before entering the miracle, he found me and asked me to find a chance to get close to you. Along the way, I've been hesitating. When I was hugging you just now, I had the chance to make a move on you, but I really couldn't do it." Wang Yuer whispered. Qin Feiyang, Dan Wangkai, and the four beasts looked at each other at the same time. They didn't expect Wang Yuer to be honest. Did this mean that she had given up on this matter for the sake of love? Qin Feiyang said, "Aren't you afraid that the Chief Pagoda Master and your grandfather will be angry with you for telling me this?" "I'm afraid. That's what I wanted to say. Can you find a chance to talk to my grandfather and the rest? It's best if you can reconcile so that I won't be in a difficult position." Wang Yuer raised her head and looked at Qin Feiyang, her beautiful eyes full of expectation. "Reconcile," Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head. "I've never thought of going against your grandfather and the rest. When I entered the Chief Pagoda to snatch the divine crystals, it was completely out of helplessness." Wang Yuer asked, "So, you want to reconcile?" "Of course. Who wouldn't be happy to have one less enemy? But I'm worried that your grandfather and the Chief Pagoda Master might not reconcile with me," Qin Feiyang said. "Don't worry. My grandfather is not an unreasonable person. As long as you show your sincerity, he will definitely forgive you," Wang Yuer said with a smile. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll try my best. Thank you." Wang Yuer once again snuggled into Qin Feiyang's arms like a little bird, and her beautiful face was filled with a happy smile. After being together for so long, Qin Feiyang had never seen such a docile side of her. "I didn't expect such a fierce woman to have such a feminine side." Dan Wangkai secretly laughed. "This is the power of love. But I have to admit that this woman is very brave. In order to pursue love, she is willing to let go of hatred. I just don't know if the two of them will be together in the end. Actually, I think that Boss Qin should cherish her. After all, in this world, it's very rare to have a woman who likes you so much." The four beasts secretly communicated. "I didn't expect you guys to have some understanding of human feelings." Dan Wangkai looked at the four beasts in surprise. "You haven't seen a pig run, but you haven't eaten pork? Don't think that we don't know anything just because we're beasts. We know more things than you." The four beasts snorted. Dan Wangkai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looking at Qin Feiyang, he coughed and said, "Young master, let me kindly remind you that the white-eyed wolf and Ling Yunfei are still waiting for us to save them. Aren't you just making trouble? Can't you see that they are being intimate? As for the white-eyed wolf and Ling Yunfei, Lu Xingchen won't hurt them anyway. Don't worry. The Crocodile Emperor and the four beasts stared at Dan Wangkai. Then the Ant Emperor looked at Qin Feiyong and smiled. Boss, you guys continue. We'll walk around nearby. Call us when you're done. Without waiting for Qin Feiyong to react, the Ant Emperor looked at Dan Wangkai, who was in a daze, and said angrily, "What are you doing? Let's go. Don't tell me you want to be a light bulb?" Oh. Dan Wangkai nodded instinctively and turned around to follow the Crocodile Emperor. Something's not right. Suddenly, Dan Wangkai stopped and thought about it carefully. He suddenly glared at the Crocodile Emperor and the four beasts. I was almost led into a ditch by you guys. The young master doesn't have this kind of feeling for Wang Yuer. Aren't you guys deliberately making things difficult for the young master? Dan Wangkai frowned. This kind of feeling can be cultivated slowly. Boss doesn't have feelings for Wang Yuer now, but it doesn't mean he won't in the future. Let's go. There are 10 suns here. We don't need a light bulb like you. The four beasts forcefully tugged at the Pill King's wealth. Have you guys had enough? Qin Feiyong said angrily. The four beasts immediately let go of Dan Wangkai and looked at Qin Feiyong. They smiled and said, "Boss, did we disturb you? We'll leave immediately." Qin Feiyong's face darkened and he gently pushed Wang Yuer away. Wang Yuer, on the other hand, was all smiles. She even cast a grateful look at the Scorpion Emperor and the other two beasts. This was probably the most sincere and brilliant smile she had had in a long time. I say, are you guys done yet? Qin Feiyong glanced at the four beasts. He couldn't wait to beat them up. Weren't they causing trouble for him? The four beasts were also afraid that Qin Feiyong would beat them up, so they all retreated far away and smiled sneakily. Qin Feiyong shook his head helplessly. It was his bad luck to meet this group of beasts. You guys go to the castle. Qin Feiyong looked at Dan Wangkai and Wang Yuer. Wang Yuer nodded. Dan Wangkai glanced at Wang Yuer and said, "Should I continue to hide my identity from her?" Qin Feiyong pondered for a moment and said, "Just in case, let's keep it a secret." Dan Wangkai replied secretly. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and the two immediately disappeared without a trace. Boss, are you really not going to think about it? The Crocodile Emperor and the other beasts came over and asked softly. Think about what? Qin Feiyong was suspicious. What else can I think about? Of course it's Wang Yuer. The Ant Emperor snickered. Qin Feiyong immediately waved his hand and knocked it hard on the head, causing the Ant Emperor to grimace in pain. Does it hurt? Qin Feiyong asked. Yes. The Ant Emperor nodded. If you know it hurts, don't cause trouble for me in the future. Qin Feiyong said. I'm not causing trouble. I'm doing this for your own good. You even hit me. You really don't deserve my kindness. The Ant Emperor grumbled unhappily. What did you say? Qin Feiyong raised his eyebrows. Nothing, nothing. The Ant Emperor hurriedly shook its head. Qin Feiyong looked at it angrily, then looked at the three beasts with a straight face and said, "And you guys, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I won't let you off." Yes, yes, yes. The three beasts obeyed. Let's go. Qin Feiyong said and used the phantom steps to rush to the Bone Canyon. The four beasts looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They wanted to do them a favor and play matchmaker. But they didn't expect it to backfire. Instead, they were taught a lesson. It seemed that it was better to stay out of this kind of thing in the future. When Qin Feiyong and the four beasts arrived at the Bone Canyon, they found that there wasn't even a single ghost wolf. The Crocodile Emperor raised its eyebrows and said, "They really hid." Qin Feiyong jumped up and quickly climbed to the top of a mountain like an ape. He stood at the edge of the cliff and scanned the canyon and the mountains on both sides of the canyon. Not to mention the Golden Wolf King, there wasn't even a single ghost wolf. What should we do? Chapter 1506. Qin Feiyong pondered for a while and said, "No matter what, we have to find them. No, we have to find the Golden Wolf King." The four beasts looked at each other. Crocodile Emperor looked at the three beasts and said, "Let's split up and look for them. Be careful." The three beasts nodded. The four beasts immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Qin Feiyong's sight. Qin Feiyong stood at the top of the mountain, paying attention to the four beasts through the slave seal. Time passed little by little. 2 hours later, the 4 beasts returned. We've searched the area within a radius of 10,000 miles, but we didn't find any trace of the ghost wolf. Boss, it's impossible to find it if we continue to search aimlessly. We have to think of a way. The 4 beasts looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang frowned and sighed. If only the white-eyed wolf was here. It could track the golden wolf king's scent. Track the scent. The 4 beasts looked at each other. Suddenly, Scorpion Emperor's eyes lit up. He leaned close to Qin Feiyang's ear and whispered, Boss, I have an idea. What idea? Qin Feiyang asked. Scorpion Emperor whispered a few words in Qin Feiyang's ear. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Scorpion Emperor said, This is the only way now. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay, wait for me here. I'll go talk to Lu Xingchen. After saying that, he turned and jumped down the mountain. He used the phantom steps and went back the way he came. After a while, he rushed back to the valley. But Lu Xingchen had already disappeared. But Qin Feiyang knew that he definitely didn't leave. Lu Xingchen! Qin Feiyang shouted. His shout reverberated in the valley, lingering in the air. The next moment, Lu Xingchen appeared from the spatial divine object and said with a smile, Brother Qin's efficiency is indeed extraordinary. Qin Feiyang said, I haven't caught the Golden Wolf King yet. Ugh! Lu Xingchen was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he asked suspiciously, Then why did you come back? Qin Feiyang said, The Golden Wolf King has gone into hiding. I need the white-eyed wolf's help. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the white-eyed wolf is too important. I feel like only he can make you so anxious. Lu Xingchen said. Cut the crap. I've already made up my mind when I came here. I'll exchange someone for the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang said impatiently. Exchange? That's fine. But it has to be an equivalent exchange. Lu Xingchen said with a smile. In other words, he needed to find someone comparable to the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lu Xingchen and entered the castle. He looked at the Phantom Snake Emperor, Fatso, and the others and said, You all heard what happened outside. I don't want to say anything more. Who's willing to exchange for the white-eyed wolf? Me. Lu Hong was the first to stand up. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Lu Xingchen knows how important I am to you, so he will definitely agree to let me exchange with Brother Wolf. No, Lu Xingchen is such a dangerous person. How can I let a woman like you take the risk? Boss, I'll go. Fatso stepped in front of Lu Hong and looked at Qin Feiyang. Lu Hong said angrily, Damn Fatso, can't you see us women? I'm not looking down on you. There are so many men here. If we let a woman like you go, won't we be laughed at in the future? This is a matter of face. Fatso said. I didn't know you were a male chauvinist. Lu Hong said. Stop fighting, all of you. At this moment, Lu Jing got up and walked to Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, Let me go. In terms of importance, I'm the genius of the Lu family. I'm more important than any of them. If you go, Fat Lord won't have any objections. Fatty chuckled and retreated to the side. Damn. Lu Zheng immediately raised his middle finger with a look of disdain. I object. Lu Hong said. Why do you object? Lu Zheng was suspicious. Lu Hong said, It's because you're the genius of the Lu family that we can't let you take the risk. Lu Zheng was stunned and said with a smile, Are you concerned about me? Lu Hong blushed and snorted. Don't flatter yourself. I'm just thinking about Qin Feiyang. If you have an accident here, how will Qin Feiyang explain it to Second Grandpa and the others when we go back? Lu Zheng was not angry at all. He said with a smile, If you care about me, just say it. Don't make such a lame excuse. Looking at this shameless guy, Lu Hong couldn't help but want to scold him. Enough. I know what you mean, but no matter what, I can't let you take the risk. Because you're the woman I like. I'll protect you with my life. Lu Zheng looked at Lu Hong seriously and said, Tis. First, Wang Yu confessed to boss. Now, Lu Hong officially confessed to Lu Hong. What day is it today? Why isn't anyone confessing to Fat Lord? Fatso looked at them with envy and jealousy. Lu Hong's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look into everyone's eyes. There's a chance, Qin Feiyang muttered. From Lu Hong's expression, it wasn't hard to tell that she had already developed a good impression of Lu Zheng. It was just that she didn't want to accept it now. However, Qin Feiyang didn't notice that Luo Qinzhu, who was at the side, looked a little disappointed. However, Miss Longfeng noticed it, but she didn't say anything. Her eyes flickered with an inexplicable color. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said to Lu Zheng, "All right then, you'll go." With that, Lu Zheng left the castle. Seeing Lu Zheng appear, Lu Xingchen was also rather surprised. Lu Zheng glanced at Lu Xingchen and said indifferently, "Call out the white-eyed wolf, I'll exchange with him." "Huh?" Lu Xingchen laughed out loud, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You actually let him out, you're really willing." Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Do you still want the Golden Wolf King? So much nonsense." "Of course I do." Lu Xingchen nodded and smiled. The white-eyed wolf immediately appeared, still tied up in chains. Lu Zheng took a step forward and landed beside Lu Xingchen. "I await the good news." Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled proudly, then disappeared with Lu Zheng. "Let's see how long you can be proud of yourself." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed fiercely. He walked in front of the white-eyed wolf, took out the Chang Shui, and quickly cut the chains. "Bastard!" After regaining his freedom, the white-eyed wolf immediately stood up, his anger soaring to the sky. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "We'll remember this. Quickly take me to the Golden Wolf King." The white-eyed wolf nodded, turned around, and rushed toward White Bones Canyon. Qin Feiyang also turned and chased after him, asking, "Did Lu Xingchen do anything to you and Ling Yunfei? Or did he say anything? Did he dare to do anything to us?" The white-eyed wolf snorted and said, "But he did say something." "What did he say?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "He still hasn't changed his mind and wants me to follow him. He also asked Ling Yunfei how he survived in the Swallow Pan mountain range. But we didn't answer." The white-eyed wolf said. Qin Feiyang joked, "It seems that he likes you very much. Why don't you follow him? After all, he used to be a god of war. He must be of great help to you." "Why didn't I think of that? You go find the Golden Wolf King yourself. I'll go and have a good talk with him." The white-eyed wolf said, turned around, and rushed toward the valley. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He pulled it back and said angrily, "Are you really going to follow him? Heartless bastard." As expected of the white-eyed wolf. "Didn't you ask me to follow him? I'll do as you wish. Is that not enough?" The white-eyed wolf frowned. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "That's just a joke. Don't you understand?" The white-eyed wolf said indifferently, "Sorry, I was born stupid. I can't tell what's a joke." "I'll apologize to you, okay?" Qin Feiyang was helpless. "If an apology is useful, why do I need justice? Be careful what you say in the future. Some jokes can't be made." The white-eyed wolf snorted and continued to run toward the Bone Canyon. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He had really lifted a brick and smashed his own foot. A moment later, a man and a wolf climbed to the top of the mountain and met up with the Scorpion King and the other two beasts. "Boss Wolf, I missed you so much." The Scorpion King immediately gave the white-eyed wolf a warm hug. "Get lost, I'm not in the mood to talk to you." The white-eyed wolf waved its claws, pushed the Scorpion King away, and scanned the canyon and mountains ahead. Qin Feiyang asked, "How's the situation?" The Crocodile King said, "Not a single white-eyed wolf appeared while you were away. No matter how good they are at hiding, they can't escape my nose. You guys wait for me here." The white-eyed wolf snorted and jumped down, searching the ground for the Golden Wolf King's scent. The Spider King said, "Boss Qin, can Boss Wolf really do it?" "Don't worry. Its nose is very sensitive." Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the Scorpion King beat him to it. Because it had spent some time alone with the white-eyed wolf, it knew the white-eyed wolf better than the Crocodile King, the Spider King, and the Ant King. It is very sensitive. We used to rely on its nose to avoid many dangers and solve many problems. This time, it will definitely work. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Crocodile King snickered. I think it must be a big wolf dog in its previous life. Qin Feiyang's face changed. He quickly made a shushing gesture to the Crocodile King and whispered, "Don't let it hear you, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Thinking back, Fatso and Ling Yunfei, which one of them had not been taken advantage of? It was because they said the white-eyed wolf had a dog's nose. Understood. The Crocodile King nodded. While they were talking, the white-eyed wolf searched all the way and climbed to the top of a mountain not far away. It searched along the cliff for a while, and its eyes suddenly lit up. Found it. Come quickly. It looked up at Qin Feiyang and the Crocodile King and the other three beasts and shouted. Qin Feiyang was delighted and smiled. Found it so quickly. A dog's nose is a dog's nose. Let's go. One man and four beasts jumped down and quickly climbed to the top of the mountain where the white-eyed wolf was. The white-eyed wolf said, "It's been too long. The scent is very faint." This. Chapter 1507. However, there are a lot of ghost wolves and their scent is strong. It's not hard to track them down. Follow me. The white-eyed wolf turned around and jumped down. However, he did not enter the Bone Canyon. Instead, he entered the mountain range on the left side of the canyon. Can't you say it all in one breath? Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf angrily and quickly chased after him. The Crocodile Emperor and the other three beasts also quickly followed. When the white-eyed wolf first said that the Golden Wolf King's scent was very faint, Qin Feiyang was really frightened. In the mountain range below, there were layers upon layers of mountains and the terrain was dangerous. Under the baking of 10 suns, there was no water or plants in the mountains. The dry and cracked ground was horrible to look at. And there was no sound in the mountains. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. The white-eyed wolf took the lead and followed the scent of the ghost wolves, shuttling between the mountains. Although the scent of the Golden Wolf King was not obvious, as long as they could find a ghost wolf, they could follow the clues and find the hiding place of the Golden Wolf King. A few hours passed. Under the lead of the white-eyed wolf, the group of people went hundreds of thousands of miles deep into the mountain range. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf stopped in front of a huge mountain. The huge mountain was more than 10,000 feet tall and towered into the sky. It exuded a majestic aura that shocked people's hearts. Everyone stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the huge mountain. They could not help but feel small in their hearts. Why did you stop here? Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf scanned the huge mountain and his eyes were full of suspicion. He said, "The scent here is particularly strong. And I can clearly smell the scent of the Golden Wolf King." Qin Feiyang was surprised and looked up at the huge mountain. "I'll go ahead and take a look," the white-eyed wolf said and disappeared like lightning. A short while later, it ran back to Qin Feiyang and said, "There's also the scent of the ghost wolf ahead, but there's no scent of the Golden Wolf King." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he stared at the giant peak. That means the Golden Wolf King is... That's right. It's here. A cold light flashed in the white-eyed wolf's eyes. His aura surged as he pounced towards the giant peak. Rumble. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the giant mountain instantly shattered into pieces. It turned out that the inside of the giant mountain was hollow. There were over 10,000 ghost wolves gathered inside. Just as the mountain cracked open, ghost wolves roared out one after another. Most of them were 6-star combat emperors and below. Of course, the 9-star battle Thearka's ghost wolf also had one. After they came out, they surrounded Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the Scorpion King, and the other three beasts. They bared their fangs and glared fiercely. Boom! Crack! The giant mountain crumbled. The earth trembled and cracked. The sound was deafening. Accompanied by an exceptionally loud wolf howl, the Golden Wolf King rushed out of the dust and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. "I hid so well, but you guys still found me. Do you guys have a dog's nose?" The Golden Wolf King was depressed. Dog's nose? The Scorpion King and the other three beasts were shocked. They turned around and glanced at the white-eyed wolf. Indeed, the white-eyed wolf stared at the golden wolf king. His eyes were burning with anger. What are you looking at? Are you courting death? A few 9-star battle Fiarka's ghost wolves noticed the white-eyed wolf's gaze and shouted fiercely. You guys are the ones courting death. The white-eyed wolf's eyes turned cold. The golden wolf king looked at the white-eyed wolf. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. His eyes were full of surprise. If you don't want to die, come with us, the white-eyed wolf said. The golden wolf king was stunned. He mocked, You're just an ordinary wolf cub. How dare you be so arrogant in front of us ghost wolves? I'm ordinary? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He was so angry that he laughed. Suddenly, a golden light rushed out from his body. A huge beast shadow instantly appeared above the white-eyed wolf's head. The beast shadow stepped on the ground and its head reached the sky. It was as if a divine emperor had descended. The golden light shone in all directions. What kind of fighting soul is this? It's so oppressive. The golden wolf king was shocked. Facing the golden beast shadow was like facing the king of all beasts. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and fear. The other ghost wolves felt the same way. They even had an impulse to prostrate and worship it. How dare you? The 5 ghost wolves with 9-star combat emperors couldn't stand the pressure. They roared fiercely and the shadows of beasts appeared behind them. Ferocious aura spread in all directions. They also activated their fighting souls and wanted to compete with the white-eyed wolf. This was because the white-eyed wolf's cultivation was lower than theirs. To them, it was a disgrace to be intimidated by the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul. To put it bluntly, they just couldn't accept it. Seeing this, the crocodile emperor's expression changed. He shouted, Boss wolf, you're no match for them. Step back. The crocodile emperor wanted to help, but the scorpion emperor suddenly stretched out his claws and pulled it back. What? The crocodile emperor raised his eyebrows. In terms of strength, Boss wolf is no match for them. But in terms of fighting souls, even if the golden wolf king comes personally, he's no match for Boss wolf. The scorpion emperor laughed. The crocodile emperor was stunned. The spider emperor and the ant emperor looked at each other. Was it that powerful? Just wait and see. I guarantee that you'll be shocked. The reason why I chose to follow Boss Wolf was because of his battle soul, said the emperor. The scorpion emperor said confidently. The crocodile emperor and the other 2 beasts looked at each other and couldn't help but look forward to it. Looking at the wolf king again. Looking at the few fighting souls of the ghost wolves, his eyes were filled with disdain. Deprive. Suddenly, it roared. The golden beast shadow opened its mouth wide and a gust of wind suddenly blew in this place. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Following closely, the few fighting souls of the ghost wolves involuntarily flew towards the golden beast shadow. What's going on? The few ghost wolves suddenly panicked. Swallow. The white-eyed wolf roared again. Although it had a small body, its voice was loud and earth-shaking. Immediately, the few fighting souls of the ghost wolves were swallowed by the golden beast shadow. This, my fighting soul, what did you do to us? Where are our fighting souls? The few ghost wolves immediately panicked and roared at the white-eyed wolf. Boss Wolf's innate superpower is called Deprive. Deprive all fighting souls. In other words, as long as the fighting soul is swallowed by Boss Wolf, it will be lost forever. The Scorpion Emperor laughed cruelly. What? The few ghost wolves' faces changed color. The Golden Wolf King was also shocked and quickly retreated. When he saw the white-eyed wolf again, his huge eyes were filled with fear. The Crocodile Emperor, the Spider Emperor, and the Ant Emperor were also dumbfounded. In fact, these days, they had also heard of the white-eyed wolf's fighting soul. But it was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. Deprive fighting soul. Oh my God! How could there be such a terrifying fighting soul in this world? This was simply the nemesis of all fighting souls. Who would dare to activate their fighting souls in front of the white-eyed wolf? No wonder even the arrogant Scorpion Emperor was so polite and respectful to it. It turned out that it had such a heaven-defying method. The other ghost wolves around looked at the white-eyed wolf and kept quiet out of fear. Aren't you guys very powerful? Come on. Continue. The white-eyed wolf looked at the few 9-star combat emperor ghost wolves and laughed sinisterly. The pupils of the few ghost wolves shrank and they did not dare to take a step forward. The golden wolf king sized up the white-eyed wolf and asked suspiciously, "You have such a heaven-defying fighting soul. Why do you still want to follow a human?" "I like to. What can you do?" The white-eyed wolf snorted. "What a pity. What a pity. Why don't you join us and dominate this region with us?" The golden wolf king tempted. "Dominate this region? Aren't you too unambitious?" "My goal is to dominate this world and this universe." The white-eyed wolf looked disdainful. The golden wolf king was stunned and said disdainfully, "You? Although your fighting soul is powerful, as long as we don't activate our fighting souls, what can you do to us?" "What about me?" Qin Feiyang took a step forward. The golden wolf king glanced at Qin Feiyang with disdain. "What can a mere human do? Killing you is as easy as killing a dog." Qin Feiyang sneered and took out the Chang Shui. He used the phantom steps and appeared in front of the golden wolf king in half a blink of an eye. "You are courting death." The golden wolf king snorted and the divine bow appeared. Blood chi surged out. The divine bow was awakened immediately and exuded a destructive aura. "Do we really have to destroy the divine bow?" The crocodile emperor and the other 3 beasts mumbled and their eyes were filled with reluctance. However, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate. He grabbed the Chang Shui and slashed at the divine bow. Clang! Sparks flew. With an ear-piercing sound, the divine bow broke on the spot. What? The golden wolf king froze. The other ghost wolves also looked at this scene in disbelief. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A divine weapon was broken just like that? What kind of dagger was that? It was so terrifying. What a pity. What a pity. The crocodile emperor shook its head and sighed. The ant emperor and the other 2 beasts also felt sorry. "If I didn't want this divine bow, I would have destroyed it when we were at the water source. I really don't know why you are so arrogant in front of me." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and placed the Chang Shui on the golden wolf king's neck. The bone-piercing sharpness made the golden wolf king tremble uncontrollably. A sense of panic rose in its heart. Even a divine artifact could be easily cut apart, let alone a body of flesh and blood like this. "Well?" The golden wolf king smiled awkwardly and said, "Didn't you say not long ago that you want me to follow you? We can talk about it now." "Don't you think it's too late to talk about it now?" The crocodile emperor and the other 3 beasts sneered. "It's not too late. It's not too late at all. I'm very sincere. You must believe in me," the golden wolf king quickly said with a flattering smile. Qin Feiyang looked at the golden wolf king without saying a word. His expression was uncertain. The white-eyed wolf reminded, "Little Qin Zi, Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng are still waiting for us to save them." Lu Xingchen said he wants it. "If we don't give it to Lu Xingchen, I'm afraid." The crocodile emperor was also worried. "What did you say? Is it Lu Xingchen who wants me?" The golden wolf king asked. "That's right. Lu Xingchen captured Boss Qin's friend and asked us to take you to the exchange," the scorpion king said. Chapter 1508. "You're a wolf. Why would you be afraid of a tiger?" The scorpion king and the other beasts sneered. "You can't say that. Although he's only a combat emperor now, he used to be a true god of war. Do you think I can defeat him?" The golden wolf king said. The white-eyed wolf said coldly, "So you think you can defeat little Qin Zi?" "Did I say that? Don't slander me," the golden wolf king said angrily. Its expression was full of anxiety. "Enough!" Qin Feiyang shouted impatiently. The beasts immediately shut their mouths, and the place fell silent. Qin Feiyang looked at the golden wolf king and said, "If you don't want to face Lu Xingchen, tell me what's going on with the qi and blood in your body." The golden wolf king hesitated. "I can kill you at any time." Qin Feiyang moved the Chang Shui in his hand. The sharp blade immediately cut the golden wolf king's skin, and blood dripped down. The golden wolf king's body tensed up. It hurriedly said, I'll talk. This is because, but at this point, it fell silent again. Qin Feiyang shouted. Killing intent surged in his eyes. The Golden Wolf King trembled and said, "It's because of a bead. It's this bead that gives me endless qi and blood." A bead? Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Their eyes were full of surprise. What kind of bead could have such a heaven-defying ability? Qin Feiyang said, "Show it to me." The Golden Wolf King hesitated. "Hurry!" Qin Feiyang's patience was almost worn out. Looking at Qin Feiyang's murderous gaze, the Golden Wolf King sighed helplessly. A blood-red light shot out from its body. An exuberant qi and blood instantly enveloped the surroundings. Moreover, there was also a terrifying divine might. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the crocodile emperor, and the other three beasts were all surprised. It really was a bead. It was only the size of a pellet and was completely blood-red. At first glance, it looked as if it was cast from flesh and blood. Everyone found it hard to imagine how such a bead could possess such a terrifying amount of qi and blood. The Golden Wolf King said, "I found this in an ancient ruin. I call it the Blood Pearl." Qi and Blood Pearl, Qin Feiyang murmured. The Qi and Blood Pearl had divine power, which meant that it was a divine item, and an incredible one at that. However, he had never heard of such a divine item that could provide people with qi and blood. The Golden Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang anxiously and said, "You've seen it. Can you return it to me now?" "Return it to you?" The Crocodile Emperor and the other three beasts immediately laughed mockingly. The Golden Wolf King's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss Qin, I gave you the qi and blood pearl because I trust you. You can't take it by force and keep it for yourself." Qin Feiyang said lightly, "I thank you for your trust, but I'll keep this qi and blood pearl for now." Actually, he was worried that this qi and blood pearl would fall into the hands of Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen was already difficult enough to deal with now. If he got this qi and blood pearl, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. It would be even more difficult to deal with in the future. The Golden Wolf King's eyes were burning with anger. He roared, "I was really blind to believe the nonsense of you humans. Even if you don't give it to me, this qi and blood pearl will still be mine after I kill you. Moreover, when did I say that I would return it to you?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. As soon as the Golden Wolf King heard this, he immediately slumped to the ground weakly. The divine bow was destroyed, and the qi and blood pearl was snatched away. It was beaten back to its original state. It would be better to just kill it directly. "Don't blame boss. You asked for it. If you hadn't backstabbed us previously, boss wouldn't have snatched your qi and blood pearl at all, let alone destroy the divine bow. Because boss is not that kind of greedy person at all." The Crocodile Emperor snorted coldly. In fact, no one had any prejudice against the Golden Wolf King. The only thing that annoyed everyone was that when Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen were fighting, this guy actually backstabbed them and took the opportunity to slip away. Wasn't this behavior treating everyone as fools? Stop being so pretentious. If he wasn't greedy, why would your armor be on him? I think you're stupid. Your armor was snatched away and you still speak up for him. The Golden Wolf King sneered. "Ha!" The Crocodile Emperor laughed. The Scorpion Emperor and the other two beasts were also laughing. "What are you laughing at?" The Golden Wolf King raised his eyebrows. "You better prick up your ears and listen carefully. Boss didn't steal this emperor's armor. This emperor gave it to him willingly." The Crocodile Emperor said. "What? Willingly?" The Golden Wolf King was dumbfounded. "That's right. From the beginning to the end, he never forced me to give him my armor." The Crocodile Emperor sneered. "But that's a divine artifact. Are you crazy?" The Golden Wolf King said angrily. "Because he's worth it. Although he's not a good person, he treats me as a friend and a brother." The Crocodile Emperor said. "Little crocodile, why are you telling it this? It won't understand even if you tell it. Don't waste your breath." The Scorpion Emperor and the other two beasts waved their claws. The Golden Wolf King looked at the four beasts in a daze. Then, it turned to look at Qin Feiyang, its eyes full of suspicion. It couldn't figure it out. What kind of charm did this human have? How could he make the four beasts, who had always been proud and aloof, submit to him willingly in such a short time? Qin Feiyang asked, "Did you drip your blood on this qi and blood pearl to claim ownership?" The Golden Wolf King nodded. "Erase the blood contract inside," Qin Feiyang said in a tone that brooked no discussion. Sigh. The Golden Wolf King let out a long sigh. With a thought, the blood contract inside the qi and blood pearl instantly dissipated. Qin Feiyang also immediately cut his finger and dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. After the blood contract was completed, he kept the qi and blood pearl in his body. Qin Feiyang immediately revealed a look of bewilderment. After the qi and blood pearl entered his body, it didn't return to his energy reserve. Instead, it went straight to his heart. In the end, the qi and blood pearl merged with his heart. The moment it merged, Qin Feiyang immediately felt as if there was an additional spring of life in his heart. His qi and blood were unprecedentedly vigorous. The Golden Wolf King glanced at Qin Feiyang and snorted. The qi and blood pearl can not only provide qi and blood, but also protect your heart. Even if you encounter a divine weapon in the future, it may not be able to hurt your heart. It's really a divine item. Heard of it? The four beasts were speechless. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the Golden Wolf King, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little Qin Zi, quickly take it to see Lu Xingqian." "What? I've already given you the qi and blood pearl. Why do you still want me to see Lu Xingqian?" The Golden Wolf King's expression changed and he hurriedly shouted. The Crocodile Emperor gloated. "What can we do? Lu Xingqian specifically asked for you. Big Brother Qin, I really don't want to go. Moreover, the qi and blood pearl is now in your hands. When Lu Xingqian sees me and realizes that I'm worthless, won't he just kill me? I don't want to die. I beg you, please be merciful and let me go, okay? I have an 80-year-old mother and a crying wolf pup waiting to be fed. I can't die." The Golden Wolf King lay on the ground and looked at Qin Feiyang pitifully, begging repeatedly. The Crocodile Emperor and the four beasts were stunned. This guy was too good at bragging. An 80-year-old mother? A crying wolf pup waiting to be fed? How could he think of that? More shameless than me? I'm impressed. The white-eyed wolf also shook his head, his eyes full of disdain. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but want to laugh. He lowered his head and pondered for a while, then said, "My friend is still in Lu Xingqian's hands, so no matter what, you have to go." The Golden Wolf King suddenly despaired. "But," Qin Feiyang said again. "But what?" The Golden Wolf King perked up and looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and said, "I'll try my best to ensure your safety." "Just try your best?" The Golden Wolf King collapsed again, his eyes full of disappointment. "Take it, let's go," Qin Feiyang said. "You're not allowed to take Master Golden Wolf King away." Before he finished speaking, the ghost wolves around rushed forward and blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and a murderous aura surged. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Golden Wolf King hurriedly got up and shouted, "Back down." "Master," the ghost wolves were extremely anxious. "I don't care if I die, but you can't die." "Back down," the Golden Wolf King shouted. The ghost wolves looked at each other and finally silently retreated to the side. "From now on, the Silver Wolf King is your only leader, and you have to listen to his arrangements. By the way, tell him not to avenge me." The Golden Wolf King sighed. The wolves looked at the Golden Wolf King with sad expressions. The Golden Wolf King sighed and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Promise me one thing, don't hurt them." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Golden Wolf King looked at the wolves reluctantly, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Then let's go." It stood up, held its head high, and strode in front of Qin Feiyang, like a hero who was going to die for a righteous cause. It was valiant and high-spirited, making people not know whether to laugh or cry. Howl. But suddenly, the howls of wolves could be heard from afar as they drew closer and closer. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was no stranger to this wolf howl. It was the ghost wolves sending messages. At the same time, Hearing these wolf howls, the wolves also became restless. The Golden Wolf King also stopped in its tracks, its eyes glinting. What's going on? The Scorpion King and the other beasts were surprised. The Golden Wolf King suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had encountered a great thing. He shouted excitedly, "The heavens don't want me to die, the heavens don't want me to die." Qin Feiyang frowned, and an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. The Golden Wolf King suddenly stopped laughing, lowered his head, and looked at Qin Feiyang and said jokingly, "Do you know what news my tribesmen sent?" "Speak," Qin Feiyang said. "A few of my tribesmen captured 2 humans, and they said that those 2 humans know you. How can there be such a coincidence in this world?" The Golden Wolf King laughed. "2 humans? They know me." Qin Feiyang frowned. Chapter 1509. The White-Eyed Wolf said telepathically, "Quickly use the slave seal to sense it." Qin Feiyang immediately closed his eyes. "What's wrong? Are you very nervous and panicky now?" Seeing Qin Feiyang close his eyes, the Golden Wolf King laughed mockingly. Qin Feiyang ignored it. A moment later, suddenly, Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at the complacent Golden Wolf King. 2 streaks of light burst out of his eyes. "Don't look at me like that. Even if you kneel down and beg me later, it's useless. You dare to provoke me, this is the price you have to pay." The Golden Wolf King snorted coldly. The White-Eyed Wolf raised its eyebrows and thought to itself, "Little Qin Zi, it can't really be a viper, right?" "It's not. The viper's aura is still very far away from us. And it's not just the viper, the pangolins are also very far away. In short, I used the slave seal in the vicinity and didn't find anyone I know." Qin Feiyang thought to himself. "That's good." The White-Eyed Wolf breathed a sigh of relief and asked curiously, "Then who was the person caught by the White-Eyed Wolf? Who in the Forgotten Continent and the Great Qin Empire doesn't know me, Qin Feiyang? It might be 2 unrelated people." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Unrelated people." The White-Eyed Wolf smiled playfully and raised its head to look at the Golden Wolf King. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Don't make a sound, let it be proud for a while." "Understood." The White-Eyed Wolf also smiled evilly. "Why aren't you saying anything? Beg me. Maybe I'll be happy and let them go later." The Golden Wolf King looked at Qin Feiyang and shouted. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he changed the topic. With a flattering smile, he said, "Don't be like this, we're all friends, let's talk nicely." "Who's friends with you? Don't flatter yourself." The Golden Wolf King said proudly and disdainfully. Yes, please calm down. What do you think? We'll return the blood pearl to you, and you'll be merciful and let them go?" The White-Eyed Wolf also smiled. Weren't you guys very before? Very arrogant? Why are you begging me now? I can't bear you. How about this? This prince's back has been sore these days. Why don't you give this prince a massage?" The Golden Wolf King laughed. "Use wolves?" The ingrate was stunned, and a ferocious glint appeared in his eyes. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up. If I'm in a bad mood now, I can't guarantee what I'll do. You guys have to think carefully." The Golden Wolf King shook its head, beaming with joy and complacency. "Get out of the way, get out of the way." Suddenly, there was a commotion behind the wolf pack. Qin Feiyang, the White-Eyed Wolf, the Crocodile Emperor, and the Golden Wolf King all turned their heads to look. They saw 4 9-star combat emperors walking over with a man and a woman. "It's them?" The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also a little surprised. They were a man and a woman, and both looked very young. The man was about 25 or 26 years old. He had a dignified appearance, and his 7-foot body was tall and straight like an iron pine tree. He exuded an oppressive aura. The woman had a beautiful face. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and she was elegant and refined. She wore a floor-length dress that made her look like a fairy. "You guys know each other?" The Crocodile Emperor and the other 2 beasts asked secretly. "Yes. The man's name is Mu Qing. The woman's name is Xin Mei." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. As the saying goes, enemies are destined to meet. The white-eyed wolf sneered secretly. Enemies? The four beasts looked at each other and there was a hint of playfulness in their eyes. It seemed that the situation was not what the Golden Wolf King thought. Qin Feiyang? White-eyed wolf. Mu Qing and Shen Mei also saw Qin Feiyang, and their expressions couldn't help but be stunned. The white-eyed wolf's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Shen Mei in surprise and transmitted his voice in disbelief. Damn, Shen Mei's cultivation has already broken through to a 2-star combat emperor? Is there a problem? Qin Feiyang said. Shen Mei's talent is not as good as Ren Wushuang's. But she stepped into the combat emperor first. Is this not a problem? The white-eyed wolf thought to himself. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly and said, "This just confirms one of my conjectures." What conjecture? The white-eyed wolf asked secretly. Qin Feiyang said, Lu Xingqian's divine spatial item has a different time rule inside it. You mean, Lu Xingqian's divine spatial item is the same as the ancient castle? The white-eyed wolf said. Otherwise, how could Lu Xingqian's cultivation improve so quickly? This Shen Mei has been following him for a long time. Naturally, she can't be compared to my sister. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. Do you think this Shen Mei is following Lu Xingqian because of this? The white-eyed wolf said in surprise. I don't think so. Look, back in the spiritual state, in order to get Shen Mei's forgiveness, Lu Xingqian didn't hesitate to put down his pride and face and kneel to her. This means that Lu Xingqian really likes her. I think Shen Mei was also moved by Lu Xingqian's sincerity. Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do now? No matter what the relationship between Shen Mei and Lu Xingqian is, her relationship with Ren Wushuang is unquestionable. Should we save her or not? The white-eyed wolf asked secretly. Qin Feiyang's answer was very straightforward. He didn't even think about it. Shen Mei would become an enemy sooner or later if she followed Lu Xingqian. Facing an enemy, he would never show mercy because of some external factors. During the conversation, the four ghost wolves had already escorted Mu Qing and Shen Mei to the Golden Wolf King's side. The Golden Wolf King glanced at the two of them and sneered, "Behave yourselves. Don't play any tricks." The two of them remained silent and looked at Qin Feiyang. Shen Mei nodded and smiled at Qin Feiyang with a complicated look in her eyes. However, in the depths of Mu Qing's eyes, there was a cold glint and murderous intent. The Golden Wolf King stood in front of Shen Mei and Mu Qing and looked at Qin Feiyang. You know each other, right? Qin Feiyang nodded. Sure. I thought you would deny it, but I didn't expect you to admit it so readily. You're a man. You're responsible. I admire you. The Golden Wolf King chuckled. We already know each other. What's there to hide? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Since you've accepted it, then it's easy. Quickly hand over the Qi and Blood Pearl. The Golden Wolf King said. Qi and Blood Pearl? Mu Qing and Shen Mei looked suspicious. However, although they did not know what the Qi and Blood Pearl was, with their eyesight, they could naturally see that the Golden Wolf King was using them to threaten Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing mocked, Golden Wolf King, you must be mistaken. Do you think it's okay to use us to threaten him? Shut up. Not only did the Golden Wolf King not understand, but he also glared at him fiercely. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, There's a limit to my patience. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted and he said with a smile, Do it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Crocodile Emperor and the other three beasts immediately swarmed forward and punched and kicked the Golden Wolf King. What's going on? The Golden Wolf King was dumbfounded. The surrounding ghost wolves were also dumbfounded. Bang bang bang. After a while, the Golden Wolf King was beaten to the ground by the Crocodile Emperor and the other three beasts. His Qi was also destroyed. At this moment, the white-eyed wolf finally stepped forward and said with a smile, Your back is sore, right? You're in a bad mood, right? Coincidentally, my fist is also itchy and I'm in a bad mood. Today, I'll help you loosen your bones. I guarantee that you'll be happy both physically and mentally. Bang bang. The white-eyed wolf attacked mercilessly. One punch and one bump. The Golden Wolf King was in so much pain that he kept crying out. How could this be? This is not how the story would develop in my imagination. The surrounding wolves looked at each other in dismay, their minds in a mess. What are you still standing there for? Quickly cripple their cultivation and torture them to death. The Golden Wolf King roared at the wolves. The 4 9-star combat Emperor Ghost Wolves came back to their senses and immediately destroyed the cultivation of Mu Qing and the Mysterious Man. Then, just like how the Crocodile Emperor and the other 4 beasts had treated the Golden Wolf King, they beat up Mu Qing and the Mysterious Man. The Golden Wolf King laughed and said, "Wolf Cub, if you don't stop now, prepare to collect their corpses." It doesn't matter. The white-eyed wolf shrugged and continued to beat them up violently. What? It doesn't matter. The Golden Wolf King was once again dumbfounded. Didn't he care a lot before? He even said good things about him. Why did he suddenly become indifferent now? I'll let you die with a clear understanding. We do know them, but we're opponents and enemies. We're not friends as you think. The white-eyed wolf sneered. What? The Golden Wolf King was completely dumbfounded. After all this time, this man and woman were Qin Fei Yang's opponents? The 4 9-star combat Emperor Ghost Wolves also stopped what they were doing and looked at Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf in astonishment. Opponents? Enemies? What kind of joke was this? How could there be such a funny thing? The Golden Wolf King came back to his senses and immediately shouted, "If we're opponents, then why did you act like you cared so much just now? You even tried to curry favor with me? I'm just teasing you. Don't you understand? Silly." The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. Teasing me? The Golden Wolf King was instantly petrified. Could it be that they were making fun of him? Bastard! Is this very funny? The next moment, it suddenly got up and looked at Qin Fei Yang and the white-eyed wolf and roared. "Who told you to get up? Get down!" The white-eyed wolf kicked down, and the Golden Wolf King fell to the ground again with a bang. "You're too shameless. I hate you!" The Golden Wolf King cried out sorrowfully. "I was afraid that you didn't hate me." The white-eyed wolf smiled coldly and slashed down with its paw. The Golden Wolf King's skull almost cracked open. "Who did I offend? Why did I have to meet you malefactors?" The Golden Wolf King looked aggrieved and tears flowed out of his eyes. He had been in the divine sight for countless years and had never been so aggrieved. It was simply a joke. "You're still scolding me? It seems that you really don't want to live." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed fiercely. Think about it. The Golden Wolf King's body trembled and he nodded repeatedly. Is that wrong? The white-eyed wolf slapped the Golden Wolf King's head again. He hurriedly said, "Wrong, wrong." "Then are you still smug?" The white-eyed wolf sneered. No. The Golden Wolf King shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "I have deeply realized my mistakes. In the future, I will turn over a new leaf and become a wolf again. This is the price for your arrogance." Chapter 15:10. Qin Fei Yang pondered deeply. "Boss Qin, don't kill me. I beg you, I still have a lot of time, a lot of good years." The Golden Wolf King looked at Qin Fei Yang and said with a crying face. Qin Fei Yang looked at it expressionlessly and asked, "Will you still obey me in the future?" No. Never again." The Golden Wolf King shook its head repeatedly. Qin Fei Yang said lightly, "I really don't dare to believe your words now." "It's true, I swear." The Golden Wolf King said. Qin Fei Yang said, "If it were you, would you believe my oath? What do I have to do to make you believe me?" The Golden Wolf King said anxiously, "I only believe in myself." Qin Fei Yang said. The Golden Wolf King was burning with anxiety. Wait a minute. Why did these words sound so familiar? Very soon, it revealed a bitter smile. It turned out that when it was at the water source, it had a similar conversation with Elder Gua and the old man in black. However, the situation back then was different from now. At that time, it was high and mighty, looking down on Elder Gua and the old man in black. And now, it was kneeling there, begging for its life. Something is not right. Why did he say that he only believes in himself? Could it be he also knows the blood soul technique? The Golden Wolf King was shocked and puzzled. It quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and its pupils constricted. Qin Feiyang was indeed forming seals. After a while, a palm-sized seal appeared. This is not the Blood Soul technique? The Golden Wolf King was surprised. Blood Soul technique? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said disdainfully, "How can a mere Blood Soul technique be compared to my slavery seal?" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the slavery seal turned into a stream of light, sinking into the top of the Golden Wolf King's head at lightning speed. Ouch! The Golden Wolf King instantly howled and rolled on the ground. This is called the enslavement seal. It's countless times more powerful than the Blood Soul technique. Not only can it instantly erase your soul, it can also peek into your inner thoughts. So, don't play any tricks in the future. The white-eyed wolf sneered. This, the Golden Wolf King was dumbfounded. The white-eyed wolf said, "By the way, the enslavement seal is a divine art that can break the Blood Soul technique. Only little Qin Zi can break the enslavement seal." Divine art? The Golden Wolf King's eyes trembled. Then he quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Boss Qin, don't worry. I swear to follow you until death. I will never betray you." Qin Feiyang said, "Now that you want to betray us, it depends on whether you have the guts to do so." Yes. The Golden Wolf King smiled fawningly. Mu Qin, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but feel uneasy when she saw this scene. If Qin Feiyang and the Golden Wolf King fought, she still had a chance to escape. But now, the Golden Wolf King was actually subdued by Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was already not someone she could deal with. With the Golden Wolf King, there was no hope at all. What should I do? Am I going to die here? For a moment, Mu Qin was at a loss. Qin Feiyang took out a spirit sea pill and threw it to the Golden Wolf King. Then he turned to Mu Qin and Xin Mei with a playful smile. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, Xin Mei was a little flustered. She said, "Qin Feiyang, it's not your style to hit someone when they are down. Besides, even if we are not friends, we are not enemies either." No. How could I hit someone when they are down? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled brightly. But the more he was like this, the more flustered Xin Mei and Mu Qin were. "Don't be nervous. Now, not only will I not kill you, but I will also thank you. Because your appearance is equivalent to a timely rain that saves my life." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Thank you? Timely rain?" The two of them were stunned. They didn't understand this. "You will understand later." Qin Feiyang smiled and sent the two of them to the castle. The Golden Wolf King asked, "Boss Qin, who are they?" The Scorpion King and the other three beasts also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, "They are the people Lu Xingchen cares about the most." "I see." The Scorpion King and the other three beasts suddenly understood. In this case, the appearance of these two people was really timely rain. Lu Xingchen probably never dreamed that the situation would reverse so quickly. Qin Feiyang picked up the broken divine bow and said with a smile, "Let's go and meet him." "Let's go." "What about me?" The Golden Wolf King hurriedly said. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and said, "Do you still need to ask? Of course, we should go together. Lu Xingchen wants you. If you don't show up, how can we play?" But the Golden Wolf King nodded helplessly. It seemed that they couldn't escape now. Whoosh! One man and 6 beasts immediately rushed toward the valley. When they entered the valley, the sky had already darkened. Qin Feiyang stood on a stone, glanced at the empty valley and said lightly, "The Golden Wolf King has been brought here. Come out." Swish! Before he finished speaking, Lu Xingchen appeared in front of him out of thin air. He glanced at the Golden Wolf King behind Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin's methods are really amazing." "You flatter me." Qin Feiyang grinned. Lu Xingchen frowned. Why was he smiling so strangely? Qin Feiyang asked, "Where are Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng?" Lu Xingchen looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Without thinking much, he waved his hand and Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng immediately appeared. Qin Feiyang said, "Let them go." Lu Xingchen shook his head and said, No, you have to give me the Golden Wolf King first." "No." Qin Feiyang said. Lu Xingchen said unhappily, Brother Qin, we are all honest people. What are you afraid of? I am honest, but you may not be. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Lu Xingchen smiled helplessly and said, Am I so unworthy of your trust? You know very well. Qin Feiyang said. But Lu Xingchen nodded. But suddenly, he noticed the divine bow in Qin Feiyang's hand and raised his eyebrows. He asked, What's wrong with the divine bow? I destroyed it. I was afraid that you wouldn't believe me, so I brought it here for you to see. Qin Feiyang said. Destroyed. Lu Xingchen's face twitched. What was this bastard thinking? Didn't he know that it was a divine artifact? It would be a pity to destroy it. He sighed, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother Qin, you're making things difficult for me. I don't think it's difficult. You give me Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng, and I give you the Golden Wolf King. It's a fair deal. Qin Feiyang said. No. If the divine bow was still here, it would indeed be a fair deal. Because it's 2 for 2. But now, the divine bow is destroyed, and you only have the Golden Wolf King in your hand. This deal has become unfair. Lu Xingchen said. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. I mean, I have 2 hostages, and you only have the Golden Wolf King. 1 for 2. Do you think that's possible? As a fair deal, it should be 1 for 1. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The white-eyed wolf, the crocodile emperor, and the other 3 beasts couldn't help but want to laugh, but they tried their best to hold it in. Since it was an act, they had to finish it. After Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, he looked at Lu Xingchen and said, I still don't understand. Can you make it clearer? All right, I'll be straightforward. I can only give you 1. It's either Lu Zheng or Ling Yunfei. Lu Xingchen said with a smile. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization, and a sneer appeared on his face. He said, Don't talk about the divine bow. If I'm not wrong, you didn't intend to give them all to me from the beginning, right? Lu Xingchen smiled and said, Brother Qin is indeed a wise man. Yes, whether the divine bow is destroyed or not, I can only give it to you. When do you plan to give me the remaining person? Qin Feiyang said. When you're done, promise me. Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang said, Qin Feiyang, am a man of my word. If I say I'll help you do something, I'll do it. Lu Xingchen said with a smile, Of course I trust Brother Qin's character, but you can't let your guard down. Qin Feiyang said, Then I'm really curious. What do you want me to do for you? The white-eyed wolf sneered and said, Now that we're at the divine site, there's no need to hide it anymore. Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. Let's wait until we're there. Lu Xingchen said with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at him and suddenly let out a soft sigh. He said, You should know me. The more you force me, the less I will compromise. I know. But I know better. Whether it's Ling Yunfei or Lu Zheng, they're both very important to you. Unless you don't want their lives. Lu Xingchen smiled playfully and put his hands behind his back, giving off an arrogant attitude that everything was under his control. The white-eyed wolf couldn't help but raise his head and laugh. When the white-eyed wolf laughed like this, the Scorpion King and the other 3 beasts couldn't help but laugh. They were very happy. What are you laughing at? Lu Xingchen raised his eyebrows. However, not only did no one answer him, even Qin Feiyang laughed, and his laughter was filled with ridicule that couldn't be dispersed. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the other beasts, Lu Xingchen felt inexplicably irritated and said angrily, What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your naivety. After the white-eyed wolf said this, he laughed again. I can't. My stomach is hurting from laughing. My tears are coming out from laughing. It's so funny. How can there be such an ignorant person in the world? It's so funny. The Scorpion King and the other 3 beasts couldn't stop laughing. Seeing this, Lu Xingchen's eyes darkened and he shouted, All of you, shut up. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Do you still want Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng's lives? Qin Feiyang nodded. Then quickly give me the Golden Wolf King. Lu Xingchen shouted. Obviously, he had completely lost his patience. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Bastard, Are you playing tricks? Lu Xingchen was furious, his veins bulging. No, I'm very sincere. Qin Feiyang showed an innocent face. Lu Xingchen was furious and shouted, then quickly give me the Golden Wolf King. Qin Feiyang shook his head again. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Lu Xingchen roared again and again. He was about to go crazy. Alas, I really want to give you the Golden Wolf King, but someone doesn't agree. Chapter 1511. Who dares not to agree? Lu Xingchen roared angrily. Qin Feiyang joked, it's me. Lu Xingchen was stunned and laughed harshly. Sure enough, you're playing with me. It seems that if I don't use my real strength, you won't be afraid. After that, killing intent surged in his eyes, and he slapped Ling Yunfei's head with his palm. Qin Feiyang's eyes suddenly turned cold. If you dare to hurt a hair on his head, I promise you'll regret it for the rest of your life. After that, with a wave of his hand, Mu Qing and Shen Mei appeared out of thin air. What? Lu Xingchen hurriedly withdrew his hand and looked at the two in disbelief. My lord, I'm sorry. Mu Qing lowered her head and said. Shen Mei also had a look of self-blame. Although they had been in the ancient castle the entire time, they had clearly heard everything that had happened outside. They also finally understood what Qin Feiyang meant by timely help. Lu Xingchen came back to his senses after a long while and said angrily, How did you fall into his hands? Both of them were silent. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Let me tell you. Lu Xingchen immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. It's really too much of a coincidence. It's so coincidental that you can't believe it. When I subdued the Golden Wolf King and was about to bring it to see you, the Golden Wolf King's clansmen suddenly sent news that they had captured 2 humans. At first, I thought it might be the people around me, but I never expected it to be Mu Qing and Shen Mei. Do you think this is fate? Qin Feiyang joked. Lu Xingchen clenched his hands and turned his head abruptly to look at Mu Qing and Shen Mei. He said angrily, Why are you coming this way? Aren't you causing trouble for me? Mu Qing said, We came here specifically to find you. Looking for me? Lu Xingchen stared blankly for a moment, then said in surprise, Does that mean the all-seeing eye can be used? Qin Feiyang glanced at Mu Qing with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Before entering the divine ruin, he had discussed the omniscient eye with the mysterious madam. But at that time, the mysterious lady couldn't be sure. I can use it, but I can only see the general location. That's why we came here. We were already very careful on the way, but we didn't expect to still be discovered by the ghost wolf. Mu Qing said, not daring to look up at Lu Xingchen's eyes. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows slightly. Although he could only see the general location, it was still a big problem. It looked like if there was a chance, he would have to get rid of this person. After hearing this, Lu Xingchen said in a low voice, Then you didn't use your all-seeing eyes to spy on Qin Feiyang's position? I knew he was in the same direction as you. But because I couldn't determine your exact location, I didn't know you were together. I also didn't expect to bump into him first. Actually, it's all those damn ghost wolves' fault. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have fallen into Qin Feiyang's hands. Mu Qing raised her head and looked at the Golden Wolf King, her eyes full of hatred. The Golden Wolf King chuckled and said, Don't say that. This is called fate. We can't avoid it even if we were thousands of miles apart. Fuck your fate. Mu Qing was instantly furious. The Golden Wolf King said disdainfully, Why are you scolding me? You're so uncultured. I feel embarrassed standing next to you. Mu Qing was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. The Golden Wolf King was stunned. He laughed and said, You spat out blood just like that? You're too weak. You're so delicate. You should hide in your room like a girl and not go out. Bastard. Just you wait. I'll definitely kill you. Mu Qing roared. She was so angry that her body was trembling. Do you think I want to talk to you? The Golden Wolf King rolled his eyes and ignored her. Mu Qing stared at the Golden Wolf King angrily. She was out of breath. If looks could kill, the Golden Wolf King would have died 1,000 times. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Shut up. Lu Xingchen looked at Mu Qing and shouted coldly. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "So, the Golden Wolf King has been completely subdued by you?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "I'm impressed." Lu Xingchen laughed angrily. "You're welcome." Qin Feiyang laughed. Lu Xingchen snorted. He glanced at Mu Qing and Shen Mei and said, "Cut the crap. Let's exchange hostages." Qin Feiyang asked. Lu Xingchen shouted, "Nonsense. 2 for 2, of course." "You're angry. After all, this is an unfair deal. I have to ask clearly." Qin Feiyang joked. The word, unfair, was especially heavy. It was as if 3 invisible slaps had landed on Lu Xingchen's face, causing him to feel a burning pain. This was a blatant slap to the face. "Hurry up." Lu Xingchen suppressed his anger and urged. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, he sent the white-eyed wolf, the Golden Wolf King, and the Crocodile Emperor to the castle. Then he personally grabbed Mu Qing and Shen Mei and walked toward Lu Xingchen. "You're really careful." Lu Xingchen sneered. "Are you blaming me? You're too cunning. I can only do it myself." Qin Feiyang chuckled and walked in front of Lu Xingchen. There was only a distance of 2 meters between them. Lu Xingchen snorted and pushed Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng toward Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Qin Feiyang pushed Mu Qing and Shen Mei toward Lu Xingchen. Both of them waved their hands at the same time. Ling Yunfei and Lu Zheng were sent to the castle by Qin Feiyang. Mu Qing and Shen Mei were also sent to the space treasure by Lu Xingchen. After Ling Yunfei and the others were sent away, Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen seemed to have discussed it in advance. They threw a punch at each other at the same time. "We really have a tacit understanding." Lu Xingchen laughed. "We do have a tacit understanding, but our Tao is different." Qin Feiyang sneered. "Yeah, what a pity." Lu Xingchen nodded. A cold light flashed in his eyes. A strand of divine sense suddenly appeared on his fist. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. The divine armor and battle formula were activated almost at the same time. Because the speed of the attack was too fast, it was impossible to avoid the battle now. Boom! In an instant, the 2 fists met with a loud bang. Crack! The armor was fine, but Qin Feiyang's arm was instantly shattered and blood flowed. This was still considered good. If he hadn't activated the battle formula and armor in time, Lu Xingchen's punch would have been enough to kill him. In the end, Qin Feiyang smashed into the ground behind him like a meteorite. Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, a huge crater appeared, and dust covered the sky. "You're not my opponent after all." Lu Xingchen sneered. With a monstrous murderous aura, he rushed into the huge pit and attacked Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stood up, spitting blood. He looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "Are you sure you want to kill me now?" "I can't kill you?" Lu Xingchen sneered. "I didn't say I can't kill you. But if I die now, who will help you do what you want me to do for you?" Qin Feiyang said. "The situation has already developed to this point. I don't believe that you will keep your promise to help me. So, instead of letting you live and continue to cause trouble for me, it's better to get rid of you as soon as possible." Lu Xingchen said. A wisp of divine consciousness swept out like a poisonous snake and shot toward Qin Feiyang's glabella like lightning. "It seems that you know me very well. In that case, today, let's have a fight to the death. Whoever runs is a coward." Qin Feiyang roared. In a flash, Chang Shui appeared and collided with the divine consciousness. Clang! The divine consciousness was annihilated on the spot. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Lu Xingchen's mouth. Chang Shui was also sent flying. Qin Feiyang staggered and retreated. Lu Xingchen said disdainfully, "If you don't revive Chang Shui, you'll never be able to kill me. Although I don't have much divine consciousness left, it's enough to kill you." "Then I'll revive Chang Shui and kill you." Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. The qi and blood in his body surged out and flowed into Chang Shui. "What? Revive with qi and blood?" Lu Xingchen's expression changed drastically. Clang! As soon as the qi and blood flowed into Chang Shui buzzed and trembled. A vast divine power rolled out. Along with the divine power was a shocking sharpness. The wind howled and the sharpness destroyed the world. The area within 100 miles was instantly razed to the ground. Moreover, as the qi and blood flowed in, the divine power and sharpness emitted by Chang Shui became more and more terrifying. 500 miles, 800 miles, 1,000 miles, 1,500 miles, everything that could be seen, such as giant peaks and mountain ridges, was collapsing crazily. The earth was also trembling, cracking, and sinking. That scene was like the prelude to the end of the world. Do you really want to die? Lu Xingchen was shocked and furious. Don't worry, even if I use qi and blood to revive Chang Shui, he'll still be alive in the end. Qin Feiyang sneered. The qi and blood flowed continuously as if they were endless. He could clearly sense that although he had been reviving Chang Shui, his own qi and blood did not flow out at all. And the qi and blood that was flowing out now all came from the qi and blood pearl. In other words, it was not him reviving Chang Shui, but the qi and blood pearl reviving Chang Shui. No! I have to strike first. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was not moved at all, Lu Xingchen's eyes darkened. A divine consciousness rushed out from the top of his head. There were a total of 10 strands of divine consciousness. It was obvious that at this moment, he really wanted to kill Qin Feiyang. 10 strands of divine consciousness were launched at the same time, attacking Qin Feiyang. A terrifying aura destroyed everything in all directions. Qin Feiyang grinned and waved his hand. Chang Shui, with a monstrous bloody light, attacked at lightning speed like a beautiful demon knife. Boom! In an instant, the 10 strands of divine consciousness were destroyed, and the ground was ravaged. Lu Xingchen was also sent flying on the spot. His body cracked and blood gushed out. So strong? Qin Feiyang was shocked. According to his estimation, Chang Shui's current state of revival was at most 1/10. It might even be less than 1/10. But such a simple revival was actually able to destroy Lu Xingchen's 10 strands of divine consciousness so easily? This Chang Shui was too powerful. At the same time, Lu Xingchen's heart was also in turmoil. When he faced Chang Shui just now, he felt as if he was facing the Grim Reaper. An indescribable fear emerged in his heart. It was pitch black in front of him, and he could not see any light or hope. And he also knew. The current Chang Shui had not fully recovered, but it actually had such terrifying power. Chapter 15:12. Clang! Chang Shui's aura became more and more terrifying. The destructive waves had spread thousands of miles away. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The void was distorted. Lu Xingchen was more and more shocked. Was this the power of Chang Shui? Wait a minute. Something was wrong. Although Chang Shui's power was very terrifying, given Qin Feiyang's cultivation, how could he recover? What was with the vitality? He had been recovering for so long. Why did Qin Feiyang not show any signs of aging or weakness? Could it be, suddenly? He seemed to have thought of something. His gaze trembled violently as he stared at Qin Feiyang. Could it be that the Golden Wolf King? That's right. The Golden Wolf King gave it to me. But I won't tell you. What exactly is it? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Boom! Crack! Strong winds swept across the world. Suddenly, the void around Chang Shui actually cracked inch by inch. What? The void is shattered. Lu Xingchen's expression changed. Only the divine god of battle had the ability to shatter the void. In other words, the sharpness that Chang Shui emitted at this moment had already reached the level of a god of combat. And it was a true god of combat. Even so, Chang Shui's aura continued to soar. It could be seen that, currently, the power that Chang Shui displayed was not his full strength. It was stronger. Lu Xingchen was more and more terrified. He shouted, "Brother Qin, stop. We can discuss this." "You only want to discuss with me now? What were you doing earlier?" "Sorry, there's no room for discussion." Qin Feiyang roared. Chang Shui tore through the sky. His peerlessly terrifying sharpness destroyed the void one after another, shocking the world. Lu Xingchen's face was pale. He quickly entered the Space Divine item. "You think you'll be fine if you hide in the Space Divine item? You'll be destroyed together with the Space Divine item." Qin Feiyang roared, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Rumble! Chang Shui crashed into the ground. A destructive aura instantly rolled out in all directions, toppling mountains and overturning seas. Inside the spatial divine item, Lu Xingchen, Mu Qing, and Shen Mei stood together and looked at the stone walls on all sides. Crack! The stone wall was cracking continuously. My lord, what should we do? If this continues, the spatial divine object will be destroyed. Mu Qing was very anxious. Shen Mei's face was also filled with shock. How could he have imagined that Qin Feiyang had actually become this powerful after not seeing him for so many years? Lu Xingchen's face was gloomy. Chang Shui's strength had already exceeded his imagination. Even the space divine item could not withstand his attack. He didn't know what to do now. But compared to the spatial divine item, he was more worried about how to escape. This time, Qin Feiyang was not joking. He really wanted to kill him. And if this situation continued, the spatial divine object would be destroyed sooner or later. Once the spatial divine object was destroyed, he would no longer have a place to hide. Without a place to hide, it meant that he would have to face Qin Feiyang head-on. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang was too strong. He was no match for him at all. The cracks on the stone wall were getting bigger and bigger. The three of them could already clearly sense Chang Shui's sharpness. The sharpness was bone-piercing, like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Their hearts were filled with despair. Life and death were on the line. The destruction of the spatial divine object was also in an instant. Stop! But at this moment, a violent shout suddenly sounded outside. The voice was like a bell, shaking the sky for thousands of miles, exuding a great divine power. What's that sound? Lu Xingchen and the other two were surprised. At the same time, outside, Qin Feiyang also suddenly looked up at the sky, because the shout came from the sky above. Immediately, he glared and instantly got up, full of disbelief. In the void above, there was actually a giant python floating. Its body was hundreds of feet long, and its whole body was fiery red as if cast from magma. Its pair of red eyes were like two lanterns, shining with divine light. It's actually floating in the air. How can it fly? Qin Feiyang murmured. And the giant python's body exuded a mighty divine power. This was not the power of a fake god, but the power of a real war god, without the slightest impurity. This meant that this was a war god. The giant python looked down at Qin Feiyang and shouted coldly, "Your dagger has broken the balance of the first level of the miracle. Please stop the recovery immediately." Break the balance of the first level of the miracle? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did these words sound like the guardian of the miracle? Hurry up! The giant python shouted. The divine power poured down on Qin Feiyang like a waterfall. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Even if the giant python was the guardian of the miracle, he was not afraid now. Chang Shui turned in the air, and with the power to destroy the world, he faced the divine power head-on. Boom! The void was destroyed, and the sky trembled. Chang Shui was like a hot knife through butter. He blasted away the divine power and went straight to the giant python. The giant python was dumbfounded. Obviously, Chang Shui's power was also beyond its imagination. You dare to come out and stop me? Qin Feiyang sneered. At this moment, his blood was boiling and he was full of confidence. All of this came from Chang Shui. With the continuous influx of blood and qi, Chang Shui's power became more and more terrifying. Even Qin Feiyang now had the confidence to pierce through the sky. Human brat, you're too arrogant. The giant python's eyes were filled with anger, and it swung its giant tail. At the top of the sky, an invisible force surged down and blasted toward Chang Shui. Boom! Clang! Chang Shui was suddenly sent flying. Qin Feiyang also vomited mouthfuls of blood. Purple gold dragon blood? The giant python was surprised, but it quickly regained its indifference and said, "In this place, everything is decided by me. Even if you are a real purple gold divine dragon, you still have to obediently curl up in my territory." Qin Feiyang was shocked. The invisible force just now was not transformed by the giant python's divine power. It was the rule power of the miracle. In other words, this giant python was really the guardian of the miracle. Because only the guardian could control the rule power. Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He never expected that it would alarm the guardian here. The giant python shouted, "I'll give you another warning. Stop reviving immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, secretly controlling the qi and qi pearl, and the blood and qi dissipated immediately. Chang Shui, who was reviving, immediately dimmed down. This world also gradually returned to its calm state. In the end, Chang Shui fell into the hands of Qin Feiyang. Actually, he really wanted to try and see if the fully revived Chang Shui could compete with the rule power here. But after thinking about it, it was better not to be impulsive. After all, this was a miracle. It was a very unwise choice to compete with the guardian of the miracle and the rule power of the miracle. At least you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll directly send you to the second level or expel you from the miracle. The giant python snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang lowered his posture and cupped his hands. "This junior knows his mistake. Please forgive me." The giant python looked at Qin Feiyang and said lightly, "Your attitude is not bad. This time I'll let bygones be bygones, but if there's a next time, I won't be merciful, understand?" "Understood." Qin Feiyang nodded. The giant python added, "Also, don't revive that dagger in the future." "This?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "The power of that dagger has exceeded the limit of the first level of the miracle and will disturb the order here. I won't allow this kind of thing to happen," the giant python said in a tone that brooked no disobedience. "All right." Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. If the giant python didn't appear, he would definitely be able to kill Lu Xingchen this time. What a pity. Then you're on your own. After the giant python finished speaking, it disappeared without a trace in an instant. Swish. After the giant python disappeared, Lu Xingchen appeared in front of Qin Feiyang, looking up at the sky in surprise and asked, "Who was talking just now?" "The guardian of the miracle," Qin Feiyang said. "Guardian?" Lu Xingchen's pupils contracted. Qin Feiyang looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "I just can't figure out why your luck is so good every time." Lu Xingchen retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "This should be the so-called moral quality." "Moral quality?" Qin Feiyang snorted and said indifferently, "Although I didn't kill you this time, I think your spatial divine item should be about to be scrapped." Lu Xingchen's face darkened. "It seems that you're not convinced." Qin Feiyang smiled. Suddenly, his eyes surged with a cold light, and the ancient castle rushed out from between his eyebrows and smashed toward Lu Xingchen like lightning. Lu Xingchen's expression changed. He turned around and fled, roaring, "Have you forgotten what the guardian said before? Don't revive Chang Shui." "Your reaction is quite fast." Qin Feiyang nodded and sneered. "That's what it said, but it didn't say that I can't revive the ancient castle." "Bastard! Are you really going to kill me?" Lu Xingchen roared. "I'm not the one who wants to kill you, it's you." Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. His qi and blood surged again and rushed toward the ancient castle. Clang! The ancient castle also began to revive. Monstrous black light covered the sky and the moon, emitting a divine power that was not inferior to Chang Shui at all. Lu Xingchen was burning with anxiety. He thought that he had escaped disaster, but he did not expect Qin Feiyang to take out the ancient castle again. "Where can you escape to?" Qin Feiyang laughed, his blood-red eyes glowing with a dazzling bloody light. "What should I do? Go to the spatial divine item?" "But the spatial divine item has reached its limit. If it takes another hit from the ancient castle, it will be completely destroyed. But if I don't go to the spatial divine item, I won't be able to keep my life." Lu Xingchen's heart was in a mess. He also hated the Golden Wolf King to the core. Because, if the Golden Wolf King had not given the Qi and Blood Pearl to Qin Feiyang would not have been able to revive Chang Shui and the ancient castle. If he could not revive Chang Shui and the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang could not do anything to Lu Xingchen. "Bastard, I'll fight you to the death." Lu Xingchen gritted his teeth and waved his hand. A divine consciousness swept out and blasted toward the ancient castle. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 30 divine consciousnesses. Boom, clang. But it was useless. After the ancient castle was revived, it shook its head and obliterated the 30 divine consciousnesses in an instant. Lu Xingchen vomited blood in anger. His body and mind trembled, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Die! Qin Feiyang laughed. The ancient castle cut through the sky and smashed toward Lu Xingchen's head. Chapter 1513. However, at this moment, a rule force descended from the sky and blasted the ancient castle away. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked up at the sky. He immediately saw the giant python that had left before reappear out of thin air. It's you again. The giant python looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of anger. Qin Feiyang was also a little annoyed that the giant python had messed up the situation one after another. The giant python shouted, "I've said it just now. If you do it again, I won't let you off easily." The pieces of rule force continued to fall from the sky, exuding a destructive aura. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm using the ancient castle?" The giant python was stunned and looked at the ancient castle with an embarrassed expression. "I didn't expect that a mere combat emperor like you would have so many powerful divine artifacts. You have a problem with that?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. "Young man, don't be so rude. If I want to expel you from the divine sight, it's only a matter of thought. It's useless no matter how many divine artifacts you have." The giant python sneered. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He pointed at Lu Xingchen and said unhappily, "What about him? Can he use his divine sense?" Divine sense? The giant python was stunned. It looked at Lu Xingchen with a hint of surprise in its eyes. "It's actually a body possession?" Lu Xingchen looked at the giant python and was extremely nervous. The giant python came back to its senses and looked at Qin Feiyang. "This is indeed a loophole in the divine sight, but I can't change it. After all, I'm only a guardian, not a creator. This loophole is not fair at all." Qin Feiyang said. "I'll bear this. Of course, nothing like this has happened before. But you don't have to worry. He only has 3 strands of divine sense left. If all 3 strands of divine sense disappear, he will also die. So in the future, he will definitely not dare to use his divine sense again." The giant python said. "Damn it." Lu Xingchen cursed inwardly. Qin Feiyang's face lit up with joy. How much spiritual sense Lu Xingchen still had remained a mystery. Without knowing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't act freely. After all, the power of divine sense was too strong, so he had no choice but to be wary. But he didn't expect that the giant python would directly expose him. 3 strands of divine sense. In other words, Lu Xingchen had already reached the end of his road. Because to him, 3 strands of divine sense were of no threat at all. Even if he didn't revive Chang Shui and the castle, he could still easily obliterate Lu Xingchen's 3 strands of divine consciousness. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lu Xingchen and said with a smile, "No wonder you only cared about running for your life. It turns out that you've already exhausted all your tricks." Lu Xingchen's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. "Even though I don't have much divine sense left, it's still unfair to the others." The giant python lowered its head and muttered. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen raised their heads at the same time and looked at the giant python, waiting for it to continue. "How about this?" A moment later, the giant python looked at Lu Xingchen and said, "For the sake of fairness, from now on, you're not allowed to use divine sense." This, Lu Xingchen wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to. Qin Feiyang was secretly delighted. Lu Xingchen could be arrogant in front of him for so long because of divine sense. And once he lost his trump card, Lu Xingchen would be an ordinary person without any threat. Don't think that I'm joking. Everything in the divine relic is under my control. So as long as I'm willing, I can know your every move. If you dare to use divine sense and those 2 divine items behind my back, I'll let you know that there's always someone better. Oomph. After the giant python finished speaking, It snorted and disappeared without a trace. Chang Shui and the ancient castle can't be revived, and I can't use divine sense. Are you satisfied with this result now? Lu Xingchen glared at Qin Feiyang. It doesn't matter to me. The battle formula, kill formula, return formula, and the other divine formulas are enough for me to dominate under the false god realm. As for you, other than divine sense, what else do you have? I'm sure you have divine formulas, but are they as heaven-defying as the kill formula? Without divine sense, what can you do with your cultivation of a 6-star combat emperor? I'm afraid that even the 9-star combat emperors in the Great Qin Empire and the main tower can easily kill you. Qin Feiyang laughed, his face full of sarcasm. Lu Xingchen's face sank. Although Qin Feiyang's words were unpleasant to hear, it was the truth. Without divine sense, he could only hide in a spatial divine item like a coward when he encountered danger. That's right. I think I said just now that whoever escapes is a coward. Should I call you Coward Lu now? Qin Feiyang mocked. Don't be too proud. The good show is yet to come. Lu Xingchen coldly spat out these words before he turned around to leave. Swish. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, leaving behind an afterimage. He grabbed Lu Xingchen's arm and grinned. It wasn't easy to force you to this point. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? Don't go too far. Lu Xingchen's eyes trembled as he shouted. Go too far? Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. An invisible force suddenly roared out. The divine power shook the sky. The fourth style, ultimate end. Lu Xingchen's expression changed. Without any hesitation, he broke his arm and fled into the spatial divine item. Pumph. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. The invisible force blasted toward the place where Lu Xingchen disappeared. With a loud bang, a huge pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Dust and smoke shrouded in all directions. After waiting for the dust to settle, he scanned the huge pit and shouted, I said you're a coward. Do you really think you're a coward? If you're a man, come out immediately and accept my challenge openly. Lu Xingchen stood in the broken spatial divine item and looked at Qin Feiyang outside. His hands were tightly clenched together. Mu Qing was also gnashing her teeth. Shen Mei's expression was a little complicated. If either of them had taken the initiative to take a step back, how could today's situation have happened? Unfortunately, these two people were too arrogant. They didn't want to admit defeat. You want to waste time, right? Then I'll slowly waste time with you. After waiting for a long time, Lu Xingchen did not appear. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and entered the ancient castle. The Golden Wolf King immediately went up and said fawningly, Boss, you're too awesome. Even the guardians are alarmed. You're simply peerless and invincible. Bootlika. The white-eyed wolf, the crocodile emperor, and the other beasts rolled their eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, This is all thanks to you. You're too kind. Treasures belong to those who are capable. The Qi and Blood Pearl can only unleash its true power in your hands. The Golden Wolf King smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Regardless of this guy's personality, he was really good at flattering. It was very pleasing to listen to. That's enough. The white-eyed wolf pushed the Golden Wolf King away and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Little Qin Zi, are we really going to waste time with him? We haven't found the viper and the eagle yet. Now he only has 3 wisps of divine consciousness left. Even if he disobeys the giant python's order, I can easily kill him. Naturally, we have to waste time with him. I don't believe that he can hide forever. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He waved his hand and the void image appeared, monitoring Lu Xingchen at all times. As for the viper and the 2-winged snow eagle, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, I'll sense their current location first. After that, he closed his eyes. The white-eyed wolf, Fatso, and the others waited for the image in the void. As soon as Lu Xingchen appeared, they would immediately attack. Dozens of breaths passed. Qin Feiyang finally opened his eyes and said in surprise, The viper, the mountain pangolin, the 2-winged snow eagle, and the black dragon snake have all entered the Bone Canyon. Really? The white-eyed wolf, Fatso, and the others were also overjoyed when they heard this. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lu Zheng said with a smile, then they will go to the water source sooner or later. Let's go there and wait. Have you forgotten that the Bone Canyon is the territory of the ghost wolves? If they are discovered by the ghost wolves, they will be in danger. Lu Hong suddenly said. Everyone was stunned and looked up at the Golden Wolf King in unison. Why are you looking at me? I'm not in the Bone Canyon now. I don't have the chance to hurt them. The Golden Wolf King pursed his lips. The white-eyed wolf said, You don't have the chance, but what about your little brother? The Golden Wolf King was stunned and shook his head. I don't dare to say this. My little brother has a violent personality. If he sees them, he might really kill them. Hearing this, everyone immediately looked at the Golden Wolf King with bad intentions. The Golden Wolf King panicked and was about to say something. Ling Yunfei suddenly said, Lu Xingchen is out. Everyone in the castle and the beasts immediately turned to look at the screen. Sure enough, they saw Lu Xingchen on the screen. Lu Xingchen looked around and immediately used a mysterious footwork to escape in the southwest direction. Want to leave? Qin Feiyang sneered. His figure flickered and suddenly appeared outside. Then he used the phantom steps and chased after him. The kill formula was still active. His speed was many times faster than Lu Xingchen. In a few blinks of an eye, he caught up with Lu Xingchen. I really regret that I didn't kill you before. Lu Xingchen roared. You'll have to have the ability to do so first. As you said, with the space divine object, I can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me either. Qin Feiyang sneered. Hearing this, Lu Xingchen slammed on the brakes and stopped. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, What do you want? I can let you go. But I have a condition. Leave Mu Qing behind. Qin Feiyang said. It was time to get rid of Mu Qing. Inside the space divine object. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Mu Qing's face couldn't help but turn pale, and she became nervous. Seeing this, Shen Mei comforted her. Don't worry, he won't hand you over to Qin Feiyang. You don't know him at all. If it was any other time, he would definitely protect me. But at this time, he can't even protect himself, let alone me. Mu Qing laughed at herself. But in her heart, she still had some expectations. Chapter 15:14. And now, Mu Qing could only rely on Lu Xingchen. Otherwise, facing such a powerful Qin Feiyang, there was no way for her to survive. Outside, Lu Xingchen lowered his head and remained silent. The scene was dead silent. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I'm a man of my word. As long as you leave Mu Qing behind, I'll let you leave immediately. Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, He's my descendant. Do you think that's possible? Hearing this, Mu Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. I'm right. Shen Mei smiled and said. Mu Qing smiled. She was very happy. It seemed that she did not follow the wrong person. Qin Feiyang was a little disappointed. If Lu Xingchen really abandoned Mu Qing here, then with Mu Qing's personality, she would definitely hate Lu Xingchen. In this way, even if she could not kill Lu Xingchen and Mu Qing now, there would be a gap between the two of them. Over time, this gap would definitely become a factor that would cause them to kill each other. Unfortunately, Lu Xingchen did not do that. Even though Mu Qing was in the divine spatial item, Lu Xingchen did not expect her to be so grateful to him right now. Qin Feiyang sighed and said lightly, In that case, I can only continue to squat. If you have the ability, you can hide in the space artifact for the rest of your life. Lu Xingchen's face was gloomy. He snorted and said, Then let's waste time. Let's see who can last longer. With that, he went straight into the space artifact. Thank you, Lord. Mu Qing hurried to Lu Xingchen and said gratefully. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and smiled. You're my descendant. It's my duty to protect you. What are you thanking me for? Mu Qing was touched and said, What do we do now? Do you really want to waste time with Qin Feiyang? What else? Lu Xingchen's expression was filled with helplessness and a trace of loneliness. Seeing this, Mu Qing immediately felt indignant on behalf of Lu Xingchen. She angrily said, It really is as the saying goes, when a tiger falls to the plains, it will be bullied by dogs. If Master was still in peak condition, would Qin Feiyang be so savage? What's the point of saying all this now? Let's go to the cave and cultivate. In this world, only the fist is the king. A cold light flashed in Lu Xingqian's eyes, and he disappeared with Shen Mei and Mu Qing. Aside, Qin Feiyang looked at the place where Lu Xingqian had disappeared, his eyes filled with coldness. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the Golden Wolf King, the White-Eyed Wolf, and the Scorpion King appeared. Qin Feiyang looked around the Scorpion King and said, "The four of you stay here. As long as you see Lu Xingqian appear, kill him without mercy." Understood. The four beasts nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the Golden Wolf King and the White-Eyed Wolf, and said, "The two of you immediately set off to the White Bone Canyon to support Viper and the others." "Okay." The White-Eyed Wolf nodded. Golden Wolf King, I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. Because no matter how far away you are, I can peek into your inner thoughts. No matter how far away you are, I can erase your soul. Qin Feiyang looked at the Golden Wolf King alone and said coldly, "I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare." The Golden Wolf King shook his head repeatedly, his expression full of flattery. "Go." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The White-Eyed Wolf became palm-sized, jumped up, and stood on the Golden Wolf King's head, and shouted, "Let's go. Little wolf cub, how dare you ride on my head? I'll let you know my power sooner or later." A hint of hostility flashed in the Golden Wolf King's eyes. But at the same time, it felt a sharp pain in its head, as if its head was about to split open. What's going on? The Crocodile Emperor was surprised. The White-Eyed Wolf was also confused. Boss Qin. However, the Golden Wolf King quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and immediately realized that Qin Feiyang's eyes were flashing with shocking murderous intent. "The White-Eyed Wolf is my best brother. You have to be as respectful to him as you are to me. If I find out that you have evil thoughts again, I will never forgive you." Qin Feiyang said coldly. "Oh, I see." Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the Crocodile Emperor, the four beasts, and the White-Eyed Wolf finally understood. "Little wolf cub, it seems that I'm standing on your head is making you unhappy." The White-Eyed Wolf sneered. No. The Golden Wolf King shook his head repeatedly. "You really don't know what's good for you. Didn't you see that we all call him Boss Wolf?" The Crocodile Emperor and the four beasts mocked. When the Golden Wolf King heard it, he thought carefully and realized that it was true. He quickly said, "Boss Wolf, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I won't do it again. Please forgive me." "All right." The White-Eyed Wolf waved his paw and said generously, "I'm not such a petty person. Let's go." "Thank you, Boss Wolf." The Golden Wolf King said gratefully. Then, it ran toward the White Bone Canyon. The Scorpion Emperor retracted his gaze and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "Boss, we know this White-Eyed Wolf cub. He's a genuine White-Eyed Wolf. You have to be careful." Yes. "This bastard is famous for one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. In short, you can't really trust him." The Crocodile Emperor and the other two beasts also said. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Don't worry, I'll always pay attention to what he's thinking." The Scorpion Emperor nodded and asked doubtfully, "You want us to guard here? Where are you going?" "The water source." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he used the phantom steps and rushed towards the water source like lightning. The last time he was at the water source occupied by the Crocodile Emperor, he obtained 3 Kuei water essence. And the water source here definitely had it. Not long later, he entered the water source. However, when he entered the water source, he was stunned. Why was it so hot? There was no difference between it and other places. This was the water source. Shouldn't it be very cool? And it was indeed very cool. Did he go to the wrong place? He looked around. Although the water source had been destroyed in the battle, he could still determine that this was indeed the water source. But why did the temperature change? Suddenly, his gaze trembled. Could it be that someone had secretly found the Kuei water essence while he and Lu Xingqian were fighting in the valley? Bastard, who is it? Qin Feiyang's heart was immediately filled with anger. Sush. With a thought, Ling Yunfei appeared. "What's wrong?" Ling Yunfei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Someone took away the Kuei water essence." Call out the blood-devouring bees immediately. You have to find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ling Yunfei was stunned. His entire body was boiling with anger. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of blood-devouring bees appeared. As soon as they saw Qin Feiyang, those blood-devouring bees became nervous. It was as if they had seen a demon. Qin Feiyang said, "Search the nearby area immediately. If you find anyone, report to me immediately." The swarm of bees immediately dispersed and disappeared in all directions. "I don't understand. Who dares to play tricks under the noses of you and Lu Xingchen?" Ling Yunfei was suspicious. There are always a few people who are not afraid of death. Qin Feiyang sneered. Could it be the Golden Wolf King and the White-Eyed Wolf? They have to pass through here if they want to go to the White Bone Canyon. Ling Yunfei suddenly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. They just left and I followed. They didn't have time to find the Kuei water essence." Ling Yunfei asked, "Then what if the Golden Wolf King knows where the Kuei water essence is?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. If that was the case, then it might be the White-Eyed Wolf and the Golden Wolf King. At this moment, a golden light rushed over and entered Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei's line of sight. It was the Golden Wolf King. And the White-Eyed Wolf was still standing on the Golden Wolf King's head. Qin Feiyang asked, "Why are you back?" Without waiting for the Golden Wolf King and the White-Eyed Wolf to reply, Ling Yunfei asked again, "Did you take away the Kuei water essence here?" The White-Eyed Wolf shook his head. Qin Feiyang and Ling Yunfei looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a cold light. If it wasn't the White-Eyed Wolf and the Golden Wolf King, then it must be someone else. The White-Eyed Wolf said, "When we entered the water source, we found that the temperature had changed. At that time, I suspected that there might be something wrong, so I went to take a look around." "Then did you find anything?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Then I saw the blood-devouring bees appear. I knew that you were here, so I rushed over to inform you." The White-Eyed Wolf said. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the Golden Wolf King. "You don't know where the Kuei water essence is?" "I don't know." The Golden Wolf King shook his head. "Then you didn't look for it?" Qin Feiyang said. "I did look for it. When I first occupied this place, I looked for it every day, but I couldn't find it. Moreover, it's rare for a divine site to have a water source. I didn't want to destroy it. So later, I slowly gave up." The Golden Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand. "We will deal with the matters here. You two go and help Viper and the others." The two beasts nodded. Just as the Golden Wolf King turned to leave, Qin Feiyang suddenly said, "Wait. Is there anything else?" The Golden Wolf King and the White-Eyed Wolf turned to look at him suspiciously. "This matter is a little strange. I'm a little worried about the two of you going." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Ling Yunfei and said, "Call Li Jian and Zhou Jing out." The two of them were in Ling Yunfei's spatial divine item, comprehending the profound meaning of godhood. Ling Yunfei nodded and waved his hand. The two of them immediately appeared. "Greetings, young master." The two of them immediately bowed when they saw Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Accompany the White-Eyed Wolf and the Golden Wolf King. Be careful." The two of them respectfully responded and quickly left with the White-Eyed Wolf and the two beasts. After the two of them disappeared from sight, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and lowered his head to ponder. Ling Yunfei also lowered his head, his brows tightly knitted. Boom! All of a sudden, from the east, a series of deafening explosions could be heard. A wave of battle energy surged toward the area. The two of them looked up at the same time, their eyes shining. "Let's go!" Qin Feiyang waved his hand and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards the east. Ling Yunfei followed closely behind. However, halfway there, the loud noise and fluctuation disappeared.